Meet Chen Yi, 23 years old and currently starring in his own life as a total NPC. He calls himself a fresh grad with a prestigious internship. But let's be real. He is just a glorified barista grinding for minimum wage. Trudging down the street after another unpaid overtime shift, he mutters curses under his breath. The regret is hitting hard tonight. If he had actually cracked a book in school instead of slacking off, maybe he would have the cash to blow on that new gaming collection instead of staring at skyscrapers and fantasizing about wealth. Suddenly, a woman from the red light district slides out of the shadows. Finally back, handsome. I have been waiting for you. Chen Yi slams on the brakes. Wrong guy, lady. She thinks he is playing hard to get and offers a special discount. Curiosity gets the better of him. Discount, huh? How much are we talking? 300, cash or transfer. He scoffs and immediately steps around her. Definitely the wrong guy. If I had 300 bucks, I would be leveling up my Steam library, not my love life. The girl is left standing on the pavement, completely bewildered. He picks up the pace. Gotta get home before dinner gets cold. Bam. He slams right into a delivery driver. Talk about instant service. The guy is holding Chen Yi's exact order. Here is your takeout, bro. Chen Yi grabs the fried chicken and heads upstairs, spiraling into an existential crisis. Some guys get abs. Some get charm. But Chen Yi? He got a face so generic he is apparently the default avatar for humanity. 20 years of mistaken identity proves it. He wrestles with his janky door. Open up, you piece of junk. Just as the hallway light flickers and dies, pitch black, then come the whispers. Delusional? Maybe. But when the voices swell to a roar, he freezes. Great. A haunted apartment. Just his luck. He remembers hearing rumors that these old buildings are spooky. Voice shaking, he stammers. Yo, spirits. Wrong guy again. Cut to a whole different dimension. A creepy elder sits on a throne, demanding a sacrifice for the magnificent Lord of Ashes. A girl is dragged forward, screaming for mercy. The old cultist starts chanting, prepping to offer this demon girl to the dark gods. He casts a twisted spell, commanding her to bleed and strike fear into their hearts. Suddenly, the old man starts shaking violently. Did the ritual actually work? It has been centuries since a successful summon. He bursts into manic laughter. He is here. Lord of Ashes, arise. The cultists lose their minds, chanting Ares like they are at a heavy metal concert. The girl's eyes snap open. A living sacrifice, the elder screams. We puny mortals are not worthy to witness such greatness. He orders everyone to bail. The girl starts praying to the Lord of Ashes as thick smoke floods the room. She is fading fast, dizzy, weak. Suddenly, a hacking cough breaks the silence. It is Chen Yi, hacking his lungs out in the mysterious fog. I am dying. Too much smoke. He spots a silhouette in the haze. Is that the ghost? He squints, trying to see through the gloom. Wait, definitely solid, definitely tied up. Okay, pretty girls usually are not ghosts, he mutters, reaching for the ropes. You cannot be that bad. She is burning up, totally drenched in sweat. He taps her cheek. Hey, you good? Wake up. Do we need a hospital? You look absolutely wrecked. Boom. She drops to her knees in worship. Lord of Ashes. Chen Yi sighs deeply. Look, I know I have a generic face, but you definitely got the wrong guy. It happens all the time, but she is not hearing a word of it. Oh, mighty Lord, your vessel is truly magnificent, just as the legends foretold. A true believer could never mistake your divine presence. Chen Yi pauses, his brow furrowing. This situation feels far more complicated than a simple case of mistaken identity. What exactly are you seeing with those eyes of yours? She immediately begins rattling off a list of holy accolades. Mighty, magnificent, he who shall not be named. Chen Yi whispers, overwhelmed by the praise. Are you sure about that? She looks absolutely terrified, her eyes rolling back as she slumps to the floor unconscious. Chen Yi stares at her limp body. Did she just faint from sheer terror? Or is this some kind of elaborate scam? He sighs and digs into his bag, pulling out a thermos to pour a fresh cup of coffee. Time out. I need caffeine to process this madness. Thank God for years of anime and video game training. Any normal person would have lost their mind by now. Suddenly, she peeks open one eye, checking the coast. Aha! I knew you were faking it. But then, it clicks. She isn't a scammer at all. She is a fanatic. She genuinely believes he is an evil god who has just crossed dimensions to grace this world. So, maybe the villain aesthetic is just part of the summoning package, he mutters. Chill out, he commands. Tell me, what is your name? She trembles, shocked that the white-hazed villain, the destroyer of worlds, is actually speaking to a lowly scrub like her. Anna, she squeaks. Chen Yi rolls his eyes internally. Destroyer of worlds? A bit dramatic for a guy who just wanted some fried chicken. Anna. Simple. Punchy. Impossible to forget. He slides the steaming mug across the table toward her. "Chill out, kid," he says, his voice smooth as silk. "There is no need to look so terrified. It is yours. Go on, take a sip." To her, that dark liquid isn't caffeine, it is molten lava. Is this how the eldritch gods claim their tribute? By melting their servants from the inside out with liquid darkness? Her fingers shake like leaves in a hurricane as she clutches the cup. I surrender my life to you, my lord." He blinks, utterly confused. Whoa. Who said anything about dying? He leans in, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "Who are you, really, and why did you drag me to this place? Do not lie to me." "I am merely the vessel," she whispers, her head bowed in submission. "The lamb for the slaughter. My entire existence belongs to you. I would never deceive a god." Chen Yi freezes. "Sacrifice? Wait. Back up. That sounds suspiciously like cult rhetoric." She finally spills the tea. The city is crawling with fanatics who just torched a living soul to summon the big bad, the Lord of Ashes. Chen Yi connects the dots. Great. They dialed the wrong number and got him instead. Mystery solved. He glances around the gloomy room. "So, is the ritual over?" He locks eyes with her, his gaze heavy. "Here is my absolute command. Live. Be happy." And just like that, poof, he fades into thin air. But the moment he vanishes, the cult goons swarm her location. "Grab the girl. She still owes us. Drag her out," they bark. "She was born for the altar. She is unfinished business. She should be honored to bleed for the cause." Tears stream down Anna's face, but a strange smile forms. "I will live happily," she vows to the empty air. "I will spread his glory for all eternity. Generations will know his name." But inside, her mind is reeling. Why did the Chaos Cult get this reward? They have worshipped the Ash Lord for eons. Yet in thousands of years, he has basically ghosted them. 0 appearances. A weird thought creeps into her mind. Does the Supreme Dark God just have a soft spot for teenage girls? She shakes the blasphemy out of her head immediately. "I am just a speck of dust. Who am I to guess a god's vibe?" She clutches the cup, now filled with divine blood, tight against her chest. She steps out into the heavy downpour, bracing for the cold. But the rain. It sizzles and vanishes against her fire shield. "His protection," she gasps. Even the fury of the elements cannot touch the Ash Lord's chosen one. It is nothing like the orphanage back there. There, she was a prisoner. Here, she is chosen. Unauthorized departure detected. This marks her very first solo venture into the unforgiving urban jungle. But this freedom, this is the true gift. She wanders through Baranda, the shining crown jewel of the Nolan region. To her dazzled eyes, it looks like paradise on earth. Suddenly, she pauses before a looming, majestic structure. It radiates a strange, pulsating energy. Something undeniably special calls to her. "Focus, Anna." She snaps herself out of the trance. She must return to the church before her absence raises a chaotic alarm. Meanwhile, reality shifts. Chen Yi crashes into a random cafe with a bone-jarring impact. Where in the hell did he land? Darkness takes him. Then, he snaps awake. The morning sun brings the rich aroma of roasted beans. He scans the unknown room. It is definitely a coffee joint, but the atmosphere feels wrong. The air pressure, the gravity itself, it is all off. He is definitely not in Kansas anymore. He is still trapped in that creepy church dimension. Then, his gaze locks onto the wall decor. He freezes. Is that a picture of me? Before he can spiral into panic, a customer walks in. "1 iced latte, please." Chen Yi stares at the portrait again in disbelief. Why is his face plastered on the wall? Is the owner a deranged stalker, or does he just possess a generic NPC face? Whatever. He shrugs it off. He is lost, broke, and utterly confused. He might as well make himself useful until the actual boss shows up to explain this madness. Maybe he can finesse a paying job out of this disaster. The bell chimes again. "Iced Americano, extra shot." Hours pass. It is late. He is elbow-deep in greasy dishwater, spiraling into a deep existential crisis. How does a nobody-wage slave end up glitching into an entirely different universe? It makes 0 sense. He loops the thought over and over, his brain still buffering the absurdity of his fate. At least the shop is making a killing lately. But where is the owner if he decides to bail now? He just pulled a grueling 12-hour shift for absolutely $0. Nope. He spots a bed and a stocked fridge in the back. Squatter's rights, baby. I will take room and board as my hard-earned paycheck. Meanwhile, the plot thickens darkly. The cult drags Anna to the lair of Dr. Neon, entering Neon's creeping domain. Knock. Knock. The door creaks open. Neon peeks out, eyes gleaming with madness. Here for the procedure? He looks down at the girl. Ah, the little specimen has arrived. Bring her in, he hisses. The basement is prepped. It is finally time for the grand metamorphosis. Metamorphosis? The word drips with pain. He leads them down into the suffocating gloom. We are here now. Where is the fire blood? The cult leader hands over the precious container. Prepare to be amazed, Doctor. We have never scored loot of this high tier before. Dr. Neon's grin widens into a sinister smirk. Girl, raincoat off. Get on the table. Now she obeys, trembling. Click. He straps her wrist down. Rip. He tears the fabric from her arm to expose the skin. Relax. Just a little sedative cocktail to start. The needle slides in with a cold sting. Once you are under, he whispers into the silence. The real fun begins. He cracks open the container of divine blood. He freezes. He cannot believe the sheer purity of the sample. This is perfection. A dark, twisted thought crosses his mind. Does the Lord of Ashes have a specific type? Silver hair, crimson eyes. Is that the secret key to unlocking power? He racks his brain, trying to figure out why the Lord has such a beef with blonde girls who possess blue eyes. Then it hits him. A truly twisted possibility takes root in his mind. Maybe the Lord of Ashes just has a predatory obsession with younger girls. If that is the sick reality, he figures he will just play along with whatever the High Priest demands. No one drops the terrifying news on Anna. She is destined to be the Shrine Maiden. But he clarifies immediately. This is not about sweeping floors or lighting incense sticks. It is just a label their cult uses. Every sect has its own weird method for selecting a chosen one. In the Chaos cult, a Shrine Maiden is forged by consuming the legendary Blood of Fire. It is a forced mutation process designed to gift the chosen one with insane supernatural abilities. He mentions that technically, this little science project could be done back at the church. She is merely a showpiece, for the cult's wealthy investors have gathered within the building's shadows. These twisted elites demand a front row seat to witness the legendary Blood of Fire in action. The mad doctor rambles on, preaching that human flesh is weak, dull, and destined to rot away. Our mortal fragility disgusts him, which is why every fanatic in this cult is dying to become a Shrine Maiden. You are the lucky one, he sneers with a twisted grin. She will evolve past the human race faster than any of them. She is destined to become the very first Shrine Maiden in history. That, he decides, is the only briefing she deserves. Let's get this party started, he commands, signaling for the blood injection. Pure, unadulterated agony rips through her veins instantly. Her body convulses violently for a moment, goes limp, and then her consciousness fades into the void. Dr. Noen stares at her motionless form with cold disappointment. We failed, he sighs. It seems she wasn't the chosen one after all. Silver hair and red eyes aren't the golden ticket they thought. But suddenly, her lips begin to move, whispering that she must live to serve the Lord of Ashes. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, our protagonist sits on his bed, deep in thought. If he sticks around here, perhaps he will cross paths with that mysterious kid again. But honestly, he wants zero part of this cult drama. Still, the way she was bound screamed of the dark arts. Suddenly, the floor beneath him begins to tremble. An earthquake, he wonders, steadying himself. Then, those eerie chanting voices creep into his mind again. Is this a new summoning track? Chen Yi wonders if a girl is the catalyst this time. He smooths his hair, ready to be teleported, but then realizes the gravitational pull has stopped. Instead, a bizarre burning sensation flares up within his chest. What in the world is happening? He questions if that pretentious Lord of Ashes is messing with him again. Is that guy looking for payback? Then, he realizes the scorching heat in his chest has traveled down to his right palm. It feels as though he is gripping a loaded flamethrower. Thinking the coast is clear, he decides to test this power. He casts the spell, and whoosh, crimson fire bursts from his hand. Crap, don't torch the house, he mutters, frantically wrestling the flames down. It actually works. He summons the fire again, keeping it under tight spiritual control this time. He gulps at the implications. Can I shapeshift this energy? He starts molding the fire like clay, and it actually turns out pretty sick. The flames look majestic, but weirdly, he feels zero heat radiating from them. He spots a stack of books nearby. Burning one tiny corner won't hurt, right? He flicks a flame at a page to singe it. Nothing happens. It doesn't work at all. He tries to crank up the spiritual pressure, but the paper stays pristine. Frustrated, he chucks the book across the room. What kind of budget magic is this? He complains. I can't even burn a paperback. Total waste of time. Meanwhile, Dr. Noen exits the lab, visibly frustrated. Not as easy as I thought, he grumbles. Let's grab a blonde subject next time. He waves off the girl as a problem for the cleanup crew, but then Anna stumbles out and calls to the doctor. I made it. Dr. Noen does a double take. Did the ritual actually work? She is breathing, which means the experiment was a resounding success. Anna realizes she beat the odds. Her survival rate must have been near zero. It has to be the mighty Lord of Ashes keeping her alive. She was born to serve him. She barks an order to the high priest to prepare the next ritual immediately. Chen Yi is brewing a fresh cup for himself. Time to show him what's good, he mutters. It has been a full month since he got isekai'd to this world. The original owner vanished without a trace, and he hasn't stepped foot outside this coffee shop since. It is not legally his, but he is the acting boss now. He has to admit, ruling over this domain feels intoxicating. Yet, after 30 days of analyzing his new life, the harsh truth crashes down. He craves his true home with a desperate hunger. The earth begins to tremble once more. Eerie chanting fills the air, followed by a suffocating silence. Is that it? He wonders, securing the shop for the night. It is time to sleep. Lying in the dark, his mind drifts to the relentless summons plaguing him all month. He calculates there are likely 7 distinct summoning variations. This existence is becoming unsustainable. He recalls the previous abduction. That time, it was merely a solitary young girl. But if he faces a legion of fanatics next time and they expose him as a fraud, he is absolutely dead meat. Whispers have reached him about a prestigious institution known as the Ben Empire Academy. An elite academy implies a library overflowing with forbidden secrets. That is his ticket out. Suddenly, another wave of summoning energy slams into him. Here we go again, he sighs, instantly recognizing the magical signature. It is the spell from that girl's sect. Flash, he teleports. Let us rewind 10 minutes. The Chaos Cult stands ready to initiate their dark ceremony. The High Priest signals the start. Ancient relics are positioned, and the forbidden ritual commences. The chanting erupts instantly, but deep down, the priest remains skeptical. Impossible. As if the Lord of Ashes would simply manifest on command. The High Priest assumes this is mere theater, a dazzling light show designed to drain the wallets of wealthy donors. He recalls Anna claiming the entity manifested before, but he dismisses it as delusions. In his experience, when a god descends, one does not receive a polite house call. You get apocalyptic destruction. And checking the news, there have been 0 cataclysms. Anna insists the shipment that just arrived is the legendary relic the High Priest has been craving. According to her, these artifacts bleed magical energy. They are so volatile that demon patrols forbid mortals from even gazing upon them. Most remain hermetically sealed. She reminds the doctor that only investors with bottomless pockets could secure a sacrifice of this caliber. The High Priest declares they shall offer this relic to the mighty Lord of Ashes. They weave the spell once more, beckoning the destroyer of worlds to take physical form. Suddenly, whoosh, every candle is extinguished. A bone-chilling silence descends. Wait. Why has the sound of the torrential rain outside completely vanished? He knows the Lord of Ashes has only graced this realm twice in a millennium. 2 consecutive summons are statistically impossible. But then, Anna points upward, her eyes wide with terror. The Lord of Ashes, he has arrived. The cultists freeze, paralyzed by pure awe. A living deity stands among them. Anna steps into the spotlight, her voice trembling. We meet again, she whispers, addressing the Lord of Ashes. The High Priest is struck with terror. He mentally begs the entity for mercy, pleading forgiveness for disturbing his slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Yi is simply crouching behind a statue. He thinks, bro, I am not even angry. I am just incredibly awkward right now. He racks his brain, trying to understand why the summon worked today, when previous attempts were total failures. Panic sets in. Is his cover about to be blown this quickly? Then, he locks eyes with Anna. He recognizes her instantly as the customer from before. He thinks, okay, she is actually rocking that creepy cultist aesthetic. He figures this coincidence must be fate. I am truly amazing, he praises himself. The High Priest squints, assuming the deity is delivering a divine sermon. But internally, he is sweating bullets because he cannot hear a single word. To the onlookers, the deity is delivering a divine sermon. But beneath the facade, cold sweat runs down his back because he cannot hear a single word. The voice is pathetic and quiet. Chen Yi thinks fast, his own voice booming like thunder as he turns the tables on the High Priest. You dare silence yourself before the Lord of Ashes? Punishment is already upon you. Terror seizes the High Priest's heart, sending him into a spiral of absolute panic. This is the first time in hundreds of years that a mortal has stood face to face with a living god. Terrified he is about to be smited into oblivion, he realizes he must act fast and bribe the Lord to survive. Desperate to shift the deadly atmosphere, he frantically pivots the conversation. The entire chamber drops to its knees. With trembling hands, the High Priest presents a legendary treasure, the ever-changing mask. Chen Yi hears the grand announcement and analyzes the situation. Okay, that man is definitely the boss. He notes that this is a dangerous individual, someone he must not provoke or allow within striking distance. He knows he is absolute toast if they realize he is nothing but an imposter. But then, he catches a glimpse of the High Priest sobbing with pure, unadulterated religious ecstasy. The guy is a total fanatic. Chen Yi pauses, wondering why the old man has fallen silent. Does he suspect the fraud? No. The High Priest is just trembling. He is convinced the Lord is furious and preparing a divine smackdown. After all, he finally met his idol. Chen Yi composes himself, the realization hitting him. Wait, these fools have no clue. He booms out that he accepts the offering. He calls them pathetic, mortal weaklings. Suddenly, the mask starts levitating, and for a split second, he hesitates. It looks dangerous, but he snatches it out of the air with authority, declaring the deal is sealed. A nearby cultist watches the high priest shaking like a leaf and thinks, wow, what incredible devotion. He truly is the most loyal believer. The high priest is weeping tears of joy simply for surviving. But then, he pauses. Why has the Lord not vanished yet? He suspects the entity is contemplating something deep. He figures that since the Lord only descends once every few millennia, something massive must be on the horizon. The god must desire something significant enough to make him linger in the mortal realm. The priest starts wondering if the Lord plans to flip the world upside down. He decides to shoot his shot. Bowing low, he humbly requests divine orders, swearing they will reshape the world exactly how the god desires. That is when Anna steps forward, dropping a bombshell on the Lord of Ashes. These men, they are not your faithful servants. They are frauds. They only summoned you to exploit your power, and they have defied your will. The high priest snaps. He screams at her to shut her mouth, demanding to know if she has a death wish. He reminds her she is just a clueless orphan who needs to stay in her lane. Chen Yi channels his inner god and thunders. You disavowed my will. Now, you deserve everything that is coming to you. Internally, Chen Yi thinks, yeah, this whole God's will thing is not really working for Anna if she is still getting bullied. He summons a swirling ball of fire in his palm and declares his decree. She remains alive. It is her destiny to shoulder a great burden. He stares down the high priest. Do not offend her. The priest stares at the massive inferno, desperately trying to convince himself it is just a trick of the light. Chen Yi's voice cuts through the denial. Did you hear me? As the flames die down, the high priest instantly drops to his knees. He swears he is the Lord's humble servant, ready to obey every command. Chen Yi does not waste time. He declares his return to the void and commands them to cease their offerings. He has no desire for their sacrifices. As the reality of his departure sinks in, awe is struck by a sudden epiphany. The Lord of Ashes is no malevolent deity. The destruction is merely a side effect. This fragile world simply cannot withstand his infinite power. He is not a villain. Suddenly, the heavens tear open. Torrential rain washes over the scorched earth. The high priest whispers that their Lord has ascended, and the cultists stand frozen, lost in a divine trance. Dr. Noah storms onto the scene, a mix of immense relief and utter confusion on his face, demanding to know exactly what just transpired. Seeing his flock losing their minds, the high priest warns Noah to scatter immediately. The anti-magic bureau is en route. Their commotion was far too loud to go unnoticed. Noah argues only a few investors remain, but the unstable elites among them will cause a massive headache. Desperate, he seizes the high priest by the collar, screaming for answers. The priest, eyes flashing with irritation, barks a single command: kneel. Noah freezes, wondering if the old man has finally snapped. Then, pure terror sets in. He realizes he just manhandled the high priest, a man with a disaster-level danger rating. The priest ignores the insolence and addresses the assembly. He has a critical proclamation for the entire cult. He announces it is vital for AA to step forward and take her place by his side. The high priest declares Ah to be the chosen one, the sole favorite of their god. From this second forward, every soul here shall show her absolute reverence. He vows to personally guide them into a new era, executing a holy crusade for the Lord of Ashes. Their mission is simple: burn the old world to ash to forge a new paradise. Ah silences him instantly, her voice cold as ice. She does not need his guidance. Cut to 1 week later. A customer sits trembling in Chen Yi's cafe, muttering about sensing the terrified energy of the Lord of Ashes. It is scorching, twisted, heavy, and completely suffocating. He spots Chen Yi and narrows his eyes. Just a kid, running a coffee joint? He questions who this boy really is. Chen Yi flashes a practiced customer service smile and asks for his order. The man hesitantly requests a black coffee. As Chen Yi turns away, the customer realizes the scent of death clings to the descendants of the Lord of Ashes, and paranoia strikes. Is Chen Yi a threat he must eliminate right now? Behind the counter, Chen Yi grumbles internally. Finally, a paying customer. Business has been dead, and he is borderline homeless. The irony is cruel. He is the supreme Lord of Ashes, yet he cannot even pay rent. He is moments away from starvation. He wonders how his fanatical worshippers would react to this pathetic reality. He places the coffee on the table, and the customer notices the terrifying aura has vanished. Was Chen Yi not the source? The man downs the scalding coffee in a single gulp. Chen Yi blinks, confused. Did that not burn your throat? The customer is shocked it is just ordinary coffee, not a potion. Then, his gaze locks onto a glass jar filled with paper cranes. He asks about them. The customer explains, his voice trembling, that his daughter folded them. He told her to make a crane every time she had a wish and toss it in the jar. Their deal was simple. Whenever he had time, he would pick one out and make it come true. But he missed his chance. Now, the jar is all that remains of her. She passed away years ago. He mentions someone advised him to bury the jar to end the constant heartache, but he dug it back up. The pain of missing her was better than the void of forgetting. Chen Yi offers some soft advice. Sometimes, you must let go. He admits he knows the sting of losing a loved one, and the long nights spent staring at the ceiling. But clinging to the ghosts of yesterday is a fatal trap. It consumes your very soul. And surely, the departed would never wish for your destruction. The customer cuts him off with ice in his veins. Some memories are etched in stone. He swears a solemn oath to grieve his daughter until his final breath leaves his body. He whispers a dark promise to himself. It matters not if Chen Yi is a wizard, a fanatic, or a hound from the bureau. There is only one solution. To silence him, he must put him 6 feet under. Chen Yi simply shrugs, his expression unreadable, remarking that every soul walks its own path, offering a smooth apology if he crossed a line. The tension snaps. The customer loosens his guard, convinced Chen Yi is no obstacle to his grand design. He muses that perhaps destiny orchestrated their meeting, finally introducing himself as Baron Harriet. Chen Yi returns the gesture with a polite smile, inviting him to grace the shop again. As Baron steps into the night, he mulls over that name. Shen. Is it a legacy of ancient blood? Or something from a distant land? Without warning, Chen Yi bursts out the door to intercept him. Hey, you forgot the bill. Baron settles the debt while Chen Yi flashes a capitalist grin, reminding him to become a regular. Baron freezes in disbelief. Did this man truly just chase him down for mere pocket change? He shakes his head, an immense weight lifting. This eccentric shopkeeper is definitely not a threat. But Baron's crusade is far from finished. He must hunt down the deity from the outer dimension. And to fuel the ritual, he requires the blood of a descendant of the Lord of Ashes. The time for hesitation has passed. Tonight, the stars align. He prepares to shatter the ultimate taboo and summon the incomprehensible god. He would watch the world turn to ash if it meant holding his daughter one last time. Meanwhile, Chen Yi relaxes, nose buried in a book. He flips to page 223, where the forbidden ritual is laid out in terrifying detail. Visualize a colossal serpent, the Ashen Lord, whose wings are not of feather, but of roaring inferno, endlessly incinerating his own devotees in a cycle of madness. This entity transcends gender and holds no concern for mortal desires. He discards blessings like loot drops for his cultists, reigning as the avatar of midnight. His power is the concept of absolute zero. They revere him as the outer god, the entity beyond the veil, a being perpetually away from keyboard, lost in an eon-long slumber. Unlike the other vain deities craving worship, this one could not care less about the mortal plane. Chen Yi admits, if he read this lore before, he would have dismissed it as edgy world-building from a B-tier fantasy novel. But this grimoire? It is suspiciously vague about the Lord of Ashes, leaving Chen Yi drowning in questions. Frustrated, he swaps it for another tome and begins spamming the rituals listed within until he freezes stone cold. Flashback triggered. A memory unlocks an obscure ceremony filled with an endless list of names. Before he was icicaled here, his existence was a compilation of failures. His career was garbage. His life, a chaotic mess. Even in the virtual world, the RNG gods despised him. That was when the intrusive thoughts won the war. He decided to channel main character energy and attempt a ritual to rewrite his cursed fate. He dashed home to retrieve the ancient family heirloom. He couldn't read a word of the text, but desperate times demanded desperate measures. He began grinding through the steps. The mechanics were shockingly simple. Step 1. Align bright yellow talismans along the edges of the table. Step 2. Inscribe your own name on one of the slips. Step 3. Copy the names from the book onto the rest. Spin the table like a roulette wheel of destiny and chant the mantra. Once the spell is cast, snatch your name from the pile. Finally, incinerate the remaining papers in a single blaze. The next day, absolute silence. He spent the entire night camping in the storeroom with absolutely zero payoff. Chen Yi begins to suspect a dark connection. His transmigration must be linked to that twisted ritual and those ominous names. A sudden, cold chill of impending doom washes over him. With a thought, he ignites a flicker of flame at his fingertip. Could these meager embers really entrap anyone? His pyrokinesis leveled up after the second summoning, yet it remains frustratingly weak. It is far from lethal. At best, it is a glorious party trick, something to use for intimidation, but nothing more. Why is he still this powerless after crossing dimensions? His only rewards are a spectral vision ability and this useless mask. The high priest praised this item as a legendary artifact, but to Chen Yi, it looks like literal garbage. Or perhaps, Is he simply equipping it wrong? He presses the mask against his face, waiting for a transformation. Nothing. Absolute silence. Frustrated, he throws it to the ground. And that is when the true magic awakens. The rigid mask starts liquefying, melting seamlessly into the shadows. A sudden realization strikes him like a truck. He scrambles desperately for a mirror. If his theory is correct, merging the mask with the shadows acts as a character customization tool. Sitting before the glass, he equips the mask once more. Instantaneously, it dissolves. His face morphs into the exact likeness of his client. Baron. It worked. A flawless copy, down to the micro-expressions. But does it stop at the face? Can he modify his body and attire as well? He feels like he just achieved the ultimate disguise. But suddenly, the summoning alarm triggers in his mind. The chant rings in his ears. It sounds familiar, yet the aura feels completely different. He wonders if a god hears a different tone for every summoner. Each call, a terrifyingly unique signal. Meanwhile, Baron is fully immersed in his prayer. The deity answers the call. Baron begs for the one thing his soul craves above all else. It is April 30th, Walpurgis Night, the ultimate festival for witches. He has been counting down the seconds to this night for months. This ancient spell is designed to summon an eldritch god, a primordial being that predates humanity itself, an omniscient observer, an entity that trades forbidden knowledge for blood sacrifices. This god is a double-edged sword, bringing hope and despair in a single breath. Happiness is not a luxury he possesses. Baron screams into the void. He does not care if he is damned for eternity. He just wants his daughter back. As bizarre glyphs manifest in the air, Baron stares, wondering if the god is judging his worthiness. Legends say the entity manifests as an infinite white fog. The reason remains a mystery. Suddenly, Chen Yi manifests within the ritual circle. He curses internally. He accidentally mirrored the appearance of the very man summoning him. What are the odds? This man is not a target for looting. He is definitely the summoner. Chen Yi recites the ancient lore. Generations of scholars have named this god the Haze of the White Shore. But to a cosmic horror, human titles are meaningless. Baron nods, understanding the depth. Humans only see what they project onto the divine. Chen Yi plays along perfectly. Baron is convinced he has succeeded. He believes his offering has satisfied the god. He begs for the resurrection of his daughter. He presents the legendary artifact, the flaming seed of chaos. Chen Yi analyzes the situation, recalling their earlier interaction. Baron appears to be a decent man, not a villain. But revealing his true identity now would be suicide. He must stay in character until this scene ends. He finds Baron's demeanor surprisingly polite. And thank heavens for the auto-cleanup feature. The massive corpse simply deletes itself. No heavy lifting required. It feels as though he is being swallowed whole by the void. The Baron froze, his soul trembling before the weight of infinite power, and in his desperation, he begged the entity to resurrect his deceased daughter. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was screaming internally. He had absolutely no clue who this nobleman was, but the raw, suffocating grief radiating from the man was unmistakable. He felt a pang of sympathy, but let us be real, he did not possess the cheat codes required to pull off a miracle like resurrection. His mind raced, frantically scanning his memory of the game's lore, recalling the 8 distinct nature types. The Lord of Ashes dealt in tragedy, but today, Chen Yi was playing a completely different role. As the incarnation of the Haze of the White Shore, he realized he needed to offer a fitting reward. But what kind of loot does a cosmic entity drop? Suddenly, a cryptic line from the archives flashed through his mind. Knowledge from the White Shore is beyond human comprehension. Perfect. He needed to drop something profound, abstract, and totally out of this world. And if the Baron failed to grasp it, Chen Yi could simply gaslight him, claiming the mortal lacked the wisdom to understand the divine truth. The silence stretched, and the Baron began to panic, terrified that his offering was nothing but trash in the eyes of a god. Finally, Chen Yi's voice thundered, declaring he would grant the wish not with magic, but with forbidden lore. He began weaving a tale of the northern darkness, describing a legendary fish known as Kun. This beast was not just big. We are talking thousands of miles long, an absolute unit of a creature. It transforms into a bird named Peng, possessing a wingspan so vast it blots out the very sky. Chen Yi dubbed this concept transcending bonds, explaining that the soul and the body are entirely separate entities. To truly free the soul, one must abandon the physical, material cage of this mortal world. He emphasized that this is forbidden knowledge, and the end game is not crawling back to life. It is an evolution, an ultimate upgrade. Those who grasp this truth achieve what mortals only dream of, an eternal, indestructible soul. He dropped a grave warning. If this intel leaked, it would not just start wars. It would flip the entire reality of the world upside down. With that mic drop, Chen Yi began to fade away, internally praying his performance was convincing enough. Thank God he actually paid attention in literature class, because the Baron was left standing there, absolutely shook to his core. He was convinced this transcending bonds theory possessed the power to shatter society itself. He viewed it as a terrifying karmic burden, unable to believe he had brought such dangerous truth into existence. He thought this must be Chen Yi's four-dimensional chess move. The entity did not just hand him a resurrection spell, he had bestowed God-tier enlightenment. Chen Yi teleported back to his room, exhaling a deep breath of relief. He handled that like a pro. No rookie mistakes this time. He checked the clock, 11 sharp. The ancient text was legit. It confirmed that the haze of the White Shore is an interdimensional deity representing the 11th hour. So, no Lord of Ashes this run. He had pulled the White Shore character instead. He wondered if this was going to be a recurring gacha pull, noting the summon location was an old castle. Checking his phone, he confirmed the summoner was Baron, and the mission objective was reviving his daughter. He had a photo of the scene, but without GPS coordinates, it was pretty useless right now. Still, he admitted snapping that pic was a risky move that might jeopardize his cover, but intel is intel. He was actually kicking himself for not documenting the first two summons. Time for the loot check. He tried to activate his powers to see if he leveled up, but after straining himself, he realized nothing changed. No upgrade. The flames were still at base level. Major bummer. At least the mask disguise was flawless. He looked at the seed Baron gave him, thankful the guy was considerate enough not to offer a whole cow. Chen Yi might be a deity, but manual labor certainly isn't in his job description. As a god, the reptile-like aura radiating from the seed makes his skin crawl. Yet, if he wishes to pierce the veil of that unknown dimension, this grotesque artifact is the only key. He seals the cursed object in a box and buries it deep within a drawer. Deep in the night, while Chen Yi slumbers, the seed fractures open and morphs into a lizard. The creature creeps closer, attempting to wake its master, but the god sleeps like the dead. Terrified by Chen Yi's thunderous snoring, the lizard panics and flees the scene, escaping into the darkness before shape-shifting into a stray cat. Meanwhile, a storm approaches. Enter George, one of the 7 elite Grade A investigators of Nolan City. He is a one-man army, famous for soloing calamities that would slaughter entire tactical squads. To the rookies at the Anti-Magic Bureau, he isn't just a man, he is an idol. They whisper his titles with trembling reverence: the legendary investigator, the strange killer, the undead raven. Under a weeping gray sky, George patrols with his umbrella, his voice cutting like ice over the comms. He orders his handler to cut the rambling excuses and deliver the facts. The voice on the line stammers an apology, blaming the adrenaline, and offers the classic, "I'm only human defense," before spilling the intel. A child carrying an eldritch chalice was spotted lurking near a specific sector, but according to the background check, the shop owner in this area has a record that is suspiciously squeaky clean. And though the target is infuriatingly handsome, George follows the strict Anti-Magic Bureau protocols to the letter. George snaps his umbrella shut, his predator's gaze locking onto the shop. "Understood," he says, but his internal monologue tells a different story. This is no routine inspection. This mission is classified, top secret. Cut to a hidden location. A girl sits consumed by darkness, her face veiled by a colorless gloom. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the shadows, revealing her terrified features. She has been watching. She has been waiting for the prophecy. Her reflection screams from the light as she shrieks the truth. An evil god has descended right here in Nolan. Back in the street, George just smirks. What could be worse than an evil god showing up? Total human extinction? Please, that is barely a warm-up exercise for him. He fishes a crumpled photograph from his coat, staring at it with a heavy sigh. What a damn shame. If the resolution wasn't absolute garbage, he might have actually identified the target. Instead, he is staring at a blurry figure with cascading gray hair. Her back is turned, keeping her identity a complete mystery. Pocketing the clue, he marches straight into the Lion's Den, Shen's coffee shop. "One latte," he commands. Shen, busy wiping the counter, flashes a professional nod, coming right up. "Take a load off." George activates his senses, scanning the barista. Honestly, Shen looks like the definition of a mob character. Completely ordinary. This guy clearly hasn't seen a ghost, let alone a deity. George mentally files this location as another dead-end waste of his valuable time. Shen slides the steaming cup across the counter. "Here you go. Enjoy." George takes a slow sip, masking his intent. "So, seen anything weird around here lately?" Shen freezes. His eyes widen as cold sweat begins to trickle down his spine. "Weird? You mean supernatural stuff?" Sensing the trap closing in, Shen squeezes his eyes shut to regain composure. The weather has been trash, so business is slow. That's all." Inside, his mind is screaming. Did I say too much? Panic rises, but he forces himself to chill before he blows his cover entirely. "Got it. Thanks," George replies, playing along with the act. By 2 o'clock, the cup is empty, and the investigator stands up to leave. The crisis averted. For now, Chen buried his face in his smartphone, hiding his anxiety. "Take care," he called out. George offered a polite nod of gratitude for the brew before turning away. The door clicked shut, sealing the silence. Chen slumped against the counter, letting out a breath he had been holding for an eternity. A nervous smile finally tugged at his lips. "Okay, relax. He really was just a normal customer." Chen shook his head, trying to dismiss the paranoia. He was definitely overthinking this whole secret identity crisis. Even if that guy did look like a retired hitman. Suddenly, a violent twitch spasmed through Shen's fingers. His brows furrowed in confusion. A cold chill shot through his gut. Seriously? Are these new powers taking their sweet time to buffer? He glared at his phone screen. Apparently, instant activation was not a feature included in the summoning package. With a groan, he thrust his hand out like an anime protagonist, ready to strike. Nothing happened except for a bead of awkward sweat. Why can I not blast anything? Yet, he could feel it. A torrent of raw energy surging beneath his skin. He focused, trying to manipulate the flow. In an instant, Chen dissolved. His entire physical form shifted into a swirling haze, drifting effortlessly through the solid shelves. "Holy crap," he screamed internally. "I just turned into literal water vapor." The realization hit him. He had full control. He could navigate perfectly in this ghost mode. Just as quickly, he solidified back into human form, stumbling onto the floor. 10 seconds, he muttered, surprised by the limit. Honestly, that is way more practical than just shooting fireballs. It was the ultimate escape tool. Clack. The lock turned. George was standing right there in the doorway. The customer stepped back inside. Chen, fully solid now but panic-stricken, spun around to face him. Did you forget something?" Chen asked, unaware his skin was still faintly glowing with a fiery hue. "That was too close," Chen thought. 1 second earlier and I would have been busted." George did not even blink. "I caught the scent of an evil god," George thought. I could feel it radiating from miles away. It was a power so dark, so heavy, it felt absolutely suffocating to the soul. He stared intensely at the shopkeeper. I totally underestimated this guy, George realized. Suddenly, he felt a flaming aura exploding from Shen's body like a volcanic eruption. George's nerves snapped, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Why the hell did I come back in here? The pressure was infinitely more terrifying up close. George grit his teeth, fists clenching against the pressure of the evil god's scent. It was crushing the entire coffee shop. George felt like a tiny dinghy about to be capsized by an apocalyptic tsunami. Desperate to break the suffocating tension, Shen chirped. Did you need another coffee?" George forced a terrified smile. "Sure," Shen stammered. "A latte coming right up. Wait, hold on. I think I am out of ingredients. Let me check the back." Shen bolted into the storage room. The second the door latched shut, he started hyperventilating. Did he see it? Does he know? Do I confess? Do I deny everything? He had no idea what the fallout would be if he came clean now. He clutched his head in despair. No, I cannot talk my way out of this. I need a master plan to fool him. Out front, George's shirt was drenched in sweat. He knew the missing ingredients excuse was total bogus. Why would Shen flare his god-tier aura like that for no reason? He wanted me to come back. It was a lure. George's eyes darted to the counter. Shen's phone. It was lying right there, unguarded. George stepped forward. He left this on purpose. It is a message. He unlocked the screen and swiped through the gallery, only to find hundreds of pictures of cats. Just endless scrolling through the camera roll. Swipe after swipe. It is just endless cat spam. Shen is officially obsessed. Wait, he pauses. Amidst the feline overload, one picture feels wrong. A glitch in the matrix, a hidden location marked with a glowing spell circle. His eyes widen as he zooms in on the image. He can only see a fragment, but the geometry is unmistakable. It is a high-tier summoning ritual. He needs answers, and he needs them now. He steels his resolve, focusing every ounce of willpower to decode Shen's cryptic message. Meanwhile, Shen struggles with a heavy grocery haul, kicking open the back door of the cafe. Yo, got the goods. Just give me a second. Silence greets him. He scans the room. Empty. George has vanished. Shen scratches his head in confusion. Where did he go? Then, he spots it. George's phone, abandoned on the counter. Did he leave for an emergency? Cut to the dark dimension from the photo, the exact coordinates of that cursed spell circle. A heavy metal door groans open. George steps into the void, scanning the alien architecture. It actually exists. The air is thick, choking on the vile stench of an other-dimensional deity. A smoky haze swirls through the gloom, obscuring the path ahead. The fog parts to reveal a massive silhouette. A giant lizard monster looms in the darkness, its glowing eyes locking onto George. George grips his umbrella, completely unbothered. He sniffs the air, analyzing the threat. That is not the Lord of Ashes. What is a grunt like you doing here? The beast roars and lunges, George yells, the seed of chaos, and leaps vertically into the air. The monster misses, smashing headfirst into the wall. Boom. An explosion of debris fills the chamber. George touches down on a falling slab of concrete, taps his toe, and relaunches himself skyward. Gravity is just a suggestion. He executes a flawless mid-air backflip. He chants, requisition and concession, third blade. The weapon materializes in his grip. He hurls it down like a thunderbolt. You might be tier 2 on the danger scale. Abnormal, twisted, disastrous, untouchable. But this one shot should delete you. The monster spins around in the smoke, looking up just in time to see its doom. Pure terror fills its eyes. George sticks the landing, while the creature shrieks in agony behind him. He does not look back. Mental command, target the head. The blade punches right through the skull. George stands tall, his eyes snapping open. He recalls the weapon. Requisition and concession. The wounded beast panics, smashing through the ruined wall to flee. George sighs. Useless. As long as you are in this dimension, I cannot miss. He leans casually against the wall and throws the blade blind. The weapon phases out of existence. A split second later. Crack. A roar of impact echoes from the rainy darkness outside. A high-speed chase begins in the pouring rain. George spams the chant. Requisition and concession. Another blade manifests, launching at supersonic speed to tag the monster. He chants again, reloading instantly, firing another spectral weapon into the sky to track the beast. He is turning into a human machine gun. Summon and shoot, until the blade finally snaps back to his hand. George grimaces. This thing is a tank. The cost is adding up. He has already paid with the sensation in 2 fingers, 2 toes, and half his face. 5 direct hits, and it is still moving. The rain pounds down on him mercilessly. He realizes the grim truth. Physical attacks are not cutting it. He cannot kill it this way. My DPS is too low, he mutters. I need a sorcerer for this kind of boss fight. He pops his umbrella open, strolling calmly through the wreckage. Wonder how that Baron guy is holding up. He brings a hand to his earpiece. Intel check. The seed of chaos is definitely kin to the Lord of Ashes. The residual energy screams haze of the White Shore. And this whole Baranda operation, it has a massive cast of characters. He activates the comms to report. I am drafting a final dossier for the Bureau. Tell the anti-magic suits to escalate this target's threat level. Mark him as an absolute taboo for now. Cut to 2 months later. A tempest screams through the city. A crimson streak tears across the skyline, skimming the rooftops like a living comet, threading the needle through a window, and zooming straight into the Musselman Cafe. Snap. Shen snatches the flame with a bare hand. He freezes, processing the sudden influx of data. Maximum range achieved. 985 feet. The flame acts as his spiritual surveillance drone. He hears the voices. He sees the faces of every soul it passed. A vivid 4K movie projecting directly into his cortex. Eyes snap open. Phase 2. Engage. He raises a hand, chanting an ancient incantation before slapping the counter. Poof. His hand dissolves into a swirling vortex of smoke. But mere haze is not enough. Shen analyzes the failure. I need instant vaporization to master this technique. He shakes the smoky limb. This form is too rigid. It refuses to expand. It refuses to contract. He sighs heavily. Still have a mountain of work to do. Only his right arm morphed, but his left hand? He summons a scorching flame. One side for brawling, the other for burning. 2 completely opposing skill trees. He figures that wraps up the grind for today's cultivation arc. Later, while staring at the ceiling, a realization strikes him. George has been ghosting the cafe for days, and business is plummeting into the abyss without him. Shen lies there, waiting for his golden goose to return, just so he can get that cash flow circulating again. He recalls the heavy lore he dropped on George about the secrets of his homeworld. George always looked like he was downloading the mysteries of the universe. Completely locked in. Shen knows it is clutch having another powered-up ally in this realm. If his cover ever shatters and the mob comes hunting, maybe George will watch his 6. He squeezes his eyes shut, trying to manifest that reality. Please, do not let it be wishful thinking. Boom. Suddenly, flaming tunnels crash down around him like meteors. Thud. Thud. Shen stands there, bewildered by the shift. Is this a dreamscape? Is the entire world crafted from soot and ash? Is this the Lord of Ash's domain? He spins around. Anna is just standing there. He creeps behind her, analyzing the anomaly. Is she the dreamer constructing this? A wicked, intrusive thought sparks in his mind. If this is her headspace, I am basically a god here. He reaches out and squishes her cheeks like soft dough. They stand together, watching the inferno rage. But Shen senses the connection fading. This dream is on a strict timer. He has only seen this realm once in 2 entire months. An incredibly rare drop rate. What triggers this event? Whatever. Time to log out. He pats Anna's head. Peace out. Poof. Gone. Back in reality, Anna jolts awake, screaming the Lord's name in pure terror. Flashback. She attempted an astral projection ritual right before crashing. She tried to ping the Lord of Ashes, and she thinks she actually connected. She winks, one eye shut, straining to check her own back. It is burning up like crazy. Why does it feel like molten lava? She twists around. Boom. A brand from the Lord himself is seared into her skin. She is absolutely shook. Meanwhile, outside in the pouring rain, a figure in a black hooded robe is on the move. Inside the cafe, Chen paces a hole in the floor, muttering. He has never actually spoken to this girl, but he has seen her 3 times now. Every encounter has been a total glitch in the Matrix. Outside, the hooded figure stops dead. Time to enter. Chen is still monologuing. Honestly, better to keep our relationship virtual. Thank God Anna and her cultist crew do not have my address. One slip-up, one dox, and his life becomes a living hell. Creak. The door swings open. A hooded figure steps across the threshold. It is Anna. Chen does not even look up from his prep work. Welcome. She turns toward his voice. Chen glances up, and his heart instantly drops into his stomach. Panic mode engaged. This is bad. The shadow mask is stashed in the backroom drawer. He whips around, desperately hiding his face. What can I get you? Anna recoils, her damp hood shifting in confusion. You are asking? Me? She stammers. Chen grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. How on earth did she track him down? They have never exchanged a single word. The logic is simply not adding up. Do these cultists have GPS hacks, prophecies, or some kind of cheat code? He needs to bluff, fast, while still facing the wall. He drops his voice to a mysterious bass register. So, you have finally arrived. A mental smirk plays in his mind. He has appeared as a god twice now. She must be losing her mind right now, standing before her idol. She just stares at his back, totally lost. Who are you? Chen turns around, ready to perform. He feigns total shock. Oh. What brings you here? But the tension instantly leaves the room. Anna just replies flatly, I do not need anything. Chen strokes his chin, processing the data. Okay, she is not hostile. He did save her life twice, after all. You look beat. How about a coffee? My treat. Whatever you want. She hesitates. I do not know much about coffee. He softens his tone. Vanilla latte. It is sweet and simple, perfect for someone your age. She rolls with the suggestion, but as she spins around to leave, her gut screams that this whole situation is totally suspicious. Who is this creepy adult? And does he seriously know her preferences? While she is stressing out, Chen just cracks a smug, mysterious little smile. Anna was completely spaced out, her brain still buffering from that unexpected glimpse of her deity. She slumped into the chair, trying to figure out why the cafe reeked of that heavy, twisted aroma unique to the Lord of Ashes. It was suffocating, and honestly, it was ticking her off. She needed to know who this barista guy really was. Chen returned, sliding a vanilla latte onto the table, and casually noted that she was probably dying to know why he was hanging around. Anna shot him a look that was equal parts shock and confusion before dropping a bomb. I can literally feel the Lord of Ashes' aura radiating from this very spot. Hearing that, Shen's eyes went dead. Then, he mentally rolled them a full 360 degrees. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. She still had not connected the dots. Internally, he admitted defeat. He definitely carried the scent and had zero clue how to scrub it off. So, the charade had to go on. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to the grind. There was no way he could just announce, hey, I am the Lord of Ashes, straight to her face. Trying to maintain a divine persona while pulling espresso shots, 9 to 5? Impossible. But since she was still guessing, he figured he could pivot. New role, the divine messenger, the guy on speed dial with God. Anna took a sip of the latte. Her cheeks flushed pink as she licked the foam from her lips, murmuring about how sweet and cold it was. Chen tossed a towel right over her head, telling her to dry off that soaking wet hair. Turning his back to her to prep the next brew maximum cool points, he declared, the Lord of Ashes sees everything. Suddenly, the door hinges screamed in protest. George stumbled in. He looked like he had just walked out of a slaughterhouse, clothes drenched in fresh blood. Chen nearly jumped out of his skin, sweating buckets. Did George just survive a war zone? Then, the realization hit him like a truck. Did George just crawl out of a war zone? Then, the realization hit Chen like a freight train. Anna was still sitting right there, frozen in panic mode. He had to keep these two natural enemies apart at all costs. Cold sweat drenched his back. He pointed frantically toward the back room, plastering on a weird, strained smile as he practically shoved George inside to take a seat. George was absolutely floored. To him, Chen was playing 4D chess. He marveled at how the shop owner had predicted his arrival, and even prepped an interrogation room in advance. Filled with respect, he nodded and followed orders. George collapsed onto the sofa, exhaust taking over. Chen took the chair opposite him, calm as a monk. George didn't waste time pretending. He assumed Chen already knew he was a Fed from the Anti-Magic Bureau. The brass called them defenders of civilization. But George was real about it. He knew the truth. They were just cannon fodder, meat for the grinder on the front lines. Chen gave a sympathetic nod, agreeing that it sounded rough, but his eyes darted nervously to the main room. Anna was aggressively drying her hair, the towel completely masking her face. Chen silently thanked every star in the heavens that George hadn't clocked her. He probably thought she was just some random girl hiding from the rain. George cut straight to the chase. He needed a favor. Chen flashed his best customer service smile, insisting he'd brew a fresh coffee first. Business could wait until after the first sip. George wondered if caffeine was some sacred ritual in this shop, but he didn't complain. Chen slipped out, shutting the door tight. Peeking through the crack with a mischievous grin, he whispered that George was definitely paying extra for that drink. Door secured. Chen leaned back and muttered, "What are the astronomical odds?" Realizing he had to extract one particular customer immediately, he ghosted up behind Anna and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Was the cult the reason she was here? Anna's face went blank as the brand on her back seared with heat. She looked up at Chen with desperate eyes, explaining that the cult was being slaughtered by a black ops mission known as Operation Hush Strike. She needed to summon the Lord of Ashes, and fast. Chen asked for details on Hush Strike, then immediately switched gears. He told her to put her absolute faith in the Lord to handle this mess. He moved with theatrical purpose, striking a dramatic pose right in front of her table. He raised a hand like a deity commanding the elements, and boomed that fear was unnecessary. She only needed to trust the Lord's power, for their golden age was dawning at any moment. Anna pressed her lips together, breaking into a nervous sweat. She replied that she didn't totally get it, but it sounded absolutely epic. Chen doubled down. The Lord of Ashes had her back. Victory was guaranteed. He suggested she head home to lay low. She stood up, fully convinced by the act. Once she was gone, Chen walked back to George with the steaming coffee, apologizing for the delay and asking what this big favor was. George reached into his blood-stained jacket, pulled out a photo, and slammed it onto the table. He was here to hunt down the girl in this picture. He suspected she was a cultist. He warned that these fanatics were a massive threat to the Order of Veranda, a threat the Bureau intended to liquidate. He handed the photo to Chen. The moment Chen looked at it, his brain froze solid. His eyes rolled back into his head, his soul screaming internally at this cosmic joke. Staring at the photo, Chen realized the terrifying irony. Why would he help George hunt her down? He was literally her accomplice. He was caught in a vice, trapped by circumstances he dared not reveal to either faction. With a stiff nod, he agreed to the hunt. Though he harbored a secret agenda, he had to secure the target first. George scrutinized the photo, but it was a pixelated disaster. Male or female, impossible to tell. The image was a blur of digital noise. Worse yet, this phantom child had left zero footprint on the streets. A ghost in the machine. Seeking Chen was the winning move. But in this underworld, every miracle carries a heavy price tag. Chen offered only a fox-like smile, telling him to mark the debt as a future favor. George's expression hardened into stone, arms crossed defensively. He would rather burn a mountain of gold than owe a vague debt to a shadow like Chen. No. A rare artifact would settle the score. Clean. Transactional. He rose, vowing to return with the tribute in a few days. Chen just waved him off, that inscrutable grin never fading. The latch clicked. Instantly, Shen's mask crumbled as he gripped his hair in a fit of anxiety. He muttered reassurances to himself, but deep down, he knew he was spiraling into the abyss. Meanwhile, bathed in the deceptive brilliance of the midday sun, Jana sat perched on the roof edge, overlooking the canopy. Baron's voice sliced through the air. She whirled around, bowing with the instinctive deference of a subordinate. Baron approached, probing her thoughts. Her face flushed crimson, tension locking her jaw, and she nervously tapped her fingertips together, the very picture of timidity, before forcing a bright smile. She prayed she could squeeze a little more gold from this stone. She pleaded her case. 8 hungry siblings waited at home, and survival was not free. Eyes averted, she whispered of the last mission. Her classmates had ended up in the emergency room. This job reeked of danger. Surely, the hazard pay should match the risk. Baron feigned pity, yet he acknowledged her tenacity. She had zero talent, but her survival instinct was elite. With a sigh, he authorized the raise. Gianna practically levitated with joy. Baron scoffed internally, judging the commoner's obsession with currency, believing the esteemed VIP at the cafe would never concern themselves with such trivialities. Then his demeanor shifted. The time for the ritual was now. Scene shift. Darkness swallowed the room whole. Baron sat within the arcane circle. Steel met flesh as he drove a blade through his palm, sending crimson splattering, dripping onto the runes as he invoked the Ancient One, the Nameless, the Unfathomable, the void beyond the stars. He called upon the abyss, pouring his agony and despair into the circle to forge a bridge between worlds. He stood ready to embrace absolute light or absolute darkness. His only prayer was for the entity to descend and grant his heart's singular desire. In the shadows, Janna trembled like a leaf in a storm, plugging her ears to block out the madness. The air screamed. Baron's doppelganger materialized from the ether, cloaked in smoke and crackling thunder. This entity bore raven-black hair, a dark mirror to Baron's own. The apparition observed him with cold indifference, debating whether to intervene, realizing Baron had no idea how to truly weave the spell of resurrection. Baron continued his blind chant to the White Shore Mist and the World Controller, acknowledging the entity's god-tier status, but his mortal mind was too shallow to comprehend the feedback. The double stood silent, realizing Baron was incapable of unlocking these supernatural cheats. Gliding forward, the double whispered, asking if his summoner craved true power. Then he realized Baron was blind to his presence. The summoner just gritted his teeth, eyes sealed shut in desperation. He screamed his desires into the void, demanding absolute power, and his soul hungered for that forbidden, hypnotic knowledge. The double, shrouded in smoke, murmured a dark bargain. The wish is a go, but only if the sacrifice is worthy. He paused in front of Yifu, snapped a photo of her unconscious form, and then turned to capture more shots. The real Baron rose to his feet, declaring he had an offering to satisfy the gods, and held out a simple silver ring. The impostor swiped it from Baron's finger, his inner thoughts dripping with disdain. Yeah, looks like silver. But knowing Baron was broke, he really should have pawned this for next month's rent instead. Outside, a silhouette approached the door and shoved it open with crushing force. Inside, the impostor watched Baron closely, calculating what fake incantation he should spit out next to keep the con going. Meanwhile, the real Baron remained on his knees, terrified and eager for the dark secrets about to descend. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the swirling smoke and darkness, crying out, "Father!" Baron's eyes snapped open. Was that Yifu? She cracked one eye open, scanning the dim room, asking who was there, but seeing a massive shadow looming over her, terror seized her, and she collapsed to the floor. Yifu stumbled toward Baron, whispering that she had been trapped in a long, never-ending nightmare. Someone had been waiting in that dream, calling her name, begging her to return. It felt like an eternity, but a sudden chill had finally snapped her awake. Hearing this, the impostor just smirked, hiding his shock. Did Baron actually pull off a resurrection? How the hell did he actually do it? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Did this fool actually learn something real from the free and easy wandering teachings? He honestly had no clue how Baron succeeded, but the result was pure gold. Now, Baron is convinced more than ever that Shen is a literal, living god. The entity began to fade into thin air, leaving behind a final, heavy promise. If the offering makes the cut, a sweet reward awaits. But there is a catch. Next time they summon him, the sacrifice better be high tier. No cheap trash allowed. Baron scrambled to his feet, eyes darting frantically for the disappearing figure, completely bewildered by the sudden demand for a greater sacrifice. Talk about a tough critic. It seemed today's offering was barely an appetizer, and the entity was far from satisfied. He had locked away that forbidden lore. But then, Yifu dropped a bombshell on her father. She mentioned feeling a strange, comforting warmth in the air. It was like a guardian angel watching from the fog, making her feel safe amidst the chaos. Baron's jaw clenched, his eyes shifting nervously. She was being watched by the haze of the White Shore. A twisted, sinister grin crept up his face as he stared into the void. The gears turned in his mind. If he sacrificed Yifu, he could unlock god-tier forbidden magic. The dark thought totally consumed him for a split second. Yifu, sensing the shift in his aura, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Dad, what's wrong?" Tears instantly welled in Baron's eyes. He screamed her name, spinning around to crush her in a desperate bear hug. "I'm so sorry. I won't let anyone touch you, never again." He swore that nothing in this world would take her away from him. Yifu beamed, promising she wasn't going anywhere. Suddenly, boom. Baron sensed a massive presence. His face twisted in pure rage. He squared up against a blinding, colorful pillar of light that shot vertically through the hall. He roared into the abyss, addressing the controller of worlds, the magnificent Lord of the Haze. "I'll get you a better tribute next time. Just stop obsessing over my daughter." Chen, watching from the endless void, could only facepalm in disbelief. "Dude, I literally glanced at her for a split second. Talk about a drama queen. Did he really need to crash out like that?" Meanwhile, back within the swirling smoke, the perspective shifted. Baron was on his knees, cowering as his partner towered over him like a judgment god. The Hush Strikes approached me days ago seeking an alliance, the partner declared coldly. They offered a catastrophe-tier mystery relic as tribute. Baron gestured wildly, pleading his case. I despise dealing with cultists, but my hands are tied. Back in reality, Chen phased into his cafe, allowing his hazy form to evaporate. He let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. One thing was certain, his stats were definitely buffed. Naturally, the thought crossed his mind. If this is merely mid-tier power, what does the endgame ability actually look like? Tapping his foot with impatient energy, he initiated the de-transformation sequence. He watched his right arm morph, shrinking back from a monstrosity into a regular human hand. Man, what a waste, he thought. He still couldn't figure out how to utilize the ring Baron gave him. Another deep sigh escaped him. He was a total noob when it came to these supernatural mechanics. Rubbing his chin, he pondered the absurdity. Do they actually expect me to grind at work just to afford expensive occult textbooks? Smack. He slapped his own face in frustration. Get it together. That's not very god tier. That is straight up corporate slave mentality. Gripping his chin, a new thought formed. Maybe I should just hit up George and let him explain the ring mechanics. Whatever works. He snatched his custom raincoat off the rack and shook it out with a snap. Time to head out and flex the new purchase. Dang. Expensive custom gear really hits different, he noted happily, admiring the vibrant colors. Mask on, hat on. Chen stepped into the alleyway, marching through the downpour. The heavens had opened up, raining cats and dogs out there. He hopped onto the bus, his brain ticking like a clock. The last time Baron summoned him, he'd snapped some intel shots of a building through the dimensional window, raincoat off, dry seat secured. He whipped out his phone to swipe rapidly through the gallery. That building was likely lurking on the edge of South Bay Randa. Zooming in on the photo, he made a sharp deduction. If he wasn't tripping, those towering walls featured a glass walkway acting as an observation deck. This international hub was split into 4 distinct zones. Bay Randa, the gilded moneymaker and trade center. West Bay Randa, the seat of absolute power housing Nolan's palace, home to the prime ministers, the high councils, and the government bigwigs. Then East Bay Randa, factory central for the working class. And finally, South Bay Randa, a chaotic mix of condos, heavy industry, and shady shops. Massive, imposing walls separated the districts. You couldn't just stroll across. Regular folks needed high-level government clearance just to cross the border. Fast forward a bit. Chen stood on the high bridge, the rain battering his coat, a hand concealing his mouth. He spotted a dark-haired girl standing nearby, wrapped in a blue raincoat. Who else is crazy enough to be on an observation deck in this lousy weather? Just him. The girl turned. Her internal radar went screaming off. She had never sensed anyone this powerful in this dimension. Chen, glued to his binoculars, decided to ignore her entirely. He had bigger fish to fry. Bingo. This is the right angle. He had to wonder, did Baron have a secret side hustle? Besides being a sorcerer, the guy gave off serious long-con energy. Chen needed dirt on Baron's victims. Once he possessed that intel, he could drop divine secrets that would absolutely shatter their minds. He twisted the focus dial, whispering his master plan to himself. That was the absolute last resort to keep his cover intact, summoning a deity from another dimension. For Baron, crossing that line was strictly forbidden. One single mistake and Shen would uncover the truth, reporting straight to George. Instant game over. His sharp gaze shifted toward the bus stop, locking onto a girl stepping onto the transport. Recognition flashed instantly. She was the one who had collapsed earlier. Judging by her outfit, she was undoubtedly a student. Regardless of the destination, that route passed directly by the prestigious Ben Empire Academy. The age aligned too perfectly. Shen realized Baron had to be hiding in plain sight, masquerading as a student within those walls. He spun around, catching a glimpse of a blue raincoat mere feet away, standing silent on the observatory deck amidst the torrential downpour. She was definitely concealing a secret. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. He was spiraling, letting paranoia cloud his judgment. She was a nobody, completely irrelevant. Time to vanish. But as he walked away, the girl's eyes drilled into his retreating back. Her senses flared violently. The vile stench of the Lord of Ashes hung thick and suffocating in the air. Who the hell was this guy beneath the surface? She squeezed her eyes shut, suppressing the rising urge. She had been mere inches away from snapping and unsheathing her blade right then and there. Right on cue, George arrived, umbrella in hand. He sized her up, questioning if this was the rookie partner fate had stuck him with. You must be the high schooler, Su Ling, correct? She spun around, ready to set the record straight instantly. College, she snapped back. Freshman at Ben Empire Academy. George shut his eyes, looking like a massive migraine was about to hit. Nolan is officially screwed, he muttered under his breath. He could not believe the Anti-Magic Bureau had teamed him up with a kid who likely still needed a hall pass. I need to retire. But Su Ling was not having it. I am in college. I am 17. I skipped a grade, George retorted. Okay, so age-wise you are a high schooler, she practically screamed in response. I am a college student. George jammed a finger into his ear, grimacing at the sheer volume. Suling glared daggers, her knuckles turning white as she clenched her fists in rage. I am a B-rank investigator, she hissed. 10 years of combat experience before I even signed the papers. I might be new to this division, but do not dare treat me like some helpless rookie. George let out a dry, resigned chuckle. All right. Message received. College student. Then, his expression instantly hardened. But honestly, it does not matter if you are in high school or med school. We have much bigger problems. Suling immediately dropped the attitude, her expression shifting to one of innocent curiosity. She listened intently as George dropped the bombshell. The city was standing on the brink of destruction. The cult was already preparing for yet another dark ritual. They had selected a high-value sacrifice for a ceremony at a downtown club. Suling's eyes widened in realization. Fill me in on the way, she ordered sharply. George blinked, utterly confused by the shift. Where exactly are you going? I am starving, she chirped, her innocence fully restored. You are buying. George balked at the demand. Excuse me? Why am I paying? Suling held up a finger. 1. Respect your elders. No, wait. Respect the youth. I am the newbie. You are the veteran. It is standard etiquette. She ticked off a second finger. 2. You are a higher rank. Better wage, killer benefits, and fat annual bonuses. Do the math. George facepalmed hard. Fine, my treat. He sighed in defeat. We are going to my usual spot. I need you to meet someone there anyway. Suling pouted but shrugged in agreement. Whatever, as long as the food keeps coming. The scene cuts to Chen. Hot water blasted down, washing away the grime of the day. Man, that feels better, he muttered to himself. Next stop, the library. But as he scrubbed, a dark, smoky haze drifted ominously off his hair. He thought back to his last visit. Last time, a simple bribe secured the book. But tonight? Tonight he was just going to borrow the guy's face. Literally. George burst through the entrance, shattering the peace of the coffee shop. Hello? Anybody home? Shen's voice drifted out, laced with irritation. George? What are you doing here? We've got a customer, George bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Shen grabbed a towel, frantically making himself decent. He kicked the sliding door open, hair dripping wet from a shower. Suling had already discarded her raincoat, her sharp eyes scanning every corner. Thought you said there was a guy here? She asked, her tone flat and unimpressed. Door's unlocked, George replied casually. He's lurking around somewhere. Shen finally stepped into view, looking utterly exasperated. Seriously, George? In this torrential downpour? At the sound of that voice, Suling spun around. Shen flashed his best, dazzling customer service smile. You must really be craving this coffee, old man. But Suling didn't smile. She froze. That scent, heavy, oppressive, suffocating. The Lord of Ashes was standing right in front of her. Her eyes locked onto him, and reality fractured. Suddenly, she wasn't in a cozy cafe. She was back there, a crimson tome consumed by infernal flames. Shen's manic, malevolent laughter echoing through the void. Fire ripping through a red-roofed house, a sword crackling with violet lightning, plunged deep into something burning alive. The memory didn't just hurt, it burned. Suling bit her lip until it nearly bled, rage boiling over like magma. If she could just end them all right now. Oblivious to her internal crisis, Shen tilted his head innocently. Does the Anti-Magic Bureau hire child labor now? Aren't you still in high school? Suling's face went stone cold. She said nothing. George's warning played in her mind like a broken record. Just observe, he had told her on the way over. Don't engage. Just watch him. Remembering that command, she scrunched her face tight, biting her lip to suppress a primal scream. Finally, she let out a furious huff and dropped the bombshell. She was a college student. George barely held back a snort. Leaning in toward Shen, he whispered loud enough for the whole room to hear. Freshman year. Basically still a high schooler. She is 17. Same difference. Suling just stared daggers at him, her expression deadpan and lethal. All right, intro's over, George said, cutting the tension with a wave of his hand. Let's get down to business. He brought up the target he needed Shen to track, but Shen just pointed at the counter. Coffee first. Intel later. Fine. Another latte. George sighed in defeat. While Shen nodded, Suling was already burying her nose in the menu. Her eyes literally sparkled as she gazed at the pictures. She started rattling off a royal feast. Mousse cake, chicken sandwich, tiramisu, fresh cream cake, egg tarts, donuts, macarons. Then, she dropped the mic. Make it double. 2 of everything. Shen shrank back, looking up at this bottomless pit disguised as a girl. And what kind of coffee do you want? I don't know. Coffee. You pick, she shrugged nonchalantly. Shen smirked, accepting the challenge. In that case, leave it to me. I'll whip up something you'll love. She nodded, and Shen spun around to start prep. Shen was mentally counting the profits, but George was sweating bullets. You realize you're wasting food, right? Whatever I don't eat, I bag up. She shot back instantly. George squeezed his eyes shut, pained. Kid, you don't order a feast at a coffee shop. It's not filling and costs a fortune. Your treat, remember? George went dead silent. She started ticking off fingers, listing his perks like a savage. Grade A investigator. You make more than 99% of the population. Free housing, full health care for the whole family tree, tuition covered, travel comped, plus those fat mission bonuses. She leaned in, eyes narrowing. Can't you just expense this to the bureau? We are on the clock finding Shen, aren't we, George? George let out a heavy, defeated sigh. The perks are great, if you survive long enough to retire, he sighed, eyeing her critically. But you're a grade B hunter. Why are you so distinctively broke? She shut her eyes, dodging the reality check. I have expenses. The camera cuts to the table, groaning under a literal mountain of high-end pastries. While she inhaled the food like a human vacuum, George sat at the next table, back turned to her, facing Shen. George lowered his voice, the air turning serious. Any leads on my request? I know Brenda is a total mess right now. How much do you actually know? Shen probed, his eyes narrowing. That's it. That's all we've got, George admitted grimly. If this goes south, we're talking about a dimensional god. Total unpredictability. Even if it's not evil, its mere presence would liquefy a normal human's brain. George wiped cold sweat from his brow, eyes shut tight against the horror. Worst case scenario? Shen just rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. If the ritual is that massive, how does the cult sacrifice a whole city without the entire world watching? Shen went quiet, his mind flashing back to Anna's warning about a new sacrificial ritual. The Chaos Cult doesn't have the juice for that, he calculated. Anna had mentioned they were being hunted. By Hush Strike. Shen's sweat dropped, testing the waters. You know them. A chill ran down George's spine. This guy knows everything. Yeah, he managed, voice trembling. Hush Strike. They hit the Anti-Magic Bureau hard. Heavy casualties. No idea what their endgame is. But if they aren't trying to nuke the city with a sacrifice, they're tomorrow's problem. George slid a mysterious box across the table. I owed you one. This wipes the slate clean. Shen looked wary. Does taking this mean I have to hunt down Anna for you? Just keep it, George insisted. In the background, Suling had decimated the feast. Only crumbs and a few scraps remained. George turned back to the devastation. Did you turn down the job because it's too much heat? I'm not helping, Shen stated flatly. But I will say this. The girl in the photo? She's not the enemy. Chaos, Cult, and Hush Strike are at each other's throats right now. That info is on the house. George stood up, nodding solemnly. Understood. Thanks for the tip, he signaled Suling. Let's roll. Suling, mid-bite of ice cream, waved at Shen. Box this up. Shen gave a polite, plastic smile. Sorry, no takeout boxes here. Suling froze, horrified. She whipped her head around to glare at George, who just closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Cut to George watching in shock as Suling angrily speed eats every last cupcake and sandwich out of pure spite. Rain lashed down as Shen stood looming outside the academy, clad in a slick raincoat and muttering to the storm. One goal. The library. Just past this checkpoint lay a treasure trove of over 700,000 volumes. No student ID? No problem. He'd just vaporize into mist and ghost his way in through the restroom vents. In that form, physics didn't apply. He could breeze through the tiniest hairline fracture, making a security window look like an open barn door. Big mistake. He materialized straight into the girl's bathroom. Cue the scream. Cue the immediate, stinging slap across the face. Moments later, he was chilling outside, wearing a stolen face and a fresh uniform, borrowing someone else's identity. Way too convenient. He breezed into the library, eyes scanning the shelves, hunting for one specific tome. Bingo. He cracked it open, needing dirt on the Chaos Cult, but as he started reading, cold sweat began to drip. These fanatics hadn't just prayed. They'd actually summoned the legendary Lord of Ashes. The text described pure apocalypse, oceans boiling into steam, skies choked with smog. The earth itself was scorched into a barren wasteland of black ash. Shen clenched his fists, realizing the ocean-wide gap between his current strength and that legendary power. Centuries ago, this demonic cult possessed enough might to bring an entire kingdom to its knees. They obliterated the imperial military, leaving nothing but a river of corpses in their wake. They executed the king, plundered the national treasury, and seized the royal women as spoils of war. It was a living nightmare. They were the undisputed sovereigns of darkness on the second-largest continent. But even legends bleed. The Holy Corona Church descended and nearly wiped their existence from the history books. Shen slammed the tome shut and returned it to the shelf. They were just a washed-up sect that had peaked ages ago. His eyes scanned the row until he snagged another title, The Silent Language by Yale Verde. A relic from 100 years ago. It was safe to assume the author was long dead. But here lay the cruel truth. While some cults thrived on divine blessings, most followers received nothing, making recruitment a grueling task. The only way to forge an undying army was to exploit the one thing all mortals shared, the paralyzing fear of death. That was the true horror behind the technique known as the Hush Strike. It wasn't fueled by monsters. It was driven by ordinary humans conducting rituals that defied all laws of nature. Their deity was the embodiment of eternal winter, a symbol of absolute silence, finality, and the grave. Just as Shen immersed himself in the dark lore, footsteps crept up behind him. He continued reading, oblivious. The Hush Strike rituals began by slaughtering a chosen sacrifice. The gift received in return was eternal peace and silence. Truly disturbingly twisted arts. But Shen paused, a dark thought crossing his mind. Was sacrificing a single soul truly evil if it meant saving an entire city? Suddenly, logic shattered. A chill ran down his spine. Someone was watching him. He spun around, cold sweat forming on his brow. The stalker was none other than Baron. Baron stared him down with piercing eyes, calling him Yi. He dropped a bomb. Aren't you supposed to be on sick leave? Shen froze, his eyes squeezing shut in panic. In his carelessness, he had completely forgotten whose face he was wearing. He frantically scratched his head, his mind racing for an excuse, while Baron repeated the stolen name. Shen cursed internally. Of all the students to impersonate, he had picked the one person this dangerous man actually knew. What were the odds? It felt like he had walked straight into a tiger's den. He plastered on a shaky smile, pretending that running into a teacher was a pleasant surprise. Shen sized Baron up. The man's scholarly air was suffocating, masking a hidden depth that threw Shen off balance. He laughed it off, lying through his teeth. Oh, I am feeling much better, actually. Just here to meet a friend. Suddenly, he grabbed his forehead, feigning a dizzy spell. Oof. Actually, maybe the fever is returning. I should probably bounce. Baron didn't look convinced. His voice was cold. You should be resting, especially in this torrential downpour. Then, Baron's sharp gaze locked onto the book in Shen's hand. The Silent Language. You are into the occult arts now? Shen chuckled nervously, trying to play it cool. It is super interesting. I know it is fake, but it reads like a top-tier fantasy novel. I cannot put it down. Baron raised a skeptical eyebrow. Funny, you never show this much dedication in my mathematics class. Critical hit. Shen immediately shoved the book back on the shelf and tried to shuffle away. Yeah, really not feeling well. Gotta go. Mind if I walk with you? Baron asked, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Shen stopped dead in his tracks. He squeezed his eyes shut, defeated. Sure. The scene shifted to the corridor, the silence between them deafening. Baron paused. Hold up a second. I need to drop something off in the activity room. Shen stood behind him, heart pounding like a war drum, keeping his eyes closed to hide his tension. No problem. He peeked one eye open, watching Baron like a hawk. Never in a million years did I expect to run into him here. Is Baron seriously just a math professor at this academy? Or is he something far more sinister? That sidekick he had earlier, was that truly just a student? The Baranda Empire Academy isn't just a school. It is the absolute apex of this world's academic hierarchy. A top-tier sanctuary. If Baron holds a tenure here, he is undeniably walking among the true elites of high society. Just look at that expression. A perfect mask of indifference. I would bet my life the faculty has no idea they are harboring a dangerous warlock living a double life. Speak of the devil. Baron approaches, collapsing his umbrella with practiced elegance. My apologies for the wait. His voice is smooth as silk. Let us move. We begin our trek across the rain-soaked campus. Baron walks comfortably under his umbrella, leaving me to trail behind in my drenched raincoat. However, something feels wrong. Why is he bundled in heavy winter layers amidst this suffocating humidity? I stare at his thick coat, and suddenly, it clicks. The dark arts. Astral projection. Tampering with cursed relics destroys the physical body. He is paying the price for violating the laws of nature. That is why he is freezing to death from the inside out. I stop dead in my tracks. I decide to test him right now. Hey, I have been reading up on the occult lately. That book, The Silent Language, it is total trash, with zero value. Baron stops instantly. He does not flinch. You are correct, he replies, his tone cold as ice. Silence hangs heavy between us as I keep my eyes glued to his back. I just checked the club room, Baron states, his voice devoid of emotion. Yaz is safe at home. He reaches into his coat and flicks a scrap of paper into the pouring rain. Astral projection is quite handy, is it not? A shame it only works on the weak and powerless. The paper hits the mud with a wet thud. The ink dissolves instantly, but the raindrops hitting it do not splash. They They hover, transforming into shimmering, pearl-like spheres. Baron turns to face me. I have cleared the area. There will be no interruptions. His gaze hardens into a glare. 2 questions. He drills holes into my soul with his stare. Who are you? And what do you want? Speak. Cold sweat begins to trickle down my spine. I remain silent. Baron snaps his fingers. Snap. And gravity simply ceases to exist. The raindrops freeze in midair. Absolute silence reigns. He sneers. Fine. I can interrogate your corpse just as easily. Above our heads, a massive glowing glyph ignites with blinding mana. It sucks in the rain, forming an impenetrable dome. A perfect barrier separating us from the world. I look up, terrified, as the magic circle expands until it completely engulfs the entire school block. Have you made up your mind? Baron warns. A lethal rune burns into his right hand, ready to fire. But suddenly, he freezes. A scent hits him. Thick, ominous fog erupts from where I am standing. Baron's eyes go wide with horror. He knows this smell. It is the haze of the White Shore. He starts shaking, gritting his teeth. He remembers the terror of sensing the outer god during the summoning. That was full power. The familiar he hunted was merely 10% of that glory. But this energy signature, it lies somewhere in between. Stronger than a mere monster, yet not quite the god itself. The spell circle shatters into nothingness. The rain crashes down again. I apologize, Baron stammers, panic rising in his voice. I joined Hush Strike temporarily. I thought you were with the Anti-Magic Bureau. It was just a test. I did not mean any harm. Hidden within the mist, I realized the truth of his words. You sense the god simply because I shifted into this form. It all makes sense now. Every time I toggle these godlike powers, I am leaking divine energy, like a blinding beacon. Georgiana, they all felt it. That is why Suin looked so terrified back at the observatory. I deepen my voice, playing the part perfectly. I am the herald, bound to serve the Great One. Tell me, why align yourself with Hush Strike? Baron drops to his knees in total submission, only for the catastrophic class relic they promised. I intended to offer it as a tribute to your magnificent god. He is shouting now, desperate for mercy. Even if I receive no divine knowledge, I beg of you, spare me. I implore the Great One. Avert his gaze from my daughter. Spare her life. I close my eyes, sealing the pact. It is understood. The deity issues a fresh command. Compile every scrap of intelligence regarding Hush Strike. Encrypt it all within the silent language. The Baron wavers in hesitation. But, for what purpose? My eyes ignite with a terrifying, eldritch light. He recoils in fear. Bowing low, his spirit utterly broken, he submits. It shall be done as you command. I brush past him, leaving a shivering wreck in the downpour. He remains rooted to the spot, eyes shut tight, cold sweat mingling with the falling rain. Forgive me, old friend, he whispers into the empty void. It seems destiny demands I play the traitor once more. His jaw clenches with grim resolve. His pride screams in protest, but his daughter's life outweighs all honor. He steps onto the path of darkness. The scene shifts. I sit alone in a cafe, head buried in my hands, the weight of exhaustion crushing down on me. Gaze fixed on the table, frustration bubbles up. Where the hell is George? He has completely ghosted our meeting. Chen's mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Hush Strike plots to wipe the board clean before the ritual can even commence. He must warn George immediately. And then, there is the volatile situation with Anna. Memories resurface. 2 days ago, freshly released from the academy, he never expected Anna to corner him so late at night. Over tea, she dropped the bomb, the summoning is tonight. And that dark fruit she mentioned? An absolute enigma wrapped in shadows. But as he drowns in these thoughts, a brunette slides into his booth, invading his personal space. With zero boundaries, she immediately starts venting about her best friend, who apparently despises her. I have literally no one else to turn to, she whines. Chen plasters on a polite, practiced smile. If the bond is true, just ask her out. Clear the air between you. Honest conversation fixes drama every time. He punctuates the advice with a charm-laden wink. I have to blast, though. You should probably hurry home. The girl blushes furiously, clutching her heart like a heroine in a romance comic. She stammers her thanks and sprints away, totally smitten by his charisma. Chen checks his screen. 10 minutes remain until midnight. Showtime approaches. The clock strikes 12. Midnight. Silence reigns. No demonic portals open. Chen frowns in confusion. Did something go wrong on Anna's end? The scene cuts to the enemy camp. 11:30 at night. Within the church hall, the high priest, Anna, and 3 hooded figures loom over a cold corpse. It is the doctor, dead as a doornail. The high priest demands answers with a thunderous voice. Who ended him? A brunette priest, on the verge of hyperventilating, confirms the kill. He is truly gone. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Hush Strike eliminated him instantly. The High Priest shoots a sharp glance at Anna. Ice water flows through her veins. She is merely a child, yet she does not flinch. Impressive composure. The High Priest enters full sermon mode. The Lord of Ashes has his gaze upon us. This ascension will elevate the Chaos Cult to God-tier status. We shall be stronger than ever before. The nervous priest jumps on the hype train, fueled by fanaticism. 2 months ago, we witnessed the Lord's greatness. Tonight marks the dawn of a new era. We shall all taste that glory. The High Priest winds up for the finale, but choke. The brunette priest clutches his throat, gurgling as his eyes water in agony. Blood geysers from his mouth. Panic erupts in the pews as the man drops like a sack of potatoes, dead on impact. The mob loses their minds, swarming the fallen body. What is happening? Suddenly, the entire building begins to vibrate. Silence! The High Priest bellows. Do not lose composure. The ritual proceeds. Hush Strike possesses no divine backing. We will crush them beneath our feet. Bam! The great doors fly open. A sentry stumbles in, screaming at the top of his lungs. The guards outside are wasted. Some have simply vanished. I can only detect half the squad, the enemy. They are invisible. The priests begin to sweat bullets. Pure terror suffocates the room. Now, even the High Priest begins to lose his cool. Evacuation protocol initiated. A hooded enforcer roars, panic lacing his voice. Get the boss to safety, now. The security team scrambles, barking orders to extract the High Priest immediately. Chaos erupts. The High Priest's instincts flare, survival mode engaged. He snaps at his detail, eyes sharp. Clear the area, everyone out. We regroup at the North Riverbank. Go. Move or die. He grips Anna's wrist with a vice-like hold. You're with me, kid. Class is in session. And your first lesson starts tonight. Anna stares, wide-eyed and innocent. Where are we going? Is this where we find the divine messenger? She glances back at the entrance. The rain pours, but the world has gone deadly silent. The air grows heavy with killing intent. Her senses scream a warning. Something is coming. Suddenly, boom! The sanctuary is obliterated. Walls and roof disintegrate in a blinding flash of white light and hurricane-force winds. The shockwave ragdolls the priests across the room. Darkness swallows everything. In the void, Anna's body begins to glow. She squeezes her eyes shut, a hollow emptiness clawing at her chest. Floating in the abyss. Is this the domain of the Lord of Ashes? Is the messenger here? Then, reality crashes back in. She wakes up buried under tons of rubble, battered, bruised, but still breathing. Her enhanced physique took the brunt of the impact, but the agony is blinding. Ribs are definitely broken. She flexes an arm, fighting the pain. She has to move. With a primal scream, she bench presses the massive concrete slab off her chest. She sits up, gasping for air. Splawl! A severed hand lands wetly on her arm. She flinches violently, eyes widening at the carnage surrounding her. Was that the High Priest's hand? Anna peers through a jagged gap in the shattered wall. I have to survive. She bolts into the torrential downpour. The mystic sigil branded on her back sears her skin like a hot iron. She lets the burning pain become her compass. Behind her, a crimson gloom swallows the ruins. The agonized shrieks of the faithful pierce the storm. They beg for salvation, chanting praises to the Lord of Ashes, even as the flames consume them. Anna doesn't look back, not even for a second. She sprints toward the only hope left, the place that might house a divine messenger. Meanwhile, inside a cozy coffee shop, Shen leans back, arms crossed. Is the Anti-Magic Bureau mixed up in this mess? If the authorities are involved, Anna is walking into a nightmare. He glances nervously at the door. He could have sworn she was here earlier when he heard that knock, but it was just a stray alley cat. The clock strikes 3 in the morning. Staying awake is pointless now. George will probably drag his carcass in tomorrow regardless. If the Bureau is on the move, Shen needs his rest. Lights out. Outside, Anna stumbles to a halt. Soaked to the bone, she gasps, lungs burning. Finally, I'm here. Her legs give out. She hits the pavement hard. I made it. But she isn't alone. The Hush Strike Squad has arrived. Cloaked in midnight blue robes, they reek of death. They materialize on the rooftop opposite the shop. One assassin brandishes a sword engulfed in flames, locking eyes with Anna. Move it. The sun is rising. We're burning daylight. If anyone inside tries to play the hero, consider it a declaration of war against Hush Strike. He levels his flaming blade at the shop. The script is written. Their fate is sealed. No one defies the Almighty's will. Anna lies cold and helpless on the asphalt. Suddenly, a cat with piercing blue eyes trots over to her body, then glares up at the rooftop assassins. Meow. The cat sticks its tongue out, a total mockery of their deadly aura. One of the hooded killers falters, his composure cracking. His cheeks flush pink under his mask. Oh my god. Look at those toe beans. So cute. He shakes his head violently. Focus, idiot. The mission is absolute. No time for petting sessions. The squad leader radiates silent, boiling fury. The cat just stares back, unblinking. Those eyes. They are a dead ringer for Su Ling's. Suddenly, the shop door shattered outward in a violent explosion. A blinding cataclysm of storm haze and scorching fire tore through the entrance. Raw power flooded the street, a tide of supernatural dread. Even the stray cat hissed, bristling in sheer terror. High above on the roof, the leader froze solid. The crushing weight of that aura brought him to his knees. His eyes went glass. His resolve shattered instantly. As the fiery mist choked the street, his hood fell back, exposing a face drained of blood. Sweat drenched him. Who runs this place? He shrieked. This owner? He is a monster. I can smell it. The scent of two ancient gods warring inside a single vessel. The pressure was suffocating. The entire squad began to shake uncontrollably. Then, the earth itself groaned and cracked apart with dark energy. A titanic, blazing monstrosity clawed its way into reality. The seed of chaos. Beside this beast, the assassins were insects. They stood paralyzed on the roof, jaws unhinged, minds blank. One stuttered out, "What? What the hell is that thing?" Heads sprouted from its flesh like grotesque tumors, boiling the rain into steam before it could touch the ground. "It's the Lord of Ashes familiar," the leader finally snapped. "The seed of chaos. Scatter, run for your lives." One cultist scrambled for cover, risking a glance back. It's massive, he thought. It can't be fast. Dead wrong. The beast became a blur. Its cavernous maw snapped open, lunging straight for the leader. Chomp. The leader's scream ended abruptly in a geyser of crimson. Another member watched in horror. It's too fast. Before he could even blink, razor-sharp claws erupted from the darkness behind him. Splat. He was skewered instantly, misting the air with blood. Meanwhile, a third assassin crouched in the shadows, a smirk twisting his lips. It went for them. Suckers. Now is my chance to ghost. He barely twitched a muscle before the monster hovered directly in his face. The smirk vanished. He couldn't even find his voice. Bisected. His top half slid cleanly off his bottom half. The last survivor pressed his back against the brickwork, trembling violently. Stay quiet. Just stay quiet. The heat spiked. The air grew heavy as lead. Slowly, he turned his head toward the wall. Through a tiny hairline crack in the bricks, a giant, burning eye stared right back at him. Silence followed the slaughter. The rain hammered down once more, washing over Anna's unconscious form. With the squad liquidated, the beast stomped toward the girl. Anna's eyes snapped open. She looked up, gasping. Why? Why is it burning up? The heat was becoming suffocating. Suddenly, a gaping maw loomed over her. She bolted upright, paralyzed by pure primal terror. Monster! Her scream tore through the night air. Scrambling backward in panic, she crab-walked until her spine slammed against the cold wall. Tears blurred her vision as the beast stalked closer, but its body shuddered with a twisted sort of longing. Its gaze locked onto her like a predator finding its master. "Stay back!" She thrust a hand out in desperation. Instantly, the air shimmered. A blinding golden aura erupted from her back. A halo of divine light materialized right on her raised palm. The creature froze mid-step, its jaw hanging slack. Time seemed to stop as the crimson sigil on Anna's back pulsed with light. Boom! The monster dissolved into a swirling inferno, crackling and roaring as the fire took hold. Rain hissed into steam instantly from the searing heat. The fiery mass shrank down and slammed into the pavement with a heavy thud. I did that? Anna stared, stunned. She could command the flame. Her mind raced, grasping at the terrifying legend of the Lord of Ashes, a cosmic entity dwelling in a dimension where golden fire devoured all existence, a realm ignited during the very hour of the apocalypse. 20 massive worlds had already been reduced to nothing but ash and void, an endless, hungry inferno burning from the beginning to the end of time, the eternal flame of absolute ruin. But then, a cruel twist. The monster, still wreathed in fire, began to reform. It started regenerating at a nightmarish speed. Flesh knit itself back together amidst the crackling blaze. It's not over yet. Just a little longer, Anna told herself. Grinding her teeth against the pain, she could not surrender now. If she just held on, she could incinerate this abomination for good. But as the beast took a step forward, darkness swallowed her vision. She collapsed. Stomp. The creature's massive claw crushed the earth, instantly snuffing out the mystical fire. Standing in the pouring rain, looking down at her, the monster's thoughts shifted with cold calculation. So, this is the Lord of Ashes' chosen one? It noted her injuries. She was vulnerable, a sitting duck with zero protection. Poof. The terrifying beast shrank instantly, transforming into a harmless, blue-eyed cat. It glanced at Anna with utter indifference. Her fate? Not my problem. The cat strutted past her limp body and slipped into the coffee shop. Inside, Shen threw the door open, looking visibly annoyed. What was that roar just now? He demanded. The cat simply trotted toward him and let out a soft, innocent meow. Shen smirked. Yeah, that demonic sound definitely didn't come from this fuzzball. I'm checking outside, he muttered to himself. Sounded like a kaiju out here, he grumbled, stepping into the heavy rain. Then, he saw her, Anna, lying unconscious against the pillar. Hey! Panic surged through him. He rushed over. Attacked? Just as I feared, the ritual went sideways. He grabbed her arm, checking her condition. It was bad. She was completely messed up. He scooped her up into his arms. Don't worry. I've got you. I will save you. He carried her quickly inside. Hey, Furball, he called to the cat. There might be monsters nearby. If you see anything, scream your head off. Got it. The cat just squinted, looking totally unimpressed. Meanwhile, Shen started peeling off Anna's soaked clothes, chanting a desperate mantra. I am doing this strictly to save her. Strictly medical. But as the layers came off, drip. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He was fighting a losing battle against his own raging hormones. Saving her. Just saving her. He sputtered through the blood. Suddenly, he paused. Her wounds. They were knitting themselves back together before his eyes. Cut to 10 in the morning. Anna sat on the bed, dressed in fresh casual clothes, staring blankly at the clock. Her mind replayed the night before, blacking out right in front of the Divine Messenger's cafe. She remembered waking up healed and clinging to Shen. He had been bleeding from every facial orifice, yet he stood there like an immovable rock. Cry all you want, he had told her, ignoring his own massive blood loss. I can take it. I'm completely healed, she thought, swinging her legs off the bed. The Divine Messenger must have used his powers on me. She scanned the messy room. So, this is how a cosmic entity lives in human disguise. She walked out into the main cafe area. Shen was there, nursing his breakfast. She stood respectfully behind him. Thank you for saving me. Shen spun around, forcing a tired smile. Oh, you're up. Grab some food. But whoa. The dark circles under his eyes were massive. Shen looked like death warmed over, his face pale and gaunt. Anna recoiled, eyes wide with shock. Holy heavens, are you even still among the living? Just a long night of cultivation, Shen groaned, waving a dismissive hand. Trifling matters. Anna stepped closer, her shadow falling over him. Even a legendary divine messenger had physical limits. It struck her, then she knew absolutely nothing about the man behind the mask. Who are you? Truly? She whispered. Shen's gaze drifted, avoiding the weight of her question. The truth? He hadn't been weaving high-tier spells all night. He had been on guard duty, shaking in his boots. He had huddled by the door, terrified that the abomination would return for round 2. Maintaining that level of hypervigilance was infinitely more draining than a late-night gaming marathon. At the first light of dawn, he had sprinted to the library, furiously researching the clue regarding Baron. Once the connection was confirmed, he anonymously tipped off Hush Strike to the Anti-Magic Bureau. To the public, they were boring bureaucrats. In reality, they were the apex predators of the supernatural world. Even their own kin believed they pushed paper for a living. It was the perfect camouflage for assassins. Dropping George's name was the ace up his sleeve, proving he wasn't just some raving lunatic. Mission accomplished. With the threat managed, he had raced back to whip up a feast for Anna. But Shen was running on fumes. The moment the first bite of breakfast hit his stomach, the crash hit him like a freight train. Between chews, he nudged her to spill the tea on the previous night's chaos. Anna snapped to attention like a disciplined soldier, her posture rigid. Understood, sir. Shen rolled his eyes, urging her to relax and eat. But as she recounted the events, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The creature she described, it sounded suspiciously identical to that cursed artifact Baron had forced upon him. Wait, he interrupted, his heart hammering against his ribs. Pause for a second. Anna clocked his pallid complexion immediately. You look like a ghost. Are you going to collapse? He waved her off with forced casualness. I am fine, he lied, while internally screaming. Had that accursed object actually vanished, or was it stalking them? Anna clenched her fists, locking eyes with the divine messenger. It was time to speak the harsh truth about the cult. She had been through the ringer, replaying the high priest's twisted words on an infinite loop. She realized the cult members were not merely black and white villains from a storybook. The situation was a chaotic mess, but she was determined to grind until she fixed it from the inside out. The brutal reality remained. The cult had to exist, or the orphanage would crumble into dust. There were too many powerful players in the mix, and the internal politics were a living nightmare. But she was drawing a line in the sand. Absolutely zero living human sacrifices, and no more non-consensual surgeries. She lowered her gaze to her feet, her voice trembling but firm. She admitted she lacked the full picture, but she had calculated the odds. Nothing was simple. She knew she needed overwhelming power and relentless hustle to achieve her ideals. Time would reveal the rest. Shen closed his eyes, processing her resolve. This girl had walked through hell and come out burning. Watching her, he realized that on paper, she was just an uneducated child. But her leveling speed? Absolutely insane. Munching on his toast, he flashed back to his first summon. She had been a sobbing mess on the floor. Now, she showed guts of steel and the mindset of a ruler. Her emotional evolution was god tier. His eyes snapped open, staring at her. Was she truly the legendary witch of flesh and blood mentioned in the prophecies? Suddenly, a blue-eyed cat sauntered into the room. Anna's face lit up, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. Oh my god, look at the cute kitty. She dropped to the floor, getting face to face with the beast, asking for its name. Shen slid down next to her, stalled for a heartbeat, then improvised. Cola. The cat pulled a perfectly innocent expression as Shen told Anna to give it some affection. He is super chill, Shen claimed, mostly because he desperately needed a nap. Anna gently stroked the cat's ear, telling Shen to rest. But suddenly, the cat's mouth ripped open, splitting its face into a horrific maw, morphing into a jagged, eldritch monstrosity straight from a nightmare. Ina's face went pale as a sheet. She let out a blood-curdling shriek, scrambling back against the wall while shaking like a leaf in a storm. Shen halted halfway to his room, freezing at the sound. He peered around the corner, his voice tight. Did that furball scratch you? Are you bleeding? Anna's eyes welled with tears. She pointed a trembling finger at the beast, whimpering that it terrified her. Instantly, the cat snapped back to innocent mode, gazing up at Shen and meowing like a sweet angel. Shen patted its head, cooing softly. Good kitty. He rubbed its chin, leaning in to whisper a dark promise. Scratch or bite her, and you become a crispy snack. He announced he was crashing for the night. Play nice, you two. Anna's brain started racing, connecting the dots. This was the divine messenger's pet. He knew its true nature. If he wasn't worried, maybe the monster wasn't hostile? The cat spun around, shooting her a glare filled with murderous intent. Anna shrieked Shen's name in panic. She scrambled up, latching onto his arm like a lifeline, begging to escape to the safety of his room. Shen turned beet red at the sudden contact. He stammered, Fine. You can read some books in there. Meanwhile, in the shadows of an alley near the cafe, George walked alongside Su Ling. He let out a heavy sigh. He was convinced. This man was the puppet master pulling everyone's strings. Cults, the city, us. It doesn't matter, he muttered. We are all just NPCs in his twisted game. Su Ling, still happily snacking, rolled her eyes. Quit whining, old man. What intel did you leave at the library? George closed his eyes, the gravity of the situation weighing on him. The blueprint to completely wipe out Hush Strike from Miranda. Total annihilation. He reminded her they were there to beg for Shen's help. Now inhale that food. It is time to go in. Su Ling chewed thoughtfully. Can I keep munching while we enter? George marched toward the door. Absolutely not. Bringing outside snacks is an insult to the business. Moments later, inside the cafe, Su Ling broke into a cold sweat, staring at the menu. The realization hit her hard. They were going Dutch this time. Behind her, the cat perched on the table, locking eyes with George. The old man began to sweat nervously. What was this beast's beef with him? He had never punted a cat in his life. Suddenly, the creature arched its back and hissed, a warning from the depths of hell. Shen arrived with fresh coffee. Is the library intel up to your standards? George dropped the bombshell. We are planning a raid tonight, but the enemy is overpowered. They can rebuild a cult overnight and are crazy enough to strike the Anti-Magic Bureau. They have dirty tricks up their sleeves. Without help, the death rate will be catastrophic. We need you as our ace. Shen sat down, looked them dead in the eye, and delivered a cold rejection. What are you smoking? I have zero intention of dying today. A scorching inferno suddenly engulfed Shen's hand. The flames danced dangerously as he lowered his arm, deciding it was time to put the fear of God into them. The air grew heavy, suffocating under that blazing aura. His golden eyes burned with intensity. He stared daggers at the pair and dropped a truth bomb. You humans are way too greedy. Su Ling froze, shaking like a leaf in a storm. George realized she was about to snap. He snatched her up by the collar like an unruly kitten. Hoisting her into the air, he prepared to retreat. He muttered a quick apology for crossing the line. We are bouncing immediately. Furious, Su Ling drove her fist right into George's gut. Shen let out a heavy sigh. She had nearly gutted the old man just then. Suddenly, Anna's head popped out from behind the wall. Are the customers gone? She chirped. Shen spun around, plastering on his best polite smile. All clear. He lied smoothly. It isn't safe for you around those types. Just lay low. He reassured her with a gentle gaze, convincing her the danger had passed for today. Stay inside the cafe. Do not take a single step out. But as he rose from his seat, the warmth vanished from his eyes. A darkness began to coil around his heart. The night was young, and the Reaper was hungry. Bodies were definitely going to hit the floor tonight. He could feel it in the air. A puppet master, hiding in the void, pulling the strings of this chaotic stage. What a twisted little game. He scoffed, finding a grim amusement in the lethality of it all. Outside, the heavens opened up, rain pelting down like endless rounds of ammunition. It mirrored the storm below, where the Hush Strike Squad and the Anti-Magic Bureau clashed in a symphony of violence. The Bureau had descended upon the Hush Strike territory in Miranda like a hammer of judgment. Quiet residential streets were instantly transformed into a jagged kill zone, the air ringing with the song of clashing steel. It was pure, unadulterated anarchy. Agents danced across slick rooftops in a deadly ballet, while grunts traded bone-crushing blows in the mud. One Hush Strike thug stepped up, summoning shimmering magic knives. He sneered at George with misplaced confidence. "Your little club is history once I bury you right here." But the fool didn't even get the chance to twitch a muscle. George swung his closed umbrella like a bat from hell. Crack! The impact was absolute, flattening the enemy in a single breath. As the body fell, clarity struck George. This wasn't a random skirmish. It was a meticulously crafted trap. They had been waiting. Astral snares were laid out like landmines, and summoned beasts waited in the wings. To make matters worse, their investigators had been ambushed the second they clocked out. A coordinated strike. He stepped over the unconscious thug, the pieces of the puzzle locking together in his mind. Two separate events, leading to one terrifying conclusion. "We have a rat in the Bureau." Tapping his earpiece, he grilled his support, his voice ice cold. "Standard astral projection caps at 2 hours maximum, correct?" He had to pinpoint the sacrificial ritual site from yesterday immediately. If not, this entire operation was spiraling straight into hell. Scanning the weeping sky, his eyes searched the gloom. Where was Verde hiding? It was shocking that the man had actually pulled that critical intel from the deep library archives. He never expected their paths to cross again in a bloodbath like this. Suddenly, the shadows surged. A grotesque insectoid monstrosity lunged from the void. But Su Ling didn't even flinch. She tapped off the wall, her blade flashing in a silver blur. With surgical precision, she severed the beast's hand before it could touch her. She stuck the landing and spun, her eyes erupting with raw, unbridled power. The monster shrieked, rushing her in a frenzy, but it was already too late. She was faster. Leveling her sword at the beast, she issued a single command: drop. Gravity crushed the creature instantly. It slammed into the pavement as if carrying the weight of a mountain, engulfed in a neon purple and blue magical field. Su Ling's eyes blazed like stars as the monster's body imploded within her energy cage. As the beast dissolved into nothingness, the brilliant light faded into the rain. Su Ling grimaced, clutching her side. The cost of activating the Blade of Gaia was no joke. It was like playing roulette with her own skeleton. A sharp agony spiked in her ribs, likely a fracture threatened to buckle her knees. But she forced her body to obey. Suddenly, zap! A lightning bullet slammed squarely into her chest. She didn't falter. She barely registered the impact, her mind focused solely on survival and slaughter. The shooter, a Hush Strike agent lurking in the shadows, lowered his weapon in disbelief. He looked utterly confused, unable to comprehend why she wasn't a corpse on the floor. Su Ling stood tall, unbothered. She dusted off her chest, offering a chilling explanation. "Perks of the Bureau Eldritch Blood Injection. It pushes the human body to level 2. Your little toys are useless against a monster like me." The man realized words were useless. He raised his longsword and charged with a desperate roar. Su Ling sprinted to meet death head-on. They passed each other in a supersonic blur, blades swinging with lethal intent. Steel shrieked against steel, a deafening cry of metal sparking in the rain. They passed, backs turned to one another. But Su Ling was already moving. She spun on her heel. Launching a mid-air strike, she targeted his blind spot with ruthless efficiency. He was too slow to react. Her blade slashed his arm open, gritting her teeth. Her eyes burned with the fury of a warrior who refused to fall. She unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, desperate to end him, when suddenly the enemy's body began to warp and twist. A vile, viscous monstrosity burst from within a giant waxworm emerging from human flesh. Absolute nightmare fuel. The abomination writhed on the concrete before her. Eyes cold, Su Ling leveled her blade once more. Fall. A command woven with gravity magic. Violet aura enveloped the beast, yet it refused to bow. "It's not enough." Su Ling panicked as blood trickled from her lips, the backlash of the spell tearing at her. Summoning every last ounce of strength, she screamed the order again. Then, the world exploded. A catastrophic bolt of lightning incinerated the monster, turning it to ash and shattering the pavement into dust. As the smoke cleared, Su Ling clutched her side, ribs screaming in agony. That was far too close to death's door. She didn't hesitate, jamming a vial of K233, miracle blood into her arm to force rapid regeneration. Breath ragged, She tapped her comms. George. Target eliminated. I'm clear. The path opened up, revealing George. He shot her a look of pure exasperation, the burden of having a partner who refuses to work as a team. He knew her style all too well. The eternal lone wolf who charges ahead while leaving backup in the dust. The moment the battle started, she had vanished, leaving him to chase her shadow. Suling whipped around, her glare sharp as steel. Save the lecture. We need to hunt down the priest immediately. George threw up a mocking salute, clearly tired of her attitude. Aye, aye, Captain Suling. He shook his head, silently noting that these rookies were desperate to prove their worth. Stepping forward, he signaled the tactical squad waiting behind him to advance. Internally, he lamented their situation. It was a damn shame that Nolan's only S-tier powerhouse, Emery, was away on business. If that beast were here, this raid would be a walk in the park. He knew their enemy, Yale Verde, possessed near immortality. There was only one path to victory now. They had to create an opening for the ultimate technique, the second blade, absolute death. Meanwhile, deep within the dark sanctuary, the priest clutched a faded cross, while jagged shards of black crystal orbited his body like ominous asteroids. He lounged upon his throne, an aura of arrogance radiating from his very being. He proclaimed that Baranda was no longer just a city, it was ground zero for a direct connection to the divine. Behind him, the Hushreike cultists in cerulean hoods stood motionless as statues. They radiated nothing but terrifying, mindless obedience. The priest ranted with fanatic zeal, claiming his name would become the world's name, his voice the universal law. He rose, and steps of crackling electricity materialized beneath his feet, forming a stairway to the heavens. As he ascended, he began to recite his self-proclaimed titles with delusional grandeur: Guide to Peace, King of Praisers, the Eternal Peacegiver, a classic god complex in full effect. Reaching the ceiling, he thrust the faded cross upward, eyes rolling back in ecstasy. He screamed prayers from the abyss of his soul, begging for grace. And the heavens answered with a roar. Azure lightning engulfed him, blasting a hole straight through the church roof and carrying him into the storm. He hovered amidst the torrential rain, the faded cross pulsing with an eerie, rhythmic glow. Grant me eternal silence. Suddenly, a colossal magic circle illuminated the dark clouds. The pressure was instant. The entire squad collapsed. Soldiers clawed at their skulls in agony. Only George and Suling remained standing, fighting the crushing weight. George stared up at the swirling vortex, watching in horror as the sky itself began to tear open. It's starting, he gritted out through clenched teeth. Their strength was the only thing keeping them on their feet. Then, his pupils trembled. The sky wasn't just storming. It was alive. Pure, unadulterated eldritch horror began to pour from the rift like a nightmare made flesh. Meanwhile, miles away in a cozy cafe, Shen was sound asleep in a chair. He snored peacefully, while his cat threw him a look of utter disdain from the next table. Just a lazy afternoon. Until a blue screen flashed before his eyes. Ding. Warning. Someone is summoning an other-dimensional god. Shen vanished into the ether in the blink of an eye. The black cat whipped around to face the suddenly vacant chair, fur standing on end as it let out a blood-curdling screech before scrambling away in pure terror. Anna remained rooted to the spot, her voice trembling as she whispered to the void, asking if the divine envoy was still present. The only answer she received was a chilling instinct screaming through her very soul: run. Meanwhile in Biranda, the storm had evolved into a catastrophic deluge, hammering the earth with the force of 1,000 waterfalls. The lightning formation expanded, engulfing the entire zone and unleashing a barrage of crystal shards like a hail of deadly daggers. With the corrupted priest suspended high above, George locked onto his prey. I have you now, he growled. The conditions for the third blade were finally met. The ultimate technique was ready to fire. A spectral weapon materialized in his grasp. With a roar, he hurled it directly at the target. A direct hit. The priest gasped in agony as the steel pierced his chest, a fountain of crimson erupting from his mouth and the gaping wound. Yet George hissed a curse through his teeth. That strike missed the vital point. It was not a kill shot. The distance had weakened the blow. Their trump card, the second blade, known as absolute death, was their only hope, but the risk was immense. One mistake meant ruin. Suling tightened her grip on her blade, eyes blazing with resolve, preparing to launch a desperate assault. But George violently yanked her back by her hair before she could throw her life away. Stand down, he barked, his voice cutting through the rain. It is futile. We are already too late. She opened her mouth to scream in fury, but the words died in her throat. An oppressive silence descended. George slowly cast his gaze toward the heavens. Shen descended from the sky like a true deity, clad in an immaculate suit and donning a mysterious mask. George narrowed his eyes. Could this be the legendary silent striker? That skull mask. George questioned if this entity matched the terrifying lore described in the ancient texts of the silent language. Meanwhile, Shen thought only one word, showtime. But then, the cruel reality of gravity took hold. He gritted his teeth. Why was he not slowing down? Panic surged through him. He calculated rapidly. If he transformed into mist before impact, he might survive the fall. Suddenly, his feet touched the magic circle with impossible grace. He had stuck the landing perfectly. Safe. Before him, the wounded priest knelt in absolute reverence upon the platform of crackling lightning. Clutching his cross, he hailed Shen as the guide to peace, the king of praisers, and the provider of eternal tranquility. The priest offered up the eternal fated cross, begging this descended god for the blessing of true peace. Internally, Shen smirked. This astral projection technique fit the mysterious brand of these hush-strike fanatics perfectly. Then, the rules of divinity flashed in his mind. Every god must grant their worshippers a unique blessing. Let us see how this plays out. The striker stood as the idol of the winter-blessed worshippers, promising not merely peace, but the eternal stillness of the void itself. But here was the twist. These worshippers were not seeking death. They sought a divine reset. Their ultimate goal was permanent numbness, zero desire, zero emotion, an existence without pain, struggle, rage, or craving. But the price was steep. No joy, no excitement, no love, just an endless, hollow nothingness. Shen could not comprehend such madness. What was the point of existing if one did not truly live? The priest stared up at him, his visage twisted into a grotesque mask of desperate hope and fanaticism. To Shen, this man was nothing more than another tragic, deluded mortal. He accepted the offering, his mind instantly analyzing the mechanics of the fated cross. The logic was absolute. Once he accepted a sacrifice while impersonating a god, the artifact became his by right of conquest. To the victor go the spoils. But visually, the scene was breathtakingly intense. Shen and the priest stood within a small runic circle, while a massive, complex array loomed ominously overhead, slicing through the raging storm and creating an invisible barrier against the rain. Then, Shen delivered his final verdict. As for the priest's desperate wish, denied. The old man froze, his reality shattering along with his expression in absolute shock. Shen was already plotting his escape, the path to the misty realm clear in his mind. All he had to do was maintain his spirit shield until the system's summoning timer hit 0. Previously, a mere trace of his presence forced George to retreat. But now, Shen sat at the very heart of the forbidden ritual. His aura wasn't just strong, it was cataclysmic, radiating like a nuclear reactor. With this level of energy flooding the room, no mortal would dare challenge his authority. A savage grin stretched across Shen's face as he clenched his fist, every nerve singing with raw adrenaline. He finally possessed the strength to crush this cult into dust. His smile vanished, replaced by cold, ruthless determination. They dared to hurt Anna, they threatened his entire city. It didn't matter what excuses they had. Shen wasn't about to grant this trash a single ounce of mercy. The judgment was absolute. The priest looked up, eyes begging for salvation, but Shen delivered the final verdict. Peace? That was never an option. The priest's face drained of all color. Suddenly, deep fissures of age carved themselves into the priest's skin. He began to scream, "Why?" He shrieked it over 20 times, terror consuming him as his life force evaporated in seconds. In the blink of an eye, the high priest withered into a skeletal husk, still screaming as the spell circle beneath him shattered and died. The old man collapsed in a heap. Shen watched the body hit the floor, eyes cold. He thought, a fanatic willing to sacrifice others never deserved a happy ending anyway. Loot secured. Shen reached out, his fingers brushing against the mystic frozen raindrop hovering before him. The system timer was ticking down, but he figured he had a moment to spare. He remained suspended in the air for a few breathless seconds, savoring the absolute dominance. Silence fell. Then, the withered priest shrieked at the heavens one last time. He begged the entity from another dimension not to abandon him, pleading for the blessing of eternal tranquility. Shen ignored the desperate noise, clenching his fist as his senses swept over the hall below. He had to ensure every single cultist was trapped in the collapse. Thank God, they're all sealed in. Time's up, he whispered. Peace out. The frozen raindrop remained suspended in the void as Shen vanished, the giant magic circle dissolving into nothingness. Back on the ground, George sensed the shift immediately. The dimensional god had left the building. He recalled the terrifying pressure of the hush strike and shook his head. These fools had courted death. It was pure arrogance to think they could hustle a deity for eternal peace. What a sick joke. Such a waste of life. Suddenly, static crackled in George's earpiece, snapping him back to reality. He muttered to himself that humans were always too blind to see gods as anything but tools for their own greed. Glancing up, he heard the city's rhythm returning. He tapped his comms unit. Target is gone. Begin the suppression operation. Now. Su Ling didn't wait for a second command. She bolted forward like a lightning strike to round up the survivors. George watched her go. That girl had a warrior's spirit. He spun to his squad. Back her up. I'm handling the priest alone. His energy is too volatile for you rookies. His team, sweating bullets from the lingering pressure, didn't argue. They fell back silently as George marched into the darkness. Prowling through the shadowed alley, George calculated the odds. The priest should be dead or broken. After a magical backlash of that magnitude, George was just on cleanup duty. But suddenly, there he was. The priest, leaning against the wall, staring directly at him. George didn't flinch. Goodbye, old friend. He drove the steel tip of his umbrella toward the priest's chest. But tell me one thing before you die. You aren't Yale Ver, are you? George's mind raced. Was the intel from the coffee shop a complete fabrication? Meanwhile, dimensions away, Shen materialized back in the safety of his shop, still wearing the ritual robes. He crouched down in front of his cat, Cola. Guess I'm just a stray like you, furball. No rest for the wicked, indeed. He scratched her chin as Cola looked at him with judging eyes, as if asking, where the hell did you spawn from? Shen grinned. I know. I've been buried in work. Totally neglected you, didn't I? Shen murmured, guilt washing over him. He swore to make it up to her, starting right now. Cola lost all composure, purring like a diesel engine. She rubbed her face against him, letting out a soft, demanding mew that vibrated right through his soul. Shen scooped her up, his heart instantly melting into a puddle. She was being extra clingy today. That settled it. She was getting the premium wet food tonight. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Anna, the divine messenger, stepped into the room. Panic was written all over her face. I have to leave. Now. Her voice trembled. The chaos cult had found her tracks. They were demanding her immediate return. And then, she dropped the bombshell. The high priest? He had survived the attack. He claimed the cult couldn't function without her, that the children were suffering in her absence. It was a masterclass in emotional manipulation. Shen stood there, clutching Cola, the heavy silence suffocating the room. His mind had been drifting, fantasizing about finally crashing onto his own mattress. He let out a weary laugh, playfully patting Cola's leg. Without thinking, he casually tossed out an offer. You know, you can crash here for a few more days if you need to. But the moment her face lit up with blinding excitement, Shen's stomach dropped. Instant regret. He had only said that out of polite reflex. Cold sweat broke out across his brow. He averted his gaze, desperate to backpedal without losing face. So, he stammered, changing the subject. What is the grand strategy for the chaos cult? Anna didn't hesitate. Her eyes burned with new fire. I'm going to confront the high priest directly. We need a revolution. A squad-based leadership, not a dictatorship. It is time to rule by the will of the majority. Shen flashed a cool grin, nodding in approval. Now that is a vibe I can get behind. He gave her the green light to return to base. Anna stepped forward, her emotions overflowing. Thank you. For saving me. And for watching over me all this time. Her expression tightened with steel resolve. Her inner monologue kicked into overdrive. I will make the divine messenger's name known across the globe. The world must witness his god-tier wisdom. They must know the power he holds. A moment later, Shen yawned, his energy bar hitting 0. All right, I'm cooked. He moved to hit the sheets. But out of nowhere, clang. The fate cross ricocheted off the wall, bounced, and smack bullseyed Shen's toes with malicious precision. Shen let out a scream of pure, unadulterated rage that shook the windows. Behind him, Cola started sweating nervously as Shen snatched up the cursed artifact, his aura flaring. I have 0 clue how to use this thing, he growled. He needed to grind some supernatural lore, but the library's archives were trash tier, useless. Shelving that problem, for now. It was time to playtest his new abilities. He had felt a strange shift in his spirit when he returned. His left palm felt icy cool, humming with energy. Wait, a brain blast hit him. He slammed his fist onto the desk. The vibration sent his coffee cup tipping over the edge. Shen's mind raced. Is this that same glitch from the rain? His eyes locked onto the falling cup, focus sharpening to a razor's edge. He shot his hand out. Freeze! Instantly, the laws of physics bent. The mug hung, suspended in midair, defying gravity. Shen was hyped. It works. It was the same power, but the duration was blink and you miss it fast. Meanwhile, Cola hissed, eyes dilated, and launched a full-on tackle at her master. Shen whipped around, panic setting in. Yo! What the hell? Whatever mischief she was plotting, he shut it down instantly. Pointing a finger at Cola, he commanded, freeze. The cat turned into a living statue in mid-pounce, and Shen casually stepped out of the trajectory. Momentum, however, does not care about magic. Cola slammed face first into the glass window with a sickening thud. Bonk. As Shen turned to check on her, the cat sat there, clutching her throbbing nose, eyes welling with betrayed tears. She shot him a glare made of pure salt and vengeance. Cola launched herself at him for round 2, claws out. But Shen just smirked, reading her movements like a book. Up went the finger. Freeze. She stopped dead in midair, a floating ball of fury. Gravity took over the second the spell ended, and she belly flopped onto the floor. Rinse and repeat. Every time she tried to pounce, Shen hit the pause button on her existence. Once the spell broke, physics did the dirty work. She would careen into the floor, the wall, or face plant against the window again. But this spam casting came with a heavy price. Shen's eyes flared with a spectral glow, and the toll was instant. Deep exhaustion lines etched themselves onto his face like scars. On his next attempt, Shen snatched the frozen feline right out of midair. "Watch the paint job," he muttered, manually rotating her paralyzed form. Gravity returned with a vengeance. She hit the deck with a heavy thud, bonked her head again, and let out a pathetic, watery meow. Shen slumped to the floor, gently rubbing the bump on her poor noggin. "Quit clowning around," he sighed. She ignored him completely, mewing pitifully while staring daggers at his bookshelf. "I need to decode how this mojo truly works," he grumbled. "Stop bothering me. It is time for a proper training montage." He turned his gaze to the books, firing off freeze rays in rapid succession. Testing, testing. Conclusion reached. The effect lasts exactly 5 seconds. The air itself is unfreezable, but solid objects? They are fair game. However, it is an all-or-nothing deal. He must lock down the entire object. No freezing, just the pages allowed. Precision aim is critical. It is strictly a left-hand trigger, or it is a total miss. Range is infinite, but line of sight is absolute king. No obstacles allowed, and the cooldown is real. He has to wait for the first freeze to shatter before casting again. Multitasking is impossible. It is strictly one target at a time. By the end of the session, Shen was utterly battered, sporting fresh bruises on his own face from the chaotic experiments. He sat amidst a book avalanche, with arms crossed, pouting like a child. Suddenly, the entrance bell chimed. It was the advice lady, the regular who treated his cafe like her personal therapy clinic. She poked her head inside. "Is the owner around?" Panic reflex kicked in instantly. Shen whipped his left hand toward her. "Freeze." Her expression locked in absolute surprise. Shen scrambled up, fixing his messy hair, wiped the stress from his face, and reset his posture to cool barista mode before the spell shattered. "Is something troubling you again?" he asked, his voice smooth as silk. The freeze lifted. "What? What just happened?" she stammered, completely disoriented. Shen stood there casually, waving his left hand with a perfect customer service smile. "Here's the thing about Yale Verde. On the surface, chill, stable. But underneath, completely unhinged." He shifted his gaze to Shen, eyes serious. Out of all of us, he was the true psychopath. Shen leaned in, intensity rising. Was he strong? Like top-tier strong? George smirked, waving his hand dismissively. "Strength is relative. But Yale. He was my mentor. My sensei. He taught me every lethal move I possess." Su Ling, cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk with snacks, mumbled through a mouthful. "So, is he OP or not?" George looked at her, genuinely shocked by her lack of survival instinct. "Listen to me closely. If you ever encounter him alone, do not fight. You run. Got it?" She mumbled in agreement, swallowing her food. George wagged a finger ominously. "But here is the kicker. You might not even know it is him. The guy is a shapeshifter. A human chameleon. He could be standing right in front of us, and we would have zero clue." George leaned forward, shadow casting over his face. "That is why I am here. The priest we grabbed? That was not Yale. Did your intel flop, Shen?" Shen rubbed his chin, eyes calculating rapidly. Baron worships his daughter. He would not lie about something that puts her at risk, but perhaps he did not have the full picture. Shen's eyes narrowed dangerously. "There is a gap in the data. I missed something." Conclusion. Hush strikes Baranda branch. It does not have one priest, it has two. "Makes sense." George nodded, impressed. "You always come through for us, Shen." Suddenly, he grabbed Su Ling's head and forced them both into a deep bow, physically demonstrating his gratitude. Shen frantically waved his hands. "Whoa, stop. No need for the formalities. We are allies." Later, the atmosphere darkens as the scene shifts to a suffocating, gritty alleyway. George suddenly halted. "Su Ling, wait." He stepped squarely in her path, glancing back with eyes full of grave warning. "I have a private investigator tracing the shadows, and the truth is bound to surface. But listen to me. Until we expose the traitor lurking in our ranks, you must watch your back." "Understood," she replied from behind him, her voice utterly detached. "Do not waste your energy worrying about me." She moved to bypass him, but stopped when she sensed his reluctance to move. "Is there something else?" George let the heavy silence stretch, gathering his resolve before he finally spoke. "I know the truth about your father." Su Ling froze instantly. "Do we seriously have to discuss this now?" George blocked her escape, his posture imposing yet pleading. "Your father was a hero. A legendary demon hunter. He only fell into darkness because he was desperate to save your mother from death. That is the only reason he joined the cult. He was never a villain, Su Ling. He was a fallen hero, twisted by a cruel fate, who destroyed the world to save one person. George's voice softened with empathy. I know you have squandered a fortune over the years, paying reparations to his victims, trying to wash away his bloodstains. Listen to me. It is enough. You have done enough. You are not your father. You are a victim of this tragedy as well. You do not have to carry his sins on your shoulders or pay for them for eternity. Su Ling stared him down, her face a mask of frost, eyes piercing through his soul. We have known each other for, what, 3 days? Stop acting like you can read my heart. Her voice dripped with icy annoyance. Stop lecturing me like some self-righteous elder. She brushed past him, her aura cold as absolute zero. We are partners, not friends. And we are definitely not family. She marched off, vanishing into the shadows. George clutched his forehead, watching her retreating figure. Damn it. I screwed that up, didn't I? He muttered to himself. I knew I shouldn't have pushed, but I just couldn't stop myself. Perhaps. It is better this way. Hours later, George sat isolated in a dimly lit room, eyes glazed over as a nature documentary played on the screen. I should have kept my mouth shut, he whispered to the empty air, because only friends and family can be used as currency. He realized the Anti-Magic Bureau knew exactly what they were orchestrating. They paired me with a young girl so I would inevitably get attached. Cruel bastards. He picked up an old photograph of Su Ling as a child, clutching a toy on the floor. The second blade eats away at my lifespan, he murmured, his voice trembling. I can find a way to pay that debt. I can handle death. His grip on the photo tightened until the paper creased. But the first blade. Every time I unsheath it, the cost is a precious memory. I completely forget a friend or family member. Gone forever. White-knuckling the couch cushion, he dropped the bombshell revelation. He knew far too much about the price of power, including the fact that a previous target had a wife and kids he no longer remembered. Eyes glued to the static, he muttered that once the link is severed, it is gone. No one can undo that damage. Unless an interdimensional deity interferes, not even a divine oracle could patch these holes in my mind. It made him wonder if a heavyweight monster like Mr. Shen would even blink at a catastrophe-tier artifact like this. Maybe a being like Shen had that one ride-or-die friend who was written into the laws of the universe. Suddenly, static crackled in his earpiece. Intel acquired. George's spine snapped straight, his instincts screaming. The voice on the comms dropped the horrifying reveal. Yale Verde had been the mole right under their noses the entire time. George cut the feed before the handler could even finish the sentence. Way ahead of you. Tell the squad. Yale Verde is right here with me. And there he stood. Yale Verde blocked the television's glow, his eyes burning with an ominous, murderous light. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Shen and Cola's late-night coffee run was about to take a chaotic turn. A hulking, undead abomination shambled through the doorway, radiating pure malice. Its bones snapped and cracked with every heavy step. Shen and Cola froze in place, terror gripping their hearts. Yet, even in the face of death, Shen quipped, judging by this vibe, I do not think he is here to order a latte. The monster whipped around, revealing a visage so grotesque it made Cola gag on the spot. Absolutely revolting, the beast unleashed a guttural roar, spewing a writhing tentacle straight from its gaping maw. The fleshy appendage lashed out with blinding speed. It was aiming specifically for Shen's vitals. Just as the slime-covered tip was mere milliseconds from gouging out Shen's eyes and burrowing into his skull, he vanished. Poof. He dissolved into living mist and vapor, instantly materializing on a table behind the beast. Shen pointed a furious finger and commanded, "Freeze!" The monster locked up instantly. But Shen knew the clock was ticking. He only had 5 seconds of absolute control. He had to be ready to shift back into mist mode the second that abomination twitched. Suddenly, the beast lunged forward. Shen triggered his haze transformation, preparing to dodge the fatal blow. But then, total confusion washed over the room. The attack stopped cold. The monster slumped against the wall, shivering uncontrollably and literally sobbing in fear. Cola stood next to it, trembling just as hard. Shen loomed over them, half-missed, claiming the beast was terrified of his overwhelming divine aura. Then, he snapped at Cola to quit being so dramatic. The creature had not even laid a single finger on her. The creature bowed its head in total submission. Shen figured the puppet master must have cut the strings. Once they realized the hit failed, they abandoned their pawn. The audacity to attack him, insane. But now, anxiety crept in. Were George and Su Ling next? Meanwhile, back with George, the interrogation was in full swing. How did you dodge the employment protocols and the yearly psych evaluations? Yale smirked with arrogance. Divine intervention. I was blessed by the striker over 1,000 years ago. George narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing. If you are truly that powerful, you could have vanished. Why come here for a trip down memory lane? Yale waved it off, recalling an ancient question. Remember when I asked why you wanted to be a grinder investigator, especially when the pay implies zero benefits? You told me people do not always do what they want. They do what is necessary. I realized we are cut from the same cloth. It is a drag, sure, but I cannot chill while I am still breathing. Yale grinned and activated a twisted, high-rank relic. Killshot target. He explained it was a magnet for any projectile, basically rendering George's arsenal useless. George shrugged off the handicap with cold indifference. I do not mind fighting bare-handed. But comparing me to you? That, I hate. George blurred into motion, dashing past Yale. He slashed his blade, his mind racing. He knew Yale's type. There was definitely a lethal ambush waiting outside. Staying put was suicide. George vaulted off the terrace, plummeting toward the street below. Mid-air, he spotted them. Blue hooded robes. The Hush Strike Squad charging up a massive spell circle. Called it, George thought. He gripped his blade tight and deployed his umbrella behind him as a defensive shield. The cultists triggered the circle, blasting a tsunami of lightning magic straight at him. George snapped the umbrella forward just in time. Boom! The lightning detonated against the shield. He stuck the landing and immediately sprinted, tearing through their ranks with his blade swinging wild. One caster screamed in panic. Take him down! George's eyes flashed with a killing intent cold enough to freeze hell over. In a blur of speed, he passed his target, delivering a single, decisive slash that ended the battle instantly. George became a blur of motion, his weapon carving a path through the mob like a whirlwind of steel. I cannot waste a second here, he hissed. Escape was the only option. But suddenly, the air grew heavy. Yale descended like a dark god, his blade crackling with violet lightning. The hunt ends here, George. Yale's voice boomed. George froze, his pupils trembling in shock. Trapped. Yale caressed the cold edge of his electrified steel, a sadistic smile twisting his face as his shadow swallowed George whole. Then came the death sentence. He had not come to talk. He was here to extinguish George's flame once and for all. Mercy was a luxury Yale could no longer afford. Tonight, blood would spill. George grit his teeth, forcing a defiant tone. You could just walk away, you know. No one has to die today. Yale squeezed his eyes shut, suppressing a scream, while George watched him like a hawk, waiting for the strike. Snap! Yale roared, his composure shattering completely. That snake Baron, he stabbed me in the back. I should have known, Yale spat. Baron was rotten from the start, the only monster vile enough to survive this hell. The truth spilled out of him like venom. Baron possessed a disaster-class relic. He dangled the ultimate bait before Yale, the resurrection of his beloved, deceased daughter. But there was a cost. Baron needed a grand sorcerer to obliterate Miranda completely off the map. The revelation hit George like a physical blow. Cold sweat drenched his back. He was rattled. Why was Yale confessing now? This was madness. Was he trying to alert the Anti-Magic Bureau? Did he want the whole world to hear their dirty secrets? Yale continued, his voice trembling with rage. He had planned to execute Baron the moment the ritual ended, but the devil was faster. Then, Yale delivered the final, crushing blow. He never cared, Yale whispered. Resurrecting my daughter? It was all a lie. Impossible, George interrupted, hand raised in denial. Baron worshipped that girl. She was his world. A demonic crimson light ignited in Yale's eyes, drowning out his humanity. He offered a chilling smirk. Or perhaps, he mused, Baron never trusted you either. To him, you are nothing but trash. Boom. Yale vanished, reappearing instantly with a lethal strike aimed at George's throat. George slammed his communicator, screaming into the channel, Anna, come in, now. He needed a miracle, and he needed it yesterday. Listen to me. Tell Su Ling to drop the vendetta. Quit the Bureau immediately. She needs to vanish. Tell her to live a normal life. Go to school. Be happy. Just survive. Yale laughed, his blade singing through the air. How touching. Are those your final words, George? He sneered, mocking the sentiment. Terrified she will end up broken like you? How pathetic. Bang! George fired, the recoil shuddering through his arm as he deflected the incoming steel. Death missed him by a fraction of an inch. As his weapon returned to his hand, George accepted his fate. A-rank investigators don't get fairy tale endings. Yale's eyes rolled back in pure ecstasy. Exactly, he purred. Finally, you understand. He snapped his fingers. The air screamed as a massive array of magic circles ignited around them. Reality warped. An entire army materialized behind Yale, thousands of soldiers charging their spells. George stood alone against the tide. Silence fell before the storm. Meanwhile, at a quiet coffee shop, Shen stared into his cup. Sleep was a stranger to him tonight. The chaos was too loud in his head. His thoughts drifted to the girl who had fled in tears. He tried to grasp her parting words, but they dissolved like mist. A distant memory he felt he should cherish, yet could not reach. He lifted his gaze, surveying the humble sanctuary he had built. Customers chatted softly, the mundane rhythm of life flowing around him. Business was average, quiet, peaceful. Perhaps this simple existence was the treasure he had sought all along. The old world faded. Now, the only crystal-clear memory was the moment of his summoning. This strange, chaotic dimension. Quote, it was his reality now. His home. A faint smile touched his lips. Maybe this was destiny. After all, he had found a family here. Anna, George, Su Ling, and even Baron. Humans are creatures that wither in isolation. Without this crew anchoring him, Shen would have long since drowned in the abyss of loneliness. Just then, Su Ling stumbled in, her head hanging heavy with an unseen burden, radiating pure gloom. Shen locked eyes with her, his voice low as he called her name. He asked if George was with her, but Su Ling dropped the hammer. He is gone. Shen froze, the sound of his own world shattering ringing in his ears. Su Ling slumped into the chair opposite him, completely defeated. Shen stared into nothingness, the light in his eyes dying out as his mind raced through the darkness. He had always watched over Anna since day one, but they were not close like that. His true anchors were the regulars, the souls who made his shop their sanctuary and second home, like the old man who lingered there daily, just killing time to stave off the silence. His thoughts drifted to George, a man who broke his back working for this city, and now he was dead. Shen stood abruptly, demanding to know who ordered the hit. Su Ling's lips trembled as she confirmed his worst nightmare. She swore she would do whatever it took, as long as she did not have to sell her soul. Shen exploded. A terrifying, suffocating aura erupted around him like a volcanic blast. "Someone help me avenge him," he roared, his fists clenching until the knuckles turned white. The air grew heavy, crushed by a monstrous power as he declared absolute war. Su Ling watched him, cold sweat racing down her face. Shen turned to her, his eyes glowing with a blood-crimson rage. "Tell me everything," he commanded. "Do not leave out a single detail." Meanwhile, over at Miranda's Tempest Port, dark clouds choked the sky, though the storm had broken moments ago. A figure stood there, waving a hand at the horizon. He noted the rain had stopped. This was the sea without light. That is what they called the oceans here. The further you ventured from land, the more the sunlight died, until the water was swallowed by total, abyssal darkness. He mused that the only way to survive in this hellscape was to stay within the city walls. At least there, someone was putting their life on the line to keep the people safe. 1 hour ago, back at the cafe, Su Ling had laid out the map, crossed the glass plank road, breached the high walls, and head 10 miles southeast. That path leads straight to Miranda's Tempest Port, a major hub where ships constantly flow through the river under the cover of pitch-black darkness near the coast. The intel dropped. Yale murdered George in the B.S. Now, the killer is beelining for the docks. The Anti-Magic Bureau is already mobilizing. Yale is running out of road. Escape is not just hard, it is looking impossible. Even if Shen sits this one out, she needs a guarantee. 0 chance of escape. Total checkmate. Replaying those words, Shen shifts forms. His body dissolves into living smoke. Yale is not going anywhere, he vows. The dark mist surges forward, creeping along the pavement like an apex predator. Then Shen, drenched in that suffocating aura, strides into the night. He is leaking the divine scent of the god on purpose, baiting the hook. Yale will not be able to resist if the target is actually at the harbor. Meanwhile, cut to Yale. He is cornered in a dingy room, sweat dripping down his face, head thrown back in panic. He has to flee the city of Nolan immediately. He needs to go off-grid in a foreign land for years, maybe 20, maybe more. If the Corona Church is hunting him, his days of luxury are over. He is looking at a life of squalor just to survive. He waves it off with a manic laugh, reminding himself that he is not human anymore. 100 years ago, he evolved into something superior. As the Striker's servant, he snagged the ultimate perk, unlimited lifespan. Immortality is his birthright. All he needed was to vanish into the shadows. But then, the scent hits him. It is the Striker. He spins around. Rage blazes in his eyes like an inferno. He screams into the void that the source is near. Like a predator, he hunts down the spiritual trail, tracking the aura all the way to a desolate, abandoned warehouse. "Found you!" He smashes through the entrance. A solitary figure stands in the gloom, back turned to the door. "Took you long enough," the stranger drawls. The figure slowly pivots. It is George. No, it is Shen, wearing the stolen face of George like a grotesque mask. "I have been waiting for you, Yale." Shen's voice drips with venomous mockery. Yale stares at the visage of his victim. His teeth grind together, threatening to crack from the pressure. He demands to know if that is really George. Suddenly, pitch-black energy erupts from the figure. The dark aura melts the disguise away. The illusion shatters like glass, revealing Shen's true, terrifying form. He flashes a smile that freezes the blood. "You know exactly who I am." I am the messenger of the striker, and I lured you here for one reason. Shen waves a dismissive hand at Yale Verde. To tell you that your eternal peace is nothing but a fantasy. Yale roars. Who are you to decide my fate? But before the words fully leave his lips, Shen blurs. God-tier speed. Instantly, Shen manifests behind him. Close, but not quite there yet. Yale's eyes widen in shock. He did not even see a blur. Blink. Shen is standing in front of him again. Make your choice, Yale. The killing intent is crushing. Yale is drenched in cold sweat. He stammers, voice trembling. What choice does he even have? Shen grins like a devil. Sacrifice your soul. The clock is ticking, and your enemies are at the door. With that ominous warning hanging in the air, Shen dissolves into a flaming aura. He blasts out of the warehouse, soaring over the rooftop into the night. Down below, the O-ranked investigator Ali and his anti-magic bureau squad are sprinting toward the chaos. Ali pushes the pace, but his mind is reeling. The scent of an other-dimensional god is here. It is impossible. Is this a trap? A summoning ritual? Before they can analyze the threat, the team skids to a halt. They stare upward as the sky tears open. A massive lightning spell circle crackles with raw power. It illuminates the darkness with blinding light. Floating beneath the electric storm, an agent points to the sky, screaming, "Target spotted! It is Yale!" Yale descends, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. "You are too late, fools! I am about to grasp eternity." He throws his arms wide, preaching to the agents like a mad prophet. "You should all be chasing true peace like me. But you are too tied down by your pathetic, mortal lives." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos from above. Yale. It is Shen. He is hovering in the sky, decked out in his signature mask and impeccable gentleman's suit. The bureau agents freeze. Panic spreads like wildfire. The striker. The god is here. Shen just looks down, smiling behind the porcelain mask. Perfect, Shen thinks. Step 1. Lure Yale to the warehouse. Check. Step 2. Bring the feds to scare Yale into a corner. Force him to risk everything and summon the god one last time. Now, for the finale. Absolute despair. Yale drops to his knees on the glowing seal. "O guider to peace, king of worshippers, provider of eternity." He offers up his very essence, screaming from the bottom of his soul. His eyes lock on Shen with pure desperation. "Grant peace to those who crave it." "Please." Shen stares down coldly. "Eternal peace? No, I refuse to give you that blessing, but I will definitely take that offering." Yale's face goes deathly pale. The shock hits him. Just as lightning erupts from his skin, a halo of electricity rips out of him. His skin shrivels, hair turns white, and the light leaves his eyes forever. Decades of life are stripped away in mere seconds. Yale, now a withered husk of a man, wheezes out his final words. "You, the divine messenger. You lied." Shen ignores the accusation, simply extending a hand. Yale's very soul condenses into crackling orbs of lightning, flying straight into Shen's grasp. As he absorbs the essence, a silent vow echoes in his mind. "Rest easy, George. The debt is finally paid." The arcane circles shatter into light. In a heartbeat, Shen vanishes, leaving Ali alone beneath the void of the empty sky. To the naked eye, it seemed the deity had simply abandoned the scene, just fading away into the ether. But sudden silence is often followed by thunder. Boom! A dark shape plummets from the pitch-black heavens like a meteor. Yale smashes through the roof, sending shards and shingles exploding outward. But the fall does not end there. Gravity drags him down through the wreckage, slamming him brutally onto the floor below. Before he can even twitch, a massive slab of the ceiling crashes down, burying him. The foundation splinters under the impact. Yale is left pinned like an insect beneath the crushing weight of the debris. Ali steps forward, his shadow looming over the ruin. He asks if Yale finally found that eternal peace he craved so desperately. Nearby, an anti-magic agent stares in horror at the corpse. He gapes at the withered, rapidly aged body. Eyes bulging, tears welling, jaw practically hitting the floor in shock. He definitely didn't find peace. The agent stammers, voice trembling. Flashback to the day George fell. Shen slides a mysterious note toward Su Ling, an address scrawled across it. "Go here," he commands, his voice low. "Find a man named Baron. Tell him 2 phrases. Silent language and request from the haze. He might just be able to bring George back." Su Ling's mind short-circuits. Resurrection? That is forbidden magic. Only a literal deity from another dimension could possibly pull off such a feat. Yet here stands this man, tossing the impossible around like he is simply ordering lunch. She stares at him, skepticism etched into every feature. Shen instantly catches the shift in her aura. Why the pale face? Are you afraid? Or do you just not want to get your hands dirty? Su Ling spirals. Resurrection is a capital offense in the eyes of the Corona Church and the Bureau. For a sworn investigator, crossing that line is treason, on par with summoning an eldritch horror. She clenches her fists until her knuckles turn bone white. Then, her expression goes cold. This does not violate her true moral code. Allowing injustice to slide? That is the real crime. She looks up, eyes burning with determination. I will find Baron. We are bringing George back. Chen nods, clearly impressed. Just so you know, she adds sharply, I cannot promise Baron will succeed, but I will not let Yale walk away alive. Cut to the cemetery. The air is heavy with somber grief. The entire anti-magic squad, including the minister himself, gathers around the open grave, piling up mountains of white bouquets. A senior official stands by the pit, clutching a holy text and chanting prayers to the first fire. May the flame purge the filth from body and soul. Let them find truth. Let them find eternal joy. He rambles on about the blessed kingdom and finding bliss in the holy realm, just babbling about love from the light and the gods. Hard cut back to the coffee shop. Shen asks Su Ling if she wants a fresh brew. Hit me, she replies. He slides a steaming cup across the counter. New recipe. I tweaked it for a sweeter palate. As the hot liquid hits her tongue, her eyes practically sparkle with delight. She downs the scalding cup in one massive gulp. Shen nearly drops a glass in surprise. Do all you investigators have mouths made of asbestos? She licks her lips, flipping the empty cup upside down. Delicious. Shen grins. Glad you dig it. She slams the cup down on the counter. So, about that meeting, only rank B and up were invited. We covered 2 massive updates. She holds up a single finger. Number 1. Gods are sprouting up in Miranda like weeds. Headquarters is issuing an emergency recall for every S-rank and A-rank agent back to the city immediately. Point number 2 concerns you directly. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. The Bureau has officially wiped your name from the hit list. They want to play nice now. Friendly relations only. Chen closed his eyes, a calculated, smug smile dancing on his lips. Su Ling let out a playful giggle. Also, since I am taking over George's beat, I get his perks too. Chen raised a skeptical eyebrow. Perks? You mean expensing your personal snack tab to the government budget? Su Ling froze, caught red-handed. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Meant I would be maintaining friendly relations just like George. Suddenly, she tapped her cheek, sobering up. Oh, I almost forgot. The minister dropped a massive bomb. From now on, the whole world is watching us. People from Nolan and folks from the second continent. They are all flocking to Miranda, hunting for divine power. The secret is out. Everyone knows the gods are here. Chen crossed his arms, completely unfazed. Got it. Then, his tone shifted. So, how is George doing? Su Ling's face went instantly blank. The air grew heavy and suffocating. She clenched her fist, pouting a little. He said he cannot visit right now. He needs time. He is handling business that an official investigator can never touch. Chen smiled softly. Understood. But then, a plot twist. The very next day, George stood on a rooftop right next to Baron. Against all odds, he was alive. You actually contacted an outer god? George stared at his hands in disbelief. Why risk jail time just to bring me back? Aren't you scared of the Bureau coming for you? Baron just threw his head back and laughed. We are old pals, George. Call it being sentimental. Now, the ball is in your court. George walked to the edge of the roof, spreading his arms wide against the wind. The ultimate choice lay before him. Swear loyalty to the dark god who saved him, or rat them all out. Betraying them to the Bureau basically meant punching a one-way ticket to hell for Baron and his daughter. He couldn't help but wonder. Was this a suicide pact for him too? George raised an eyebrow, asking if Baron really needed to be that extra about it. Baron just jabbed a thumb at his own chest, declaring he loved the drama. Then he busted out laughing, admitting the truth. They were riding the same sinking ship now, with zero exit strategy. Their only play was to go underground and restart life in this dimension. George observed the shift in his old friend's aura. Resurrecting his daughter had clearly brought the guy some serious joy. So, he offered to snap a quick photo for the memories. Baron screamed at him to cut it out. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Su Ling was visibly salty. She scoffed that the lazy old geezer must be on cloud 9. He used to whine about the grind 24/7, and now he was living the unemployment dream. Chen let out a low chuckle. He countered that George wasn't quite the waste of space she imagined. Su Ling admitted that sure. George actually acted like a professional whenever he was around Chen. Checking the time, Chen announced he had to bounce. Duty called, but he told her to swing by again soon. Moments later, prowling down a dark alley, Su Ling couldn't shake a weird vibe about that guy. It felt like everything was playing out exactly according to his script. It felt like every move was calculated. Every person's destiny felt wired to him, like they were just pawns on his personal chessboard, including the Anti-Magic Bureau, the Chaos Cult, and Hush Strike. Suddenly, a searing light erupted from Su Ling's stomach. She doubled over, clutching her gut as it burned like fire. Panic setting in, she scrambled away, desperate to find a secluded spot. She slammed against a cold wall in the empty alleyway. Elsewhere, a woman frantically unbuttoned her shirt, trembling. She gazed down at the angry crimson stigma burned into her skin, terrified it was an omen of something far worse than death. Fast forward a few days, and Shen's cafe was absolutely exploding with customers. He was soloing the floor like a one-man army, battling through a relentless wave of orders. Just as he promised a regular that their caffeine fix was incoming, a familiar figure appeared the woman from before. She offered a shy wave, signaling the start of round 2. Shen nodded, gesturing for her to take a seat while he finished his shift. Later, in the sanctuary of his room, Shen updated his cultivation journal. The hush strike incident was already 2 months in the past. The weather had been nothing short of divine lately, bringing a flood of foot traffic to his door. For the first time in his life, poverty was no longer choking him. He idly tossed the Yale Soul lightning ball into the air. With a smirk, he realized his biggest problem now was success. He desperately needed to hire a barista before the demand crushed him. His fingers tightened around the crackling sphere. Ever since absorbing that last summon, his time freeze ability had undergone a massive evolution. He had gained a solid 10 seconds. He had to admit, back when he was starving, the temptation to abuse this god-tier power for quick cash had been nearly irresistible. As he applied pressure, the ball expanded, releasing a shockwave of electric blue energy. The sight triggered a memory of Suling's warning. The Anti-Magic Bureau might ignore petty theft, but gambling his reputation on their mercy was a move only a fool would make. Suddenly, Shen's eyes ignited with azure light, and a swirling aura engulfed his body. His consciousness dove into a memory, Yale, standing before his legion, the Fade Cross floating in his grip. The fallen deity explained the artifact's true nature. Wielding this cross granted a defense that rivaled the gods. Not a physical shield, but a conceptual barrier capable of deleting all harm. Curses, poisons, spells, even diseases, everything was rendered null and void. But such power demanded a terrible price. The user would be plagued by eldritch whispers, slowly gnawing at their sanity until they descended into absolute madness. Snapping back to reality, Shen looked down at the lightning ball in his hand. The electric aura had dissipated, but his gaze remained fixed on the artifact. It was essentially a mystical search engine, loaded with a century of combat data. For someone with zero formal training, downloading a god's memories was infinitely more valuable than some dusty antique. He grinned, realizing just how useful Yale turned out to be. The Shadow Mask, the Ring of Luck, the Eternal Rust Cross. Shen understood their effects and their costs. But Yale? That monster never paid the price. He had spammed those cursed items like toys, a privilege reserved only for higher dimensional beings. Shen returned to his notes, observing that Yale's memory banks were overflowing with astral projection techniques. Theoretically, even a total commoner could master the basics. Yet, Shen had hit a wall. He had attempted every ritual in the book right here in the shop. Nothing happened. He sighed in frustration, wondering if he was simply born without talent. Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the very foundations of the room. A voice echoed from the abyss, chanting an ancient welcome to the faceless kingdom. The mystery of the colorless town unfolds, revealing the master of the ever-changing blade. The summons echoed in the silence. Shen rose, snatching the ominous mask from its rack. A disembodied voice bored into his skull, demanding he unseal the forbidden door. It pleaded for acceptance, promising godlike power. Shocked, the mask slipped from Shen's grip, clattering against the cold floor. His blood ran cold. He knew instantly that the nightmare was starting again, defying gravity. The shadow mask levitated, spinning violently around him like a dark vortex. Standing in the eye of this hurricane, Shen realized the terrifying truth. This was no ordinary town. It was a colossal kingdom, ripped straight from the pages of divine mythology. An infinite sprawl of cities without a horizon, ruled by the god of Dimension 22, the avatar of the blade. Legends whisper that any land touched by this deity faces the same brutal game over. But make no mistake, this god offered no blessings. Instead, he armed every newcomer and forced them into a savage deathmatch for survival. Shen drew a tiny knife from his pocket, staring in disbelief. Seriously? How was he supposed to survive with this trash-tier starter weapon? He was trapped within this infinite, hellish map. While calculating his grim survival odds, Shen suddenly spawned into the colorless world. He froze before a massive structure. Could that really be the Ben Empire Academy? But the moment his fingertips grazed the wall, reality shifted. The world glitched like disturbed water, morphing into a town. He stood before the colorless house, his mind racing. It was surreal, seeing a building torn straight from his own buried memories. What was this colorless town, truly? He stroked his chin, analyzing the ominous atmosphere. Someone was waiting in the library, His survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Dark smoke erupted around him, replacing his civilian guise with something far more lethal. Whatever waited inside, he was ready. Mask on. Suit pressed, cane in hand. Cloaked in shadowy fog, a confident smirk played on Shen's lips as he strode forward. He had to admit, the Chaos Cult knew how to craft some high-tier sacrificial loot. Prowling through the silent library, Shen muttered that his target was close. Suddenly, a figure drifted into view. A woman, hovering in midair, caught his gaze. Silver-white hair, crimson eyes, pale skin. She looked like a divine version of Anna, yet her voice was completely alien. The woman floated gracefully to the floor, executing an elegant bow. She introduced herself as the Oracle Girl, the awakened one who summoned him to this sanctuary. She shot him a playful wink. "Hi there." Shen actually blushed, his composure cracking in panic. What do you want?" he stammered. Then, she dropped the lore. The light chaser demanded a blade, but she had sworn an oath never to gift her artifacts to mortals. Her workaround? She needed a blade from him to pass on to the light chaser. In exchange, she would grant him a reward. Shen nervously asked about the payout. The lady grinned, pointed a finger directly at him, and delivered the punchline. A blade. It appears to be a simple glass sphere. But she leans in, her voice dripping with expectation. "So, where is mine?" Shen's face burns crimson as he forces an awkward smile. Right. He moves to hand it over, but the locked blade activates on its own accord, flying from Shen's pocket and drifting straight toward the mysterious woman. She snatches it from the air with a wink. "Thanks." Shen nods stiffly. "You are welcome." Internally, his mind is screaming. That aura. Definitely a succubus. The deal is sealed. She turns to depart, but leaves behind a heavy piece of intel. The light chaser is making his move on Miranda soon. He is hunting the god imposter, and possesses the resolve to die just to take that target down. Shen freezes. The god imposter, the one feigning divinity. Is that unforgivable to a true believer? Is the hunter coming for me? She casts a meaningful glance back at him. "Behold the future I promised," she declares. The god imposter is destined to fail spectacularly. I see his path clearly. He will ascend. He will triumph. He will crush his enemies beneath his heel. He will turn midnight into noon. She gazes up through the glass ceiling. And then, he will fall from the heavens. At the very zenith of his victory, his destruction will be live-streamed to the entire world, countless eyes bearing witness. Not a trace will remain. Total deletion. She looks him in the eye. "You know exactly who I am talking about, right?" Shen feigns confusion. "What kind of riddle is that? Can you not just speak plain English?" Suddenly, a familiar gray tornado erupts around him. He stands in the center of the vortex, eyes fixed upward. Okay, something massive is about to go down. As the wind roars, the tragic history of the Oracle floods directly into his mind. 1,000 years ago, during a golden age, humanity drowned in avarice. The kingdom raided all neighbors, rising as a superpower. The king's army remained undefeated, until a cult shattered the seal binding the Oracle Girl. They displayed her at the Capitol Plaza, a spectacle for the masses. Flowing silver locks, piercing crimson eyes. Her beauty was hypnotic. Every man, woman, and child fell into instant, obsessive adoration. The crowd became a ticking time bomb of hysteria. The Oracle Girl took center stage at the heart of the capital. Addressing the kingdom's masses, she announced that the threads of their future were about to be unspooled. Then, she dropped a bombshell that rattled their very souls. With a chilling smile, she unleashed a prophecy dripping with doom. She declared the kingdom was slated for total erasure. Every living soul, young and old, would face a tragic, violent end. Shock instantly morphed into blinding, murderous rage. The mob refused to accept it. They screamed for blood, ready to hang her, burn her, drain her veins, and take her head. But just as the violence reached its peak, she vanished into the ether, leaving nothing behind but that cursed forecast. She was gone without a trace. Several decades dissolved into history. The kingdom remained an unstoppable, golden empire. Their military juggernaut dominated every corner of the second-largest continent. They were untouchable, until their hubris swelled too large. They got greedy, craving elite status, even in the afterlife. So they summoned an extra-dimensional deity. A fatal mistake. That was the beginning of the end. The entire empire was deleted in a single heartbeat. All that swagger evaporated, leaving nothing but a haunting silence. The first oracle, the source, the prophet of prophecies, that is the legend whispered by the people. Her trademark visage, silver white hair and crimson eyes. Every medium, sorcerer, and fortune teller in existence carries her bloodline. They are all direct descendants of the original oracle. Suddenly, the Yale soul ball warps Shen straight into the heart of Yale's secret workshop. Shen scans the room, bewildered. Yo, why am I here? He realizes this must be the private sanctum. His inner loot goblin awakened with a roar. This place was a goldmine of high-tier artifacts waiting to be plundered. He'd strip the treasury bare and sell it all for a fortune. But first, the investigation took priority. Back in the sanctuary of his room, clutching the Yale soul ball, the puzzle pieces snapped together. Anna had to be the descendant. With a decisive crunch, he shattered the orb. Confirmation secured. He prepared to browse the rest of the rewards, but the soul ball suddenly erupted in blinding azure light. Boom. When the brilliance faded, Chen found himself staring at a mysterious silver sphere floating right before him. Appraisal activated. This was the ever-changing blade, a disaster-class relic of immense power. A weapon with no fixed form, shifting instantly to match the wielder's wildest imagination. The stats were god-tier, but the cost was demonic, a permanent sacrifice of a body part. Chen broke into a cold sweat as he read the fine print. A finger? An ear? Maybe an entire patch of skin? Or worse, a vital organ. And the damage was irreversible. Even high-tier healing magic couldn't restore what this blade took. A nightmare scenario for anyone else. Yet, Chen gripped the silver orb, a wicked grin spreading across his face like a gambler who rigged the deck. He had been starving for true offensive firepower. This wasn't just a weapon, it was his absolute ticket to survival. And thanks to his unique constitution, the curses of artifacts couldn't touch him. This overpowered relic was essentially free loot. He crushed the ball in his palm and roared, "Transform!" Instantly, dark silver mist detonated from his hand, swirling around him like a living storm. As the smoke cleared, the transformation was complete. Chen stood there, not in armor, but in a dapper suit and hat, gripping a cane wreathed in silver vapor. A cane? He mused. Part lethal weapon, part fashion statement. Absolutely perfect for a gentleman of his caliber. He gave it a smooth twirl, admiring the solid, heavy balance of the steel. And just as predicted, zero penalty. From this moment on, he was going to abuse these cursed items to their absolute limit. A pattern was emerging. Every power-up seemed linked to that entity from the extra-dimensional void. He wondered what treasures the colorless town held. With his attack stat maxed out, he needed to balance his build. Defense was the new priority. He needed to become a tank. 30 minutes later, Chen was trembling with strain, veins popping, trying to summon energy, but he felt absolutely nothing. Frustrated, he marched toward the door, grabbing the handle while grumbling, "I need coffee. I'm not sleeping until I crack this system." He barely gripped the lock when snap. The metal crumbled like dry clay in his palm. He stared at the pulverized hardware. Or is this door made of tofu? Wondering if the lock was just trash, he gave the door a gentle nudge with his foot. Crash. The entire frame exploded outward, collapsing into a heap of debris. He froze. He hadn't even used 1% of his power. Was this the upgrade? Had his base stats fundamentally evolved? That explained why the silver cane felt so substantial earlier. It wasn't the weapon's weight. It was his own monstrous strength. He looked at the wreckage. Great. How much is this going to cost me? Defeated, he slumped into a chair at the nearby cafe, idly toying with a steak knife. There go my savings, he sighed. But a thought struck him. It can't just be a strength buff. My durability must have leveled up too. He pressed the blade against his palm. Only one way to verify. He sliced and blood sprayed everywhere. Suddenly, a waitress walked in, freezing at the sight. Is he hurting himself? What a freak. But under the influence of his overwhelming aura, her perception warped into a nightmare. She didn't see a man. She saw a demonic entity with glowing crimson eyes, lapping up his own blood while cackling like a maniac. She stood paralyzed, terrified that all high-tier awakened were this twisted. Cold sweat drenched her back as fear consumed her. Meanwhile, Chen was fighting a losing battle against the stinging pain, practically screaming internally just as he noticed his terrified audience. Fighting back a groan of pain, he gestured to a seat. "Customer?" he managed to ask, motioning for her to take the weight off her feet. The woman, pale as a ghost, and looking absolutely petrified, could only nod in silent agreement. Chen turned to fetch a cup for himself, his voice casual. "What can I get for you?" But through the lens of her sheer terror, Chen didn't look hospitable. He looked like a demon draped in human skin. To her ears, his voice wasn't polite. It was a guttural growl, demanding to know her soul's deepest desires. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed into the chair, eyes nearly rolling back in her head from the pressure. "Cold. Brew." She barely managed to squeak. Chen winced, closing his eyes to hide his own physical ache, then turned around. "Are you sure?" he asked, genuinely concerned. "Wouldn't you prefer something hot instead?" He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. She was soaked to the bone, shivering violently from the torrential downpour. Yet, even in this apocalyptic storm, she showed up and kept her manners in check. That level of discipline. She had to be from the inner circle. His mind flashed back to Su Ling. That girl could down boiling hot coffee, like it was ice water without flinching. For superhumans like them, a cold drink after a rainstorm was probably just a refreshing breeze. He stood up tall, flashing a smile he intended to be friendly and welcoming. Relax. No need to be so stiff. You're a guest here. Let me grab you a towel. The lady stared at the floor, whispering a broken thank you while terrified that her muddy boots were soiling his sanctuary. Her mind spiraled into the dark rumors. This owner didn't just kill his victims. It was pure nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, Shen gripped a mug from the shelf, mentally screaming at his own grip strength. Easy, big guy, he coached himself. He still didn't know the limits of his own power, and his budget definitely couldn't handle buying more ceramic mugs if he crushed this one. Moving with surgical precision, he slid the cup across the counter. Here you go, beautiful lady. Her hand trembled violently as she reached for the porcelain, stammering a terrified thank you. She stared into the abyss of the black liquid, feeling completely lost. According to the legends, this mysterious shopkeeper played four-dimensional chess with the entire world. She took a nervous, hesitant sip. She was convinced he was a ruthless puppet master, pulling the strings of anyone desperate enough to beg, a monster who savored joy and suffering alike. He appeared only at the bitter end to harvest ultimate despair, like a fine vintage, toying with souls before plunging them into an everlasting void of agony. She glanced up at Shen, thinking, this guy is completely twisted. Shen just watched her shake. Weird, he thought. She's the one who ordered the iced drink, but in her head, scenes played out of how he single-handedly annihilated the Hush Strike Guild back in Miranda. The Anti-Magic Bureau had made it crystal clear. Do not poke this sleeping dragon. She fought back tears, terrified down to her very marrow. This man is a living horror show, she thought. Meanwhile, Shen said, breaking the suffocating silence. So, are you going to tell me why you're really here? She flinched, looking at him with pure fear, before forcing a weak smile. You already know, don't you? I run turmeric flower. I am an ender. Shen nodded slowly. Right. Internally, he was pulling up Su Ling's crash course. Enders were basically bottom-tier supernatural mercenaries, the disposable grunts of the circle, lackeys who ran errands for the investigators at the Anti-Magic Bureau. Su Ling absolutely despised them. One agency had tried to butter her up with a luxury car right outside her academy gates, which led her classmates to assume she had snagged a wealthy sugar daddy. Su Ling was so triggered she almost went full slasher villain on them right there. Back in the present, the lady dropped the intel. A shadow group called the Hidden Irises had surfaced in Miranda. They claimed the title of Observers, phantoms that materialized from thin air. These entities recorded global catastrophes, yet never lifted a finger to intervene. Humanity dismissed them as harmless eccentrics. Unti 2 days ago, a rogue agent from the Hidden Iris sect snapped, embarking on a rampage. She began slaughtering the inner circle, a predator among prey. She wiped out her entire agency in a senseless bloodbath. They are mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful, she trembled. I crave vengeance. Please, lend me your strength. She squeezed her eyes shut. I offer you everything. Body and soul. She stood, displaying her figure, assuming he would take whatever twisted payment he desired. He chopped the cat's head from behind. Knock it off. Don't hiss at the paying customers. A cartoonish bump swelled on the cat's head. Su Ling giggled while the kitty fumed in defeat. Shen cut straight to the chase. So, what's up? Her voice dropped to a whisper. I need a favor. An elder in the slums died suddenly. I found traces of astral projection magic at the scene. He was a good soul. He gave candy to the slum children. I literally just saw him a few days ago. Shen raised a brow. You want to hunt down the killer? Yes. She sighed heavily. Our fortune teller is out of commission, and the rest of the squad is tied up with the Hidden Iris case. I am flying solo here. So, I came to you. Shen's mind lit up. Bingo. Keyword, Hidden Iris. Time to improvise. He flicked his wrist with the casual disdain of an emperor, radiating pure, suffocating arrogance. The Hidden Iris? Those raving lunatics? What is your assessment? Su Ling swallowed hard, her heart pounding against her ribs. She knew the truth. This man was the puppet master, pulling the strings from the abyss. And she had been chosen. The Anti-Magic Bureau has made their move, she reported. They have deployed an A-rank investigator. It is a total extermination order. They intend to wipe the cult from the face of the earth. Suddenly, the mystical seal, branded on Su Ling's midriff, flared to life, pulsing with a sinister violet light. Her voice trembled. Intelligence confirms it. An A-rank hunter is already on the prowl. The Bureau had finally designated the Hidden Iris as a calamity-level threat. But listen to this, she urged. Their origins were harmless, just a gathering of bored scholars, history enthusiasts obsessed with the past, and occult fanatics desperate to glimpse the supernatural world. But the moment they united, snap, their minds fractured. One by one, they spiraled into absolute madness. Shen merely closed his eyes, his expression as unreadable as a frozen lake. Old news. Tell me something I do not know. Here is the deal, Shen declared, his tone brokering no argument. Find me the light chaser and the god imposter. Suling froze. The blood drained from her face at the mention of those forbidden titles. But Shen offered no comfort. He simply nodded his head toward the door. The audience was over. You heard my command. Now, leave. Later that night, the alleyway behind the cafe was swallowed by suffocating darkness. Christine, the mysterious patron from earlier, slumped against the cold brick. Every breath was a struggle against exhaustion. It is catching up, she wheezed into the void. Any second now. It will be here. Meanwhile, inside the warm, golden sanctuary of the shop, the espresso machine hissed like a steam engine. But as Shen brewed a fresh cup, his mind was far from coffee beans. He was piecing together the puzzle. The light chaser, the god imposter, the hidden iris, the salons, the lightless dust, and the corpse of the old man in the slums. Suling's warning echoed in his mind. A catalyst had sparked this chain reaction. Suddenly, a torrent of dark miasma exploded from Shen's body. He transformed instantly into his divine messenger persona. Immaculate suit, cane in hand, and a mask shielding his visage. Infinite threads, he mused, tangling together into what mortals call inevitable fate. Shadows swirled around him like loyal servants as Shen stood tall in the center of the storm. He did not believe in coincidence. He smirked beneath the mask, admiring his own reflection. Damn, I look magnificent. With a casual motion, he slid the ring of luck off his finger. Today has been a wash, he sighed. And frankly, this twisted rank relic is beneath my standards. He pouted like a petulant child. Where are all the wealthy summoners hiding? Why is no one offering me gold, silver, or legendary loot? He stepped out of the cafe. I accept personal checks too, you know. The scene shifts to the oppressive gloom of the alley. Christine stared at the syringe in her trembling hand. Terror clawed at her throat. Could she survive this? She prepared to inject the final vial of the strange K155 blood. She knew she had to act fast. Something ancient and hungry was hunting her down. Suddenly, violent tremors seized her body. Her vision blurred into a chaotic mess. From the shadows, a beast lunged. She whipped around, her heart plunging into her stomach. Game over. The monster roared, its breath reeking of death right in her face. Christine froze, paralyzed by the memory. Just 2 of these nightmares had slaughtered her entire agency. She should have asked the cafe owner for help. Just then, a piece of paper in her pocket ignited with brilliant light. The beast struck. Claws aimed to kill, but Shen intercepted. He swung his cane with effortless grace, smashing the monster into oblivion with a single hit. He looked down at the dissipating smoke, disappointed. Too soft. I expected a challenge. The vibe check was a total success. In his mind, he was radiating absolute perfection right now. Christine stared up at Shen, her eyes widening as she recognized the mysterious shop owner. How did he just obliterate a twisted rank abomination like it was dust? She estimated his power level was at least disaster rank. Then, her pupils trembled in sheer, unadulterated terror. Her gaze pierced through his human disguise, revealing the skeletal form beneath. A divine messenger, rhythmically tapping his cane against the cold asphalt. She felt microscopic, utterly crushed by the suffocating aura of an extra-dimensional deity. Her body shook uncontrollably. Was this man a divine envoy sent from the heavens? Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the pavement. Is he even human? Or perhaps some superior breed of familiar beyond her comprehension? Meanwhile, Shen was sweating bullets, wondering if he had overdone the dramatic entrance. After all, that monster was just a trash mob. Did boasting about such a weak kill make him look cringe? He figured no one could keep their cool while sensing the scent of a god. Well, except for that one succubus. He switched to gentleman mode, greeting her with a polite, "Miss Christine." She could only stammer a broken reply. Trembling, she handed him a glowing paper. It was the medical formula for dream sight, a tribute she had prepared just for him. She begged him to lend his strength and avenge her fallen squad. In exchange, she promised to lead him straight to the hidden Iris's secret base. Their lair. Sounds like a plan, Shen smirked. He noted that the monster from earlier was technically a raid-level threat. Stronger than a human, sure, but for someone like him, it was light work. Christine stood up and injected the recovery serum. Shen declared it was time to go crash their party. As they walked down the dark alley, Christine's mind flashed back to her 10 colleagues. She had lost everything. The laughs, the tears, the dreams, and the families, all shredded by monsters in a single heartbeat. Now, only 3 members of the Turmeric Flower Guild remained. One had retired to a normal life, while the last one remained distant and beautiful. Christine never imagined that a wise, dark prophecy would actually become reality. Seeing her zone out, Shen asked if she was okay. "I'm fine," she lied, letting out a deep sigh. It was time to lock in and move forward. She glanced at Chen, realizing she needed to keep this V.I.P. happy at all costs. Would it be too much to kneel right here and swear eternal loyalty? Or should she just call him master out of the blue? The formula felt like a weak bribe. She had done too little. She felt useless. What else could she possibly bring to the table? Her life savings? Millions of yuan? Suddenly, they stopped on a bridge overlooking the river. Is this the spot? Shen asked. Yes, she confirmed. The lair was underwater, a repurposed secret agency safe house. The Hidden Iris started as a group of nerds, scholars, history buffs, and supernatural enthusiasts. It was just a harmless research club, but something changed. They suddenly awakened powers and rebranded themselves as the Observers. They cataloged global nightmares until their sanity finally snapped, mutating them into literal beasts. Shen dropped a theory. It sounded like an outer god or some cursed artifact had completely scrambled their brains. Christine flashed a thumbs up, totally fangirling over his genius. She thought he was the wisest man she had ever met. Shen awkwardly thanked her but pleaded, "Please don't call me wise." He admitted it gave him the creeps. Christine pouted, panicking that her attempt to hype him up had totally backfired. He stepped up, signaling her to fall back. "Watch this." He ignited a blazing aura. Since the lair was submerged, he reasoned that a little elemental test was in order. She stood behind him, eyes glued to the scene. Raw, fiery energy exploded from his frame, leaving her absolutely stunned. But, instead of a direct attack, Shen shot the fire straight into the river. The flame didn't fizzle out. Instead, it dove deep, surged back up, and bobbed on the surface like a rhythmic buoy. "There is a mechanism down there," Shen analyzed instantly. Right on cue, a switch floated up. "Bingo," he thought. "Found it," he announced, his voice cool and detached. "The trigger is underwater." Beside him, Christine trembled, her eyes watering with pure, instinctual terror. She realized his residual energy alone was off the charts. Definitely catastrophe rank material, she thought, staring at him, paralyzed. "Scared you?" Shen asked, noticing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. He smirked internally. This was the first time someone had actually convulsed from the pressure of his suppressed aura. Christine forced a nervous smile. "I'm good. Let's roll," Shen commanded. He eyed the aquatic switch, which had already triggered. "The path is open." "You're sharp," Christine added, trying to recover her composure. They pushed forward into the subterranean cavern beneath the river. Suddenly, Christine reached into her shirt, her hand disappearing beneath the fabric. "Gotta grab something," she mumbled. "Whoa," Shen yelled, caught completely off guard. "Where were you hiding that?" She pulled out the item with a casual shrug. "Strategic storage. It is accessible and safer close to the chest." She had found it. In her hands, she cradled a golden artifact that pulsed with ancient light. Closing her eyes, she channeled the legendary Origin Fire. Shen stood by, his mind flashing through the lore. Origin Fire, the top-tier deity of the Second Continent, the god of noon and radiance, commanding a massive cult of 10 billion followers. Christine raised her hand, summoning a miniature sun of swirling gold and orange energy. Chanting praises to the light, she held the golden lightning ball out to Shen, practically fishing for a compliment. Shen nodded stoically. "Solid work," he said, signaling them to move. But suddenly, his senses spiked. His red eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness. A split second later, a beast lunged from the shadows. Shen didn't even flinch. He deleted it with a single strike of his cane. Instant kill. Monster gore splattered across Christine's face. He is too OP, she thought, stunned by his overwhelming power. She quickly jumped in front of Shen and blasted green lightning to clear the path. "What are you doing?" Shen asked, confused. She turned, pointing to the now spotless tunnel. "Cleaning up." Shen realized she was trying way too hard to impress him. "Good job," he sighed, urging them onward. As they trekked through the zone, littered with monster corpses, Shen mentally yawned. Trash mobs. Too easy. But to Christine, watching Shen mow down enemies with nothing but a walking stick, he looked absolutely savage. They pressed deeper into the cave. The golden lightning ball hovered along like a loyal drone, illuminating their way. Christine glanced at Shen. "You figured out the hidden iris clues instantly," she marveled. Shen just smiled, strutting forward with confidence. His mind drifted to the colorless town and that dormant deity from another dimension. "Got to stay chill to keep the powers flowing," he reminded himself. Finally, they hit a massive, shimmering barrier. "Is this an astral projection shield?" Shen mused, eyeing the invisible glass wall blocking their path. Christine peered at it. "It looks like a giant aquarium," she whispered, creeping out. "Who uses astral magic for this?" "It is twisted." Shen stroked his chin, going full detective mode. "So, the Hidden Iris members, former Surface World fanboys, turned gods. Did they really ascend without the Inner Circle's help?" Christine nodded. Exactly. Shen closed his eyes. They built a base under the Thames, sealed with high-level astral magic to hold back the river. This is an amateur hour, Christine gasped, the gravity of the situation crashing down on her. Are you saying someone in the hidden iris is actually an inner circle sleeper agent? Shen grinned sharply. That is exactly what I am saying. But inside? Inside, he was throwing a victory party. 2 agonizing months of grinding knowledge from Yale's soul ball had finally paid off. It was time to flex. Let's keep moving, he commanded, his aura radiating authority as he pushed into the unknown. As they navigated the suffocating gloom, Christine maintained professional distance, addressing him only by his title, shopkeeper. Shen remained a statue of silence. Suddenly, the darkness ahead stared back. Countless glowing red eyes pierced through the shadows with predatory hunger. Pure instinct took over. Shen threw his arm out instantly, becoming a human shield for Christine. Back up, now. His voice brooked no argument. She didn't dare argue, scrambling backward in blind panic. A guttural roar shook the very air as the horde of beasts launched their assault. Tears welled in Christine's eyes, terror gripping her soul. Why are they staring at me like I am dinner? She screamed. Shen's gaze snapped to the floating ball of yellow lightning. The light! He barked. Toss it to me. Like moths drawn to a fatal flame, the monsters were entirely fixated on the arcane glow. Christine nodded frantically, launching the orb toward him just as a beast lunged for the kill. Clang! Shen manifested a shimmering blue barrier just in time. The monster smashed face first into the ethereal shield and bounced off like a ragdoll. A smirk played on Shen's lips as he gripped the artifact. With the eternal rust cross in hand, he felt like a god. Absolute, intoxicating invincibility coursed through his veins. In one fluid motion, the rust cross morphed, elongating into a razor-sharp whip that hummed with power. Shen lashed out. The weapon sang through the air, slicing the monsters apart with surgical, lethal precision. 3 strikes, 3 kills. Shen surveyed the carnage with cold detachment. Gross, he muttered. Behind him, the wretched sound of retching filled the silence. Christine simply could not handle the gore. Shen stood amidst the slaughter, fighting back his own urge to hurl as he looked at the grime and shattered debris surrounding them. Once you are done emptying your stomach, he said flatly, clean this mess up. Christine wiped her mouth and summoned her green lightning magic. She got to work immediately, desperate to prove her worth to the intimidating shopkeeper. I have to be useful, she told herself. Shen watched her scrub the area, his expression an unreadable mask. His lips quirked downward in a subtle frown. Must be nice, he thought. He was genuinely jealous of mages who could casually toss around astral projection spells like it was nothing. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. If only he could scam her into working part-time at his coffee shop. But that was just a pipe dream. His daily experiments with divine power and supernatural entities came with a nasty side effect. Anyone hanging around him for too long would literally lose their mind. Shopkeeper? Christine's voice broke his train of thought. She was holding up a tattered notebook she had unearthed from the ruin. What is it? He asked. She handed it over, eyes wide. I found this in a hidden compartment behind a desk. Looks like heavy reading. Nice find, Shen said, genuinely impressed. Christine beamed dutifully, opening the book and holding it up so he could read hands-free. I will be your bookstand, she chirped. It is fine, really, Shen replied, scanning the handwritten pages. The ink told a disturbing story. It spoke of a savior named Mr. White, a miracle who had given them new purpose. The writer claimed they were just fans, powerless nobodies who would never have survived reality without him. To them, Mr. White was the absolute peak of nobility. The text worshipped him as a being of pure generosity, 50% righteousness, and 50% infinite wisdom. That marked the genesis of the hidden iris. Mr. White didn't just lead them. He proclaimed himself the miracle, their savior incarnate. He force-fed them forbidden arcane truths, peeling back the veil of reality itself. The entry chronicled a terrifying miracle performed just the night prior. With a mere snap of his fingers, a colossal labyrinth materialized beneath the earth. He defied the laws of physics, bending gravity to hold back the river's rage. After witnessing that display, the followers awakened, gifted with supernatural abilities. Christine continued reading, her voice trembling as the atmosphere grew heavy. By Mr. White's decree, we gather the catalysts to summon the god. Then the writing descended into madness. The author's health was collapsing. They felt wrong. Infected. The body rejected normal sustenance. Vegetables and fruits induced instant, violent nausea. The writer tried to rationalize the horror. Christine looked up, her expression grave. This fanatic's body was mutating, she realized. Yet, he deluded himself, believing this grotesque transformation was merely a phase. The journal claimed Mr. White called it ascension. The collection was nearly complete. A new recruit was mentioned. A blind boy. not even 10 years old. A vessel, gifted with the cursed eye of future sight. The writer insisted Mr. White lead the ritual. Something ancient, something unknown, was calling to him from the abyss. It was a hive mind infection. Every member of the hidden iris felt the pull. Doubting the Messiah was heresy. Chen absorbed the intel, his mind racing. So, this Mr. White pulls the strings of the hidden iris. He is the puppet master. Is he the White of Miracle? What is his endgame? Why these specific artifacts? And what calamity is he trying to unleash? That's where it ends, Christine announced, snapping the notebook shut. End of the line. Got it. Chen nodded approvingly. Good work. Your narration was impeccable. Your voice acting was actually spot on. Christine's face flushed a deep crimson. Oh, thank you, she stammered. Chen smirked internally. Flattery was clearly the key to controlling her. Christine pointed an accusing finger at the tome. Honestly, this guy had zero survival instincts. I can't believe they thought summoning an interdimensional deity was just a casual Tuesday hobby, she scoffed. Even surface dwellers know that's a massive taboo. And calling physical mutations normal? That's straight-up lunacy. Sharp analysis, Chen agreed. Now, check for any other loot. On it. Leave it to me, Christine shouted, revitalized, dashing off to rummage through the debris. A few minutes later, she trudged back, shoulders slumped in defeat. She shook her head. Nothing. The place has been picked clean. Someone beat them to the treasure. The notebook only survived because it was tucked in a hidden compartment. Chen reassured her. You did well. Then, he dropped the bombshell. He needed her on the team. She nodded furiously like a bobblehead, vibrating with excitement. I'd be honored. Chen suppressed a smirk. Too easy, he thought. A few kind words and she's practically wagging a tail. Gullible. Meanwhile, Christine was undergoing a full-blown internal crisis. Should she take a knee? Swear a blood oath? She was losing her mind, mentally screaming praises to the Fire of Origin. She couldn't believe she actually impressed a VIP like him. Then, panic set in. Wait, is he going to make me kneel and call him master every time? It would be absolutely humiliating. But for the sake of the mission, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. Chen cut through her internal monologue with a cold directive. Investigate a suspicious fatality. An elderly candy vendor near the slums had just kicked the bucket, and the circumstances reeked of foul play. Christine snapped to attention, executing a crisp salute. Consider it done. She swore to herself she would nail this assignment, no matter the cost. Her mana reserves might be running on fumes, but her interconnections were rock solid. All this required was dropping a cool 200,000 euros. But suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion rocked the dark tunnel behind them as a massive wall of water crashed in. Chen whipped around, his voice cutting through the roar. It's a trap! The White of Miracles had left them a deadly parting gift. He glanced at Christine, terror written all over her face. He could easily shift into his haze form and slip through the cracks, but that meant leaving her to drown. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the rust cross. It was his only play. He hurled it straight at her. Catch! But her clumsy hands fumbled the throw. Instead of grabbing it, the artifact slammed right into her chest and embedded itself there. The crushing floodwaters were mere seconds away from obliterating them. Chen forced himself to stay cool. The colorless city's power buff's defense, that was the key. As the world instantly desaturated into monochrome, the rushing torrent turned gray and froze in midair. Christine's eyes went wide, witnessing the impossible. Cut to the aftermath on dry land. Christine lay unconscious on the sand while Chen hovered nearby, his form still shifting like smoke. He solidified back into human flesh, cracking a wry grin. Who needs a dryer when you can just phase the moisture right out of your clothes? Truly the ultimate life hack. But that rust cross was high-maintenance garbage. Keeping it equipped for over 30 minutes cost a fortune in resources. He looked down at the glowing artifact, still buried in Christine's chest. Why is that thing still stuck in there? He reached out to yank it free, just as her eyelids fluttered open. Realizing exactly where his hand was, she turned beet red and squeezed her eyes shut while Chen quickly popped the cross out. He shoved it into his pocket, clearing his throat awkwardly. Oh, good. You're finally awake. She sat up, completely flustered. Did I wake up at a weird time? Chen shouted back, defensive. What is wrong with your brain? I'm fine. Really? She stammered, thanking him for the save despite the awkwardness. Chen waved her off dismissively. Just get going and watch your back. Someone might already be targeting you. She nodded, her grave expression returning. Understood. As she walked away, Chen watched her retreating figure. Hope she doesn't get herself killed. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble as blue lightning crackled across the dirt. The white haze emerged. He noticed Christine kept walking, unable to sense a thing. Here we go again, he thought. The summons had begun. It wasn't even 12 yet, but the timing felt intentional. Chen morphed into his Baron persona and took his seat inside the spell circle, bathed in that electric blue glow, manifesting within the grand hall of Baron's office. He closed his eyes. Yep, it's Baron. He glanced at the assistant nearby, the same girl who passes out from sheer pressure every time she sees him. That is some serious loyalty to the name of Baron. Actually, the assistant was whispering to her master, shaken to her core. Is that really a god from another dimension? It is, the summoner confirmed, cool as ice. Increase the offering. She nodded, terrified but obedient. Meanwhile, the real Baron took a knee, praying to the controller of everything. His mind drifted back to the ancient teachings of the Corona Church. Before the Big Bang, the fire of origin nuked the water of spirituality, vaporizing it into nothingness, and that cataclysm created the universe. Legends claim the first humans were born from that vaporized white haze. Myth or not, the water of spirituality was a divine treasure. Baron was convinced it held the power to forge a genuine soul. With a wave of his hand, he floated a small vial of the liquid toward Shen. Shen snatched the offering out of the air, his grip firm. Eyeing the bottle, he recognized it from the archives in Yale's soul orb. To the masses, this was useless trash. Only a handful of legends in history had ever successfully crafted a soul with it. But Baron believed Shen was an interdimensional deity. If mere humans failed, surely a god could succeed. Smart reasoning, Shen had to admit. As he drifted closer to the kneeling Baron, he noted the subtle change in the man's hair. It was almost a pity that Shen was just a master conman, and not a divine being. Rubbing his chin, his mind flashed back to their previous encounter. Awe and Baron had witnessed completely different dreamscapes. Their visions didn't align with his own. History was repeating itself, and paranoia began to creep in. Constantly switching identities was a rookie mistake. He shoved the doubt aside forcefully. Better safe than sorry. He exhaled a heavy sigh, realizing he had already played the wandering at ease card last time. If he didn't drop some ancient wisdom right now, this entire charade would crumble into dust. Time to bring out the big guns. The equality of things. He locked eyes with Baron and spun his complex web of lies. Nothing is not that, and nothing is not this. To the blind, it is invisible, but once you truly see, you know. Boom. Baron was thunderstruck. He couldn't believe he was hearing the legendary uniformity of everything, the holy grail of forbidden alchemy. This wasn't just philosophy. It was a literal cheat code for reality. Anyone who mastered this possessed the god-tier ability to deconstruct and rebuild existence itself. Baron instantly dropped to his knees in absolute submission. He pledged eternal loyalty to the mighty haze of the White Shore. To him, this blessing was pure fortune. Every command was destiny. The entity had just revealed how insignificant Baron truly was in the grand scheme of the cosmos. Then came the shocking reveal. Baron had joined the lightless dust, and they were waiting for Shen to pass their trial. The mission? Kill the light chaser. The rewards would be astronomical, but Shen's internal alarm bells started screaming. Was this the same light chaser the Oracle girl had warned him about? She said a light chaser would descend on Miranda and risk everything to delete a false god. A chilling realization froze Shen's blood. Was he the imposter she was talking about? Playing it cool, he commanded Baron to head to the location where their paths first crossed and hunt down his messenger. With that mic drop moment, Shen and the white mist vanished into thin air. Baron whispered the destination to himself with reverence. The Ben Empire Academy, the exact spot the messenger of the haze first appeared. He glanced at his unconscious assistant on the ground, muttering a dark promise of payback. But right now, the mission took absolute priority. Meanwhile, Shen materialized back in reality on the sandy riverbank, wondering aloud if he was the glitch in the system. He scanned his surroundings cautiously. He was still at the river, but the summoning quake had shifted his coordinates. He stared at the lightning bottle in his hand. He had snagged another offering, but the real loot was the intel on the light chaser. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation hit him like a freight train. Wait a second. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he pressed his lips into a thin line. He was stranded in a desolate wasteland miles away from the academy. The dead of night. Not a single Uber driver in existence. A wild thought struck him. Mist mode, to fly back? He quickly crushed that hope. His mana bar was running on fumes. Then, a memory flashed that bicycle he'd seen parked in the alley earlier. He sprinted back, and sure enough, there it was, waiting like destiny. Forgive me, stranger, he thought, silently promising the universe he'd return it later. He jammed a lightning bottle into the keyhole, morphing the energy until it clicked MacGyver style. While Chen fought for his life, Baron flexed true power using high-tier lightning magic to warp straight to his living room. Yifu spotted him instantly. She ignored the maids, sprinting toward him and crying out, "Father!" She was an emotional wreck. Terrified because he was home so late, she buried her face in his chest, and Baron melted, patting her head and accepting the blame. Then, her mood pulled a complete 180. She pointed eagerly at the table, announcing she had finally leveled up her cooking skills. The menu? Smoked salmon, butter chicken, baked escargot, and borscht. Baron froze. Sweat trickled down his face as he stared at the culinary chaos in silence. Yifu's expression crumbled. Do you hate it? Baron forced a loud laugh, swearing there was zero chance he wouldn't love it, pretending to be hyped for the taste test. Cut to Chen pedaling for his life down the highway, screaming at his legs to move faster. His veins were popping, eyes glazing over, lungs burning like fire from the cardio from hell. The contrast was brutal. Baron, laughing at a warm dinner table while Chen fought a lonely war against gravity and exhaustion. Later, Yifu lay bundled up like a burrito in bed and asked the big question, when can I finally visit Baranda City? Baron sat by her side, back turned, eyes shut. Soon. But when his eyes snapped open, the warmth was gone. He silently vowed she would eventually return to a world that wasn't broken. He turned back to her. Duty calls, my dear. I must vanish again. She gave him a brave, heartbreaking smile. It's cool. I need to sleep anyway. Stay safe. Baron stood up and walked out, silently cursing this cruel reality, hoping his daughter would inherit a destiny far brighter than the shadows he walked in. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark library, Baron prowled through the silence completely alone. Suddenly a presence, Chen, disguised with Yale's face, slipped from the shadows and called out. Baron spun around, his voice trembling. Is my timing perfect? Chen confessed he'd sprinted there, terrified Baron would bail if he was even a second late. Internal alarms deafened Baron. Did this divine messenger radar lock his location and manifest instantly? Could this entity track his every breath and teleport anywhere at will? His knuckles turned white. Baron realized with a shiver just what kind of terrifying monster he was dealing with. Chen cut straight to the chase, demanding every scrap of intel regarding the light chaser. Baron nodded and the secrets began to spill. According to my sources, the light chaser is a top-tier worshipper of the Corona Church. His abilities are absolute catastrophes. Furthermore, he wields a relic of equal power, a weapon the Church didn't just call mysterious. They revere it as a holy item. As one of only 10 existing holy worshippers, the light chaser holds legendary status. Recently, a terrifying powerhouse had emerged in Baranda, shrouded in mystery. Chen's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. He demanded to know if the light chaser was hunting the god imposter, and if he intended to burn the world down to finish the job. Baron blinked, completely blindsided. He stammered, admitting this was the first he had heard of any god imposter. However, he agreed instantly. Ignoring such a threat would be a death sentence. Recognizing the danger posed by the light chaser's target, Chen issued his command. Locate and profile the hunter. Shadow him from the darkness. Do not engage. Record every breath he takes in the book. Just like before, Baron bowed so low his head nearly touched the floor, sweat pouring down his neck as he accepted the divine messenger's will. He vividly remembered the last intel mission, the one that ended with George, and led straight to Yaliver, being erased from existence. Throughout that entire blood-soaked chaos, the divine messenger had never even stepped into the light. Yet, from the shadows, he had single-handedly dismantled a 1,000-year-old cult and forced a rogue investigator to bend the knee. Chen turned on his heel, tossing back a casual remark that he was dying to see the results. But as he walked away, internal panic set in. He had to hustle to return his rental bike before the fees racked up. Back at the coffee shop, Chen stood behind the counter. His legs were wobbling like jelly. He wondered if any other divine messenger in history had suffered the supreme indignity of pedaling a bicycle until his quads screamed. He slammed a hand on the counter, groaning at how absolutely cringe the whole situation was. Overwhelmed, he sent a silent prayer of thanks to the universe that nobody had recognized him. If Anna had caught him looking that pathetic, he would have actually died of embarrassment right there. He let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. His mind drifted to the records within Yale's soul ball. It warned of other untouchable class enemies, a grim reminder to tread carefully in this dangerous world. Suddenly, the soul ball smacked right into Chen's forehead and ricocheted back to the cat, who snatched it out of the air like a ninja. The cat landed with a soft thud on the table, batting the ancient artifact around like a cheap toy. Watching her play, Chen deadpanned that she had way too much energy, especially post-vaccination. With zero emotion, he muttered that he needed to drag her back to the vet to get fixed. The cat froze instantly, whipping around to shoot him a glare of pure death. The date was September 5th, Exorcism Day, a major holy event for the Corona Church. The streets were dead silent. People hid indoors, terrified of crossing paths with demons. Families huddled over their dinners, praying fervently to the fire of origin and praising the Holy Sunday. Meanwhile, a girl with distinct horns protruding from her head was sprinting through a dark, rain-soaked alley. Chen sat scrolling on his phone, mechanically reciting the sacred lines about the fire of origin. Illuminating hearts, purging the world's evil, turning all to ash. Eyes closed, he dryly noted that while he wasn't sure if monsters were real, he was 100% sure his business was dead. 0 customers. All day. Suddenly, a noise from the street shattered the silence. followed by the heavy sound of a body hitting the wet pavement. He stepped out to investigate and froze in his tracks. A horned girl was lying unconscious in the pouring rain, right on his doorstep. He called out, asking if someone was there and if she was still alive. The girl looked up, hitting him with a gaze so innocent and heartbreaking it stopped time. Chen asked if she was hurt. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to force out an answer. Chen leaned down gently, his expression softening as he invited her inside to escape the storm. The girl recoiled in fear, refusing his help, but Chen raised a hand to calm her trembling spirit, promising he wasn't a villain. He even joked about giving off a creepy aura, but suddenly, the girl cried out in terror, refusing to drag him into her nightmare. She confessed to being a monster. Chen froze, his curiosity piqued as he leaned in close. The horns protruding from her head were not simple cosplay props. They were real, flesh and bone. He had assumed it was just festival gear. But now, he placed a gentle hand on her head, assuring her that everything would be fine. Wanting to show off, he summoned a blazing fireball in his palm, flashing it like a trophy of war. He thought he looked like a god descent. But the girl? She hit him with the most devastating eye roll imaginable. Her face was a mask of total disbelief. Shen broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly asking if she was okay. Snapping out of her daze, she asked the only thing that mattered, was he serious about saving her? Shen activated his spirit vision, scanning her aura. She was a low-tier existence in the underworld. Someone who knew the game existed but held zero power. A jackpot. She was exactly the kind of recruit he had been hunting for. A grin tugged at his lips. His luck ring was finally paying dividends. Wasting no time, he grabbed her hand. It was time to secure this asset. He ushered her into a coffee shop, seated her like a VIP, and ordered her to stay put. Grabbing a towel, he dried her damp hair before vanishing in a blur of speed to fetch supplies. The girl sat there, stunned, beaming from the unexpected special treatment. In a flash, Shen returned with a steaming cup of coffee. He slid it over, telling her to drink up and warm her core. She whispered a quiet thank you. Genuine relief washed over her. Shen sat opposite, his gaze piercing. All right, spill it. What haunts you? He assured her that whatever it wasn't the apocalypse she feared. She pursed her lips, hesitating before the dam broke, and the truth poured out. I am Tina, she began, explaining she was a freshman at Ben Empire Academy. But last week, her body began to glitch like a corrupted file. She had checked the mirror and saw animal ears sprouting from her skull. Shen blinked. A cat girl? He narrowed his eyes. No, those looked disturbingly human. Something was fundamentally wrong with her anatomy. His intense scrutiny made her crumble. She blushed, calling him out on his rude staring. Shen turned beet red. My bad, he muttered. She whispered, do you actually believe me? 100%, Shen shot back. Keep going. She admitted her life had been painfully ordinary, boring, even, until she stumbled into an occult research club and borrowed ancient grimoires. Shen smirked internally. He recognized it immediately, the classic rookie path to self-destruction. She hung her head in shame. Admitting they tried various rituals that failed, she had lost interest. But then, just last week, a post-shower nightmare manifested into reality. She looked in the mirror to find fuzzy animal ears replacing her own. Shen remained calm. Is that it? Give me the full diagnostic. What other symptoms? Tina shuddered. She heard eldritch whispers, and her flesh kept shifting. Shen pressed harder. Changes like what? Horns? More fur? She nodded grimly. His suspicions were confirmed. She added that sometimes she sprouted antlers, a tail, or even fish scales. She was mutating into a literal monster. Terrified, she had sealed her lips. She told no one, not even her parents. Hiding under baggy clothes, she ghosted the academy on medical leave. Her face twisted in agony. Mr. White told me to hold on. He said, I must not let the inner demons win. The voices were relentless, shattering her sanity. Shen cut through the noise with a single question. Did this Mr. White mention the word miracle? Tina froze. Yes. He claims he creates them. Shen rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. Bingo. It had to be the infamous White of Miracle. The same psycho who twisted the hidden Iris members into grotesque monsters. And now, he was hunting fresh prey. Tina, Mr. White is the root of all this evil. Shen's voice was cold as steel. Her eyes widened. I know his criminal history well, Shen replied. He is dangerous. Tell me his location. I will handle him immediately. Tina hesitated, looking away. I only meet him in my dreams. Shen froze. Literal dreams? She nodded. Every single night for 2 weeks. Shen fell into deep thought. His mind raced. Hidden Iris used dream potions to hack minds, just like the vial Christine had given him. This White was definitely the mastermind pulling the strings of the dreamscape. Shen cursed internally. He couldn't brew the counter potion yet. He was missing key ingredients. A wave of cold dread washed over him. Would Tina mutate into one of those grotesque, fish-headed abominations? The image sickened him. If she were a total stranger, perhaps he could simply look away. But she had begged for salvation. He could not let her become a monster. The mere thought made his blood boil with fury. Wham! He slammed his fist down, standing up. Leave it to me. He swore to hunt down Mr. White inside the dreamscape itself. Meanwhile, back at the gloomy orphanage, Anna lurked outside a classroom. Inside, a teacher tossed a question to the students, scanning for intelligence. One child piped up eagerly, claiming to know the answer. The teacher commanded him to stand and recite. Peeking through the crack, Anna watched in silence, struck by the bitter irony. Though her body was frozen in time, her mind was leveling up at warp speed. Her processing power was off the charts. She saw the supernatural bleeding into reality. It was vivid enough to touch, a glitch in the world that ordinary humans were blind to. She had already tamed the eternal flame of destruction, leaving her peers in the dust. Her potential was limitless, her growth terrifyingly vertical. But this gift carried a curse. She was hypersensitive to the misery of others. In just a few months under the High Priest's tutelage, she had speedrun the basics of astral projection, specifically tuning into tragic frequencies. Conjuring magic no longer felt like casting spells. It felt like molding clay that only she could see. She squeezed her eyes shut. No resets. No do-overs. This was the absolute limit of what she could do to protect the orphanage. Suddenly, a priest approached. "The High Priest is waiting for you." She spun around. "Let's go." But down the hallway, the guide pointed to an ominous door. "He is in there." They pushed open the heavy doors. Darkness swallowed the room. Two lackeys flanked the High Priest, while the headmistress bowed so low she kissed the floor. Anna greeted the priest, then shot a sharp glance at the woman. "Can she leave now?" The headmistress looked up, trembling violently. "Yes, holy shrine maiden." The High Priest glanced back, a chilling smile slowly spreading across his face. "I foresaw this outcome long before my arrival. Your request is granted. From this moment forward, the children shall forge their own paths. The shackles of forced indoctrination are shattered. They can finally live among the shadows of society, blending in like ordinary citizens, paying their way with clean coin, and owing no blood debts that could come back to haunt them." The heavy weight of Anna's nightmare had finally been lifted. The headmistress wasted no time making her exit. She slipped out of the room like a phantom, sealing the door behind her. Anna tried to offer her gratitude, but the High Priest raised a hand, silencing her immediately. "Save your thanks. It is not I who deserves it. Give all glory to our Almighty God." Anna fell silent, humbled by his fanatical devotion. Then, he dropped the bombshell he needed her by his side. Next Monday, Destiny had an appointment waiting. He laid out the scheme. The senator was rapidly ascending the political hierarchy, a massive opportunity for the cult. "This is our most significant play in the surface world in decades," he declared, eyes gleaming. With the target turning 70, it was the perfect smokescreen to gather the elite squad for a private infiltration. Anna's mind reeled, flashing back to that hooked-nosed elder who had appeared during the cult's assault. "Is my presence truly necessary?" she stammered. "Isn't the risk of exposure too high?" She was terrified the Anti-Magic Bureau would be prowling, their sensors hunting for any trace of their energy signatures. The priest dismissed her fear with a casual wave. "Relax, child. It is merely a surface world masquerade, completely standard procedure. You might even encounter peers of your own age." He insisted she needed to expand her worldview, to understand how the common sheep think. Rather than focusing solely on the inner circle's machinations, he toyed with a small, glimmering potion vial, his gaze intense. "I have been plotting how to unleash this upon the market." Then, with an expression that screamed, "Mastermind," he held the vial up to the light. "This little miracle allows mere mortals to taste the divine blessing. Immortality. Eternal youth." He threw his arms wide, a maniacal laugh echoing through the room. "You know how desperate they are to cheat death." Cold sweat trickled down Anna's neck. "Have you forgotten the warning I gave you?" The High Priest smoothed his expression instantly. "Of course not. I had my agents investigate the hidden iris, but they held back. We followed God's will. No strikes were made." Then, his voice dropped to a deadly serious tone. "Though, I never expected the Foundation to have their fingerprints on this." Anna froze. The Foundation, the global juggernaut known as the Market Foundation, compared to their chaotic little cult, those titans were absolute monsters of the underworld. Rumors whispered that they siphoned wealth from every government while remaining completely untouchable. A true supernatural superpower. "I must report this to the Divine Messenger immediately," she stated firmly. "I knew you would." The High Priest nodded. "It is the only correct path." As Anna turned to depart, the High Priest watched her retreat with a calculating gaze. Only she could locate the Divine Messenger, thanks to the stigma she bore. That mark was essentially God's GPS. He knew that for him to contact the messenger uninvited would be a fatal act of disrespect. Moments after she left the high priest, the scene shifts to the shadows of the aristocracy. An urgent command was issued: cancel every single appointment for Lord Felix immediately. That Lord Felix, the royal heavyweight with the medical empire. The excuse given? He is indisposed. The subordinate priest receiving the order was visibly trembling, eyes shut tight in terror, sweat pouring down his face as he bowed in submission. Meanwhile, back at Shen's sanctuary, Tina was deep in slumber. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, scanning the room in sheer panic. The demonic horns on her head had vanished without a trace. She sat up, checking her body to ensure she remained untouched while unconscious. But then, whoosh! Majestic wings exploded from her back. Her face flushed a deep crimson. But then came the twist. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Her mind spiraled, confused by the strange emotion gripping her heart. She mentally slapped herself, thinking, "Girl, get a grip. Why are you harboring such forbidden longing for the handsome sorcerer?" It was time for a flashback. Her mind drifted back to that moment of salvation. She remembered bowing low before Shen, pouring out her gratitude for saving her when she was utterly powerless. In that memory, Shen stood tall, his hand gripping the eternal rust cross. The artifact radiated a disturbing energy, a sinister black thread pulsing from it like a dark heartbeat. His sharp eyes analyzed Tina like a puzzle. He calculated that if this mutation was merely a curse, the cross would purge it instantly. His strategy was brutal but simple. The moment her mutation spiked, he pressed the cross against her until the energy subsided. Overwhelmed, Tina couldn't even meet his gaze. A crimson flush spread across her cheeks as she looked away. She stammered, You're staring at me again." Caught off guard, Shen offered a rare, reassuring smile. "Get in bed," he ordered softly. "Rest. I am right here. If anything goes wrong, I will handle it." Tina stared at him with wide, trembling eyes, unable to believe his kindness was real. Shen smirked internally, noting how awkward she was. But then, the atmosphere snapped. The horn on her head began to recede, twisting back into her skull. A groan of pain escaped her lips. Agony washed over her. Shen didn't hesitate for a second. "Put the cross on, now." Cold sweat soaked Tina's skin as Shen secured the heavy artifact around her neck like a seal. Silence filled the room. Nothing happened. Shen began to doubt the artifact until, boom! The wings burst forth from her back with explosive force. She gritted her teeth against the searing agony, feathers drifting to the floor like snow. Shen's mind raced. This was no simple curse. These symptoms proved she wasn't turning into some low-tier aquatic beast. Her condition was something far more unique, something legendary. Seeing her trembling in shock, Shen delivered the verdict. "You are safe. You do not need to worry about losing your humanity." Hope sparked in Tina's eyes. "Really?" Shen flashed that charismatic smile again. "Yes. Now, sleep." Time skipped forward to the morning light. Tina crept out of the room, finding Shen already awake. He sat meditating in the shop, deep in calculation. Frustration gnawed at him. Yale's soul had failed to unearth any information regarding her mutation. His intuition screamed one name. The White of Miracle was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Tina interrupted his thoughts, her voice trembling. She admitted she couldn't return home. "My parents. They will find out." It turned out her family were fanatical devotees of the Corona Church. They would sacrifice their own daughter to the Inquisitors without a second thought. She had zero trust in the holy institution. She gestured to her wings, pleading, "Can you make these invisible to normal people?" Shen ran the calculations. The shadow mask was too risky. He couldn't allow her to rely on such a dangerous artifact. Yale's soul ball offered an astral projection disguise. But that was impossible. Tina's spiritual aptitude was as dull as a rock. She could never master such high-level magic. Shen sighed, closing his eyes. "I will lend you money. Stay at a nearby hotel for now." Tina panicked, her voice cracking. "A hotel?" Shen ignored her outburst. He promised to find baggy clothes to conceal her wings, then escort her there himself. Later, Shen leaned against the shop counter, dissecting the enemy profile Tina had provided. Long white robes, golden hair, a smile that rivaled the brilliance of the sun. A charming gentleman who radiated safety. Basically, a living angel walking on Earth. Shen grimaced. This guy is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Then, reality struck. He needed a permanent base. He couldn't bankroll Tina's hotel stays forever. He slumped over, fists banging against the counter in defeat. "Even in a magical world, I can't escape the housing crisis," he groaned. Suddenly, the shop door flew open. It was Christine, storming in with zero chill. With a triumphant shout of, "I have it," she stormed up to Shen, eyes blazing. "I found a lead." Shen remained unfazed, his rhythm unbroken. "Impressive work. Now, coffee or cold brew?" He gestured casually. "You are footing the bill, of course." Christine rolled her eyes at his audacity. "Obviously I am paying. Nothing in this world comes free, Shen maintained his stone-cold expression. Right. Just like that umbrella a certain someone borrowed and never returned, Christine scoffed. Terrible people indeed. Shen slid a steaming cup across the table. Your order is served. Christine took a sip, and ecstasy washed over her. Praise the origin fire. This flavor is absolutely divine, Shen sighed at her theatrical display. Enough of the drama. Queen, spare me the beverage critique. Spill the intelligence you gathered. Christine's posture snapped to attention, the playful mood vanishing instantly. She dropped the bombshell without hesitation. The death of the old candy vendor was no accident. It was a targeted assassination linked directly to the Buer family. Specifically, a lethal astral spell was used. Shen sat there like an immovable mountain, his face a mask of indifference. Taking his absolute silence as silent confirmation, a shiver ran down her spine. Master, were you already aware of all this? She realized the truth. This entire investigation was merely a test, a pop quiz to gauge her competence. And judging by his reaction, she had barely scraped a passing grade. She had to prove her worth. The caster was no ordinary foot soldier, she added, her voice dropping to a grave whisper. They answer directly to the patriarch. Rumors claim Count Buer has been at death's door, isolated in a hospital for an eternity. But that is a blatant lie. He was recently spotted on the golf course with his inner circle, looking as vibrant as a man in his prime. Undoubtedly, the rejuvenating effects of that astral spell. Shen processed the information rapidly. The Buer family, an ancient bloodline that supposedly vanished from politics years ago to seize corporate power instead. Internally, however, Shen was reeling from the revelation. To think she unearthed all this in a mere 10 hours. Your source? He demanded coolly. She did not flinch. I have eyes everywhere. An Ender contact witnessed the entire event firsthand, right on the edge of the slums. Shen closed his eyes, fitting the jagged pieces of the puzzle together. On the surface, she appeared to be a modest, dutiful servant. But beneath that facade lay the instincts of a budding underworld queen. Good work, he stated, keeping his praise scarce. You have earned a reward. A flush of excitement colored her cheeks. A reward? For humble me? Shen cut through her performance instantly. Drop the polite act. Your face is practically glowing with greed. He knew he could not maintain this charade of the omniscient mastermind forever. He needed to display tangible power to maintain his dominance. Relying solely on his subordinates' misconceptions was not a sustainable strategy. He gripped the silver orb, Yale's soul sphere. The summoning ritual contained within was safe, visually spectacular, and the perfect bait. Well, perfectly safe. Assuming she did not botch the execution, he shot her a piercing glare. Listen closely. Once summoned, master it. But do not attempt to converse with it. No communication. Is that understood? Her eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Loud and clear, boss. Shen waved his hand, weaving haze magic into a luminous holographic interface. She reached out, her fingers trembling with anticipation, as she touched the spectral screen. The ancient text scrolled before her eyes. Girl of Tranquility. A striker's dependent summoned from the deepest abyss of the underworld. The stats were absolutely broken. This entity could instant kill a twisted rank abomination, as if it were swatting a mere fly. Even a disaster rank calamity would struggle to survive against this summon without absolute cheats, she gasped. She had run with Enders her entire life, yet she had only ever scraped together a disorder rank relic. But this? This was god-tier sorcery beyond her wildest dreams. Scrambling to her feet, she bowed deeply in reverence. Thank you. I am unworthy of such a gift for a task so small. Chen waved her off casually. Do not sell yourself short. You have earned this. Stick with me, and this is merely the beginning. He slid a folded note across the counter. I require 2 specific ingredients for a dream sight potion. She snatched up the paper instantly. Consider it done. Internally, she crunched the numbers. This shopping list was going to cost over 10,000 yuan easily. A small price to pay for that summon. But then, a realization struck her. The hidden iris. They are mostly civilians. How could they afford to mass-produce a high-tier drug like Dreamsight? He is testing me again, she realized. He left that detail out to see if I would catch the discrepancy. I will track down the supplier, she declared firmly. If I find who is pushing the ingredients, I will uncover the puppet master pulling the strings. Impress me, Chen said coolly. Inside, he was facepalming. Why did I not think of tracking the supplier? Get to it. Scene shift to a rain-slicked alleyway. Suling marched through the heavy downpour, her mood darker than the storm. She could not wrap her head around it. The light chaser was a heavy hitter within the Church of Corona. If that man did not hold the secret to resurrecting George, she never would have betrayed him. The Anti-Magic Bureau might not be capable of taking him down, but they would crush her and George like insects without hesitation. She would play his game for now. as long as he did not cross the line. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Kola the cat wiggled on the floor like a worm. Click. The door swung open, and Su Ling shook off the rain. She locked eyes with Kola, and the glare was instant. The cat glared back with equal hatred. Nemesis mode engaged. Chen leaned against the counter, flashing a relaxed smile. Long time no see. And look at that. You actually bought new clothes. He immediately pivoted, shooting a death glare at the cat. Do not even think about hissing at the customer again. Kola froze. The cat literally began to sweat, trembling like a leaf before letting out a pathetic, terrified meow. Su Ling brushed it off. I am not afraid of the cold, she quipped. But remember, I am still just a regular college girl, trying to survive the surface world. Freezing out there. Weird not to switch up the drip, Chen teased, checking if she was still down to devour the entire dessert menu. She shut him down instantly. Just black tea. The bureau's budget was not built to sustain her sweet tooth binges. Chen slid the steaming cup of black tea across the wood, landing it perfectly before her. I have the answer you wanted, he said, taking a seat. Internally, he was popping champagne. If Christine had not clutched up earlier with that information, he would have been sitting there looking like a total clown with zero intel. Su Ling stared him down. He gathered that intel far too quickly. To her, he was a glitch in the system, an unreachable, uncontrollable anomaly, merely cosplaying as a shop owner. Sir, he possessed handsome human visuals, but the guy gave off the aura of dimensional deities. He was basically the divine messenger of the Lord of Ashes. Current status, human-friendly. But he was not a brawler. No, this man was a puppet master playing 4D chess with reality. He reveled in the twisted art of human manipulation. Even the Oracle reports screamed a single terrifying warning. Do not engage. Never look into his timeline. His past, present, and future were a chaotic void. Every seer who dared peek at his destiny suffered a total psychic collapse. Sighting records merely showed glitches. His true form wasn't human, it was a cosmic horror, vast and lethal beyond comprehension. Experiments were off the table. The containment strategy was simple. Play nice, and let him indulge his dark desire to toy with humanity. Su Ling sipped her tea, eyes closed, walling herself off from the chaotic world outside. She had memorized every line of the dossier, reaching one chilling conclusion. This entity is absolutely not human. Recently, dead silence and white voids haunted her nightmares. It was surely a side effect of the mark he had branded onto her soul. Chen's voice sliced through the quiet. So, did those ancient tomes trigger an astral spell at the murder scene? The old man's death? Yes. Su Ling nodded, grateful for the distraction. Okay, a fair trade. I will reveal everything about the light chaser, but regarding the god imposter. She hesitated. Chen smirked. The god imposter is exactly who the light chaser is hunting. Su Ling froze. Not even the bureau's top brass knew that target's identity. How did a lowly barista possess higher clearance than her? She pushed past the shock to deliver the profile. Frederick Austenine, top 10 believer, royalty of the Corona Church, and heir to an ancient bloodline. He has been single-handedly clearing the hidden iris mutation case. He didn't even call the bureau for backup. Chen's inner voice screamed, bingo! Su Ling sighed, eyes still shut. 2 days on the beat, and he has 0 leads. He is clueless. Too much justice warrior energy, not enough detective skill. Chen rubbed his chin, calculating. If the guy was that self-righteous, it just meant he would be incredibly easy to manipulate. Also, Su Ling added, the Foundation just touched down in Bar. I don't know their endgame, but they are tight with the light chaser. Chen processed the data instantly. The Foundation. That famous charity squad known for cleaning up mutations and securing ruins. He flashed his perfect customer service smile. Got it. Enjoy the brew. He retreated to the counter, mind racing as the puzzle pieces finally clicked. Su Ling's intel was the missing link. The White of Miracle. That had to be the god imposter, or at least the true villain of this arc. Why else would the light chaser be sniffing around? The hidden iris mutation was clearly White's opening gambit. Even Tina was a pawn on the board now, though the trap hadn't sprung just yet. Chen's eyes flashed with an eerie, eldritch glow. He smirked, thinking of White, the prophesied god imposter who claimed to manufacture miracles. What was his play in Miranda? Chen was dying to find out. Cut to 3A. M. The dead of night. Chen stood by the lightning-lit window, decked out in a sleek black trench coat. Kola was snoozing on the table behind him. I'm heading out, he told the cat. Trash the furniture, and you are grounded when I get back. He caught his reflection in the glass. He no longer looked like the terrified man who first fell into this world. He had learned the ruthless rules of the inner circle, the fear of the unknown. Gone. He now had the confidence and the guts to step up and fix this broken world. Flashback to 3 days ago. Christine handed him 2 shimmering vials. Here are the potions you ordered. Chen briefed her, dropping the mission details. Lock eyes on the blue hotel. Babysit a girl named Tina. Su Ling shut her eyes, channeling full ride-or-die energy. She swore she would crush the assignment, realizing Tina was a key piece. Then, she flipped the switch. Forget tomorrow. She was already gone. Shen smirked, appreciating the hustle. No questions asked. She was the ultimate subordinate, wired for absolute obedience. Shen drew his smartphone, scanning the latest status updates. It seemed George had vanished, ghosting them for the perilous evil lands. That left Su Ling as his only reliable tether. Tina was a flight risk, and he needed to patch this fracture immediately. Cut to the present moment. The duo strode down the hotel corridor until Su Ling broke the heavy silence. Are we seriously performing the ritual here? Shen simply told her to trust the flow, leaving her pouting at his arrogant confidence. He shot her a sharp side eye. What was that? She flinched instantly. A nervous grin plastered onto her face as she denied everything and pointed straight ahead. But her anxiety spiked. Do we have a key? Should we knock first? While she panicked, Shen dissolved into shadow haze. He literally glitched through the solid timber like a phantom. Su Ling's jaw hit the floor. She was completely thunderstruck. Click. The door swung open from within. Enter. Su Ling glared, annoyed by his casual display of power. Inside, Tina lay collapsed on the bed, drenched in a feverish cold sweat. Shen stepped forward, signaling the ritual preparations. Su Ling gasped. Is she a fawn? Creatures like that were mythical rarities, found only in legends, or the dangerous Badlands. She wasn't born this way, Shen corrected grimly. This was a modification by the god imposter, a twisted masterpiece created by those false deities. He sat on the floor, his gaze piercing through the sleeping girl. The objective, a factory reset to restore her original form. Shen paused. Was that a whisper in the void? Su Ling broke into a sweat, realizing Tina might be the Light Chaser's next mark. If the Light Chaser wanted her deleted, this was about to become another clash of titans. First, the Hush Strike, now the god imposter. The atmosphere screamed of the silent word catastrophe all over again. Another divine drama. Shen flicked his finger, igniting a mystical flame. The scent of an extra-dimensional deity would silence the voices shrieking in Tina's mind. He spun around to verify his assistant's status. Su Ling was fuming, convinced he had ghosted her presence once more. Ignoring the attitude, he produced the potion vials. Chop chop, he urged. We have a 2-hour window. Su Ling snatched the bottles, snapping into focus. She agreed, silently. Better to work than let him continue his eccentric behavior. Shen leaned in, whispering a secret command. Su Ling's eyes went wide, but she nodded firmly. Understood. Suddenly, a sinister mist began clawing at the glass window. Shen sensed the threat instantly. Outside, the fog was devouring the world. A nightmare entity with Slenderman limbs and dual sickles stalked the hotel. It had no face, only pure horror. A single, massive eyeball dominated its head. It phased through the locked entrance like a glitch in reality. The receptionist lay unconscious at the desk, oblivious to the mist of death rolling past as the beast breached the lobby. It drifted down the hallway and slipped into the room. On the bed, Su Ling and Tina appeared to be fast asleep, but Shen remained the sole sentinel, guarding Tina. The monster locked its giant eye on him and unleashed a guttural growl, swinging a massive sickle for the kill. Shen flared his blue aura, rose to his feet, and unsheathed his cane sword. With one fluid motion, he parried the strike and sliced clean through the monster's weapon. I knew it, he muttered, his eyes narrowing in realization. The White of Miracle had embedded a lethal trap deep inside Tina, a ticking time bomb waiting to detonate. A vicious contingency plan designed for maximum cruelty. It was a classic villainous move, ensuring that even in defeat, the enemy could strike a final, devastating blow. No true professional operates without a safety net. That is exactly why he had whispered to Su Ling moments ago. Something is watching us from the shadows. He had sent her ahead into the dream world, leaving himself behind to take out the trash in reality. But worry gnawed at him. This was her first solo dive. He needed to wrap this battle up immediately to provide backup. The irony was bitter. White dressed like a noble gentleman, yet he utilized such filthy, underhanded tactics. The monster roared, swinging its jagged, broken sickle at Shen, with killing intent. Clang! Shen's cane intercepted the strike, shattering the weapon into dust upon impact. The monster paused, genuinely confused by the defense. Your gear is absolute garbage, Shen taunted coldly. Azure energy surged through his cane as he slashed across the beast's torso, severing it, but the severed leg snapped back into place like a magnet. Shen's eyes flared with irritation. Freeze, he commanded. Frost lightning engulfed the creature, yet it tanked the hit without flinching. The limb reattached instantly. 0 damage taken. Are you kidding me right now? Shen groaned at the absurdity of it. Thankfully, Su Ling had already cast a soundproof astral barrier, so no police would come knocking for a noise complaint. Shen summoned a colossal lightning magic hammer, the air crackling with power. "Let's see how many extra lives you have left," he smirked. One crushing blow later, the monster dissolved into a pile of glitched pixels on the floor. Shen slumped against the wall, his stamina completely drained from the exertion. Finally, he wheezed, catching his breath. The revival loop is broken. It is over. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. A cluster of white crystals littered the floor. Strange loot dropped from the monster's shattered corpse. He snatched them up, studying the ominous glow. Is this a clue? But before he could process the thought, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. "Tina!" She was levitating, floating mid-air in sheer agony. "Tina!" Shen whipped around, panic rising in his chest. Then his heart stopped. Su Ling was crumpled on the floor nearby, blood trickling from her lips. Even Su Ling had taken damage? Shen's mind raced. Was this the final trap? The miracle of White's parting gift? There was no time to analyze. He had to dive into the dream world immediately. Anna and Baron had experienced totally twisted versions of reality last time, Shen recalled. Would Tina's dreamscape be just as broken? He bowed his head, surrendering to the darkness. Blink. His eyes snapped open. Welcome to the dreamscape. But this place was a desolate ghost town. Ominous storm clouds swirled above, casting a single spotlight onto the glass-like crystal floor beneath Shen's boots. A gut feeling pulled him forward. Su Ling is ahead, he realized. I can feel her presence. Meanwhile, in the void, Su Ling drifted upside down, lost in the deep unconscious. Snap. Her eyes flew open. She shot up in bed, looking down at herself with a scowl. Seriously? My clothes are still on? She scanned the room, annoyed. Where the hell did those two go? Shaking off the grogginess, she grabbed her coat and analyzed the atmosphere. This texture, I am in the first layer, she noted. Dream Mechanics 101. This realm is built on a 3-tier structure. Layer 1, reality, pure data and knowledge. Layer 2, imagination where logic bends and warps. And the deep end. Primal. Nothing but raw, unfiltered desire. Usually, sleepers just glitch between these 3 zones at random. But the rumors were clear. If you dare to dive deeper then,